What's up, what's up, what's up? Hello, everyone. I'm a little bit late, but better late than never. How are y'all doing today? Hope everyone's day has been pretty peachy. I'm doing great. How are y'all? Getting everything out of the way. Yasso 9:15. No. I don't have the time for such foolishness on this lovely Sunday afternoon. Finally, we are getting able, or we're going to be able to play rank today. Very glad for that. I haven't touched rank in at least 4, 5 days. And I think that's blasphemous. Low key. I do. I do indeed. The Pantheon 27 and 10. What's going on, Flugan? How are you doing? Hate Morgana Q. I don't know why, but I just can never dodge it. I can never dodge a Morgana Q. I always tend to run towards it. I just want a very simple eyeliner today. Her hitbox is kind of crazy, not gonna lie. That's what I'm saying. That is what I am saying. But I'll be playing JINX today. Dude, I need Yanara to drop. If I'm keeping it a buck. What's going on, Halos? How are you? I need Yanara to drop. All right. That's all I'm doing. What's up, Kevin? What's up? I love mid. How is y'all's weekend? All right, what we gotta say? What we saying over here? What are we saying? Need to assume 4v5. We actually got LP prevention last game. I think someone is an AFKer apparently. A little bit worrying. Just a little bit. Okay, get on that grind. That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear. What's up, Cat for Help? How are you? How are you? I thought there would be MSI today. There is MSI today. It starts at 5. So we've got about 4 hours before we're in MSI. We're in MSI form. Why is this person calling me? What? I'm streaming. You wanna say hi? Look. Bye. All right, all right, all right. I do not like the looks of their team. Is it gonna be Lux APC? Nah, that's Lux mid. Enemy 5 is gonna be the ADC. Who they picking? Who they picking? What's going on, Smoku? How are you? Zaya, interesting. So I've got Morgana support, but she doesn't even have the newest Morgana skin. Honestly, T though. Rank 1 today. Let's go. Let's go, Mizu. Rank 1 time. Not much, Mark. What's up with you? Put my hair back out of my face. I wasn't able to finish drying my hair, which is why it was taking me so long to start stream today. It just takes forever to dry. I wanted to see what my curls were looking like now that I have a little bit more length. Pokemon Master, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Thank you for the 21 months. Imagine you literally win every single game straight to rank 1. I think that's what's gonna happen today, actually. If you think about it, I think that's actually what is about to go down. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. Ooh, D&D. Oh my gosh. Love Jayla Ray. Love her bad. Love her real bad. Miss her, actually. Last time you played rank? Oh, okay. I see what type of game this is about to be. I see what type of game this is about to be. Oh, wow. No problem. Understood. Understood. All right, let's lock in, y'all. First game back after 4 days. 5 days. How long has it been? I know it's been a minute, man. There's no game audio? Y'all can't hear? Oh, we turned it down because we were watching MSI and playing League at the same time yesterday. That is probably why. Can y'all hear it now, though? Better?
Will I create next? Always good to keep me
There we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, yesterday we were playing ARAM and watching MSI, so I turned the sound down because it was a bit loud. It would have been 2 game sounds going on at the same time. I saw that BLG ended up going on to 3-OG2 as expected. So we'll be watching G2 versus Gam today as expected. And I have predicted that G2... Nice. No. Please? Oh my god. Girl! Okay, nice. I get 1 shot? Oh, I landed it though. Oh, nice. Execute. Nice. We take those. We take those. I'm gonna shove in this wave and back. Who's their jungler? Rengar? I think I'm greeting. I think I'm greeting. I think I'm greeting. And y'all know what intonation says, right? I have no wards down. I'm greeting for this wave. I might greed for a plate. I might greed for the kill.
Oh, that was a cool thought. I gotta write it down.
She's almost here. I think I'm okay. All right, let's not greed, because y'all know what happens. If you greed, you will feed. Intalations. We not trying to be a part of that crew today. We are not trying to be a part of that crew today. We need to get that up though. We need that on the screen. I forget where it's at. Whoa. Oh, that was because of that's like the MSI official broadcast. There we go. That's what that was. If I pulled it back up, it would probably say something like broadcast is down or something. Let's greed. You know what? I'm kind of down. I'm kind of down if you are. Can we get an exclamation point interlations in chat?
Powder? Rhymes with,
What's up, Markella? How are you? Wait, why do you really hate JINX? What JINX do to you, Pookie? Nice, I can get out of this. Ain't nothing like a good old dance. Ain't nothing like a good old dance. Yeah, my jungler's here. You dumb hoe. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, come here. Nah, come here. Nah, come here. Nah, come here. Yeah. Yeah. Like this. Like that. Ooh, she got me with the barrier. She got me with the barrier. She got me with the barrier. I don't think I kill her even if I predicted barrier though. That was a pretty big field.
Stronger than I think. Stronger than I think.
Yeah, you really not talking about nothing, Rakan. You really not talking about nothing. All right, plate and back. Honestly, I don't even think I can plate. I think I should just back. We have 1300 per advanced sword. Let's just get that back off. Zargon coming in with the resubscription, the Twitch Prime, the 7. Zargon coming in with the resubscription, the Twitch Prime, the 17 months of support. I do apologize. Rakan was interrupting your moment, your shine. And I find that very disrespectful. And so Zargon, I will kill him just for you. He will be dead within the next approximate 120 seconds. He will. He will indeed. What is it, 7:30 right now? In approximately the 9-minute mark, you will see him deceased. Yep. Are they matching? Nah. Kai's on dragon. We're kind of chilling right now. Ooh. This man jumps around a lot. He might not die within the next 30 seconds.
We could really change things.
I'm with you. JK, he's deceased. Before the 9-minute mark, by the way. Promise was completed. Let's clear this wave and reset. I don't think we should greed for the plate. Maybe we should. It's a solo plate. Worth. Don't doubt your power. Exactly. Exactly. Boop bop, and a boop bop bow. Back to the bot lane we go. Back to the bot lane we go. Back to the bot lane we go. Okay. What's going on, Vicky? How are you doing? Period, Zargon. Yeah.
I didn't care what you had planned.
Yeah, man. How are you doing today, JT? I want to know where this Rengar is. There he is. I'm with you. And you're next, sister. Did she hit me? She sure did. Okay, I got both her sums, but dang. She ate me up, bro. Got both sums in her ult. But dang. She ate me up. She used everything in her freaking arsenal. But she ate me up. Okay, so he TP'd.
An ally has been slain.
Does he win this? He does not. That's tough.
Shut down.
But hey, it happens. What's going on, Himmy? How are you doing today? We're kind of solid right now, honestly. Besides that one little mess up with the Zaya, I think we're chilling. I'm doing good. How's your weekend going? My weekend's been great. My birth month starts tomorrow? No, Tuesday. Birthday on Wednesday. And I'm ready for a great month. Truly. We've had MSI. We went to New York this week. We've got a lot of places that we'll be going in July. We're kind of freaking big chilling. Thank you, Yunho. Thank you, my love. Yeah, get hit with that PTA, lil ho. Get hit with that PTA. The best month to be born in, and that's facts, Tio. And that's facts.
Flower? Oh, louder.
Oh, I missed. That's my fault. That was also just like really deep. I wasn't really comfortable with that play. I'm not gonna lie. Whoa, there's a lot of people down here. I'm here. Insane, there are 4 individuals bot lane. That is the entire team, by the way. Wukong, Rengar, Lux, Xayah, and Rakan are all in the bottom lane of this League of Legends ranked Summoner's Rift game. I just want that to be known. Everyone and their grandmother is in bot lane. Was Lizzo good? It actually was like super duper good. It was kind of insane. I got backstage access to go see Lizzo yesterday, and it was really fun. She played a lot of her hits. She was looking good. It was a big old party. Like, it was so much fun. I'm actually really glad I went. And then we went and got food afterwards. I got to spend time with some good friends, and like, honestly, like, just stuff like that makes me so happy. Like, it was genuinely a good time. Yeah, right, JT? It was pretty fun. This is why I never play bot. Everybody always up in your business. No, like, be freaking for real with me. The whole team took a field trip, right? We should take that Gromp while we're here. There's 2 mid. I'm not stressing right now. Okay, now I'm stressing because we lost pressure in mid lane. Dang, wish I went mid. Sorry, girl. That's my fault. 100% my fault. I can't handle being that fast. It's why I can only ever play support. ADC seems so fast with their movements. You gotta be able to kite. Wait till I get some attack speed, boo. Then you really gonna see fast. No way that hits, man. Yeah, and that's why you didn't get your E off, you little stank little hoe. And by little hoe, I mean homie, of course. And by little hoe, I mean homie. I just want to let that be clear. All right, back to lane we go. What's going on, Angel? How are you doing? How are we all dying to this Lux, guys? Please. Please. How are you dying with ultimate up? I have questions. It was so much fun, Cat Attack. It was actually so much fun. How do you feel about the new champ coming soon? I will be playing her a lot. I got to test her out before she was announced. And man, when I tell you she was so much freaking fun, I mean that. Is Rakan considered melee or ranged? Because Thresh is considered ranged, and I feel like Rakan has about the same attack range. Okay, Rakan ult. Wow. Wow. Lux is the glue, I guess. Let me pick up this red.
Turret has been destroyed.
What if I am moving myself back?
Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain.
How does Kale keep dying with her ult up? Somebody make it make sense. Use your ultimate. We're dying to them for no freaking reason. Holy moly, they're all fed out of their freaking minds. What happened? How?
I just had the craziest dream.
I can't do this by myself, team. 8, 7, 6, 5. Anyways, okay. Guys, we gotta lock in. We gotta lock in. Somehow, some way, we gotta carry this. I don't know what the way is. I don't know what the how is. Somehow, some way, we gotta carry this. Let's lock in. Everybody, zip up, strap up, buckle up. Don't look at me like that. Yeah. I don't know how we're gonna do this, y'all. Wow, that's so stealable.
An ally has been slain.
And when they make a live action Arcane and you're playing Jinx, and then what? And then what? Did you really steal Dragon? Of course. I'm the professional Baron and Dragon stealer. No one does it like me. I am her. I am that girl. Let me get that real quick. All right, let's start building a hurricane, man. We need this attack speed real quick. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? Off the mid lane we go. Never say never. Period, Burns. All right, so how much do we need for Hurricane? 850. Let's keep our eye on the prize. Keep our eye on the prize. Thank you so much, man, for clipping that. I appreciate you. Very nicely done, Morgiana. Very nicely done. He's in between two turrets. Kind of crazy. Very nicely done. Yo, what? Yo, be freaking for real with me. What the frick was that, bro? Oh, he just wanted to feel included. Okay, okay. I can rock with that. I can rock with that. I can rock with that. At least we know he doesn't have ulti. He can't run from me, baby girl. He can jump. I gotta be able to put out that damage. If you stay in a bush, he can't jump out. That's the counter. Nice. All right, let's take this reset. Let's take this reset. Next. Next, I really don't know what to build. I'm not gonna lie. I really do not know. My 040 Kale that does not use their ult just took red from me. I'm coming. One auto. It was one freaking auto. Also, she didn't block ulti for Xayah. Oh my gosh, like that was so me, dude. That was so freaking me. Oh, that was so me.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Gosh, the smites in this game are gonna make me cry. I'm coming, Rise. Just live a little bit longer. He did not live a little bit longer. Ooh. Where there is a will, there is a way. What's going on, Ajif? How are you doing? Your Kayla's almost 16 at least. Yeah. My Kale also has done nothing this game. Like, she has 0 kills, 0 assists. You thought he could escape it. You can never run. I follow you. I got that heat sink on this ulti. Okay? Whoa. I'm defo dead. Defo dead. Defo dead right there. They had us from all angles, brother. The front, the back, the side. Yeah. Yeah. They were for sure about that one. Kind of wish I could get this, but I really need magic resist for this Lux.
An ally has been slain.
They said Avenger successful. Will he smite it? Kale with ulti, by the way. Okay, she used it.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Hey, she used it though. She did indeed use it, at the very least. We did not follow interlations. Yeah, I guess we were a little bit greedy there. You're not lying. Kale did get Xayah too. Yeah, I guess. I'm just really unenthused by the gameplay that I'm witnessing. Very unenthused. Turned every way but loose, right?
Maybe this is an opportunity. An experiment! After all, there's gotta be a point to all this.
Wukong's kind of tanky. Maybe we go Bork last item. Oh, I don't have LDR. Never mind. It's an LDR move. Heading mid. Anybody low? Nope. Yeah, we need LDR.
Every impossible
Oh, I'm dead. JK, I have Bloodthirster. They're all dead. Where's Rengar? Oh! Oh, he a lucky hoe, bro. That was almost perfection. He's coming for us. I need to hit the minion wave, but they're gonna try and clear it as quickly as possible. But I really need to lifesteal off the minion wave. All right, let's get out of here. Any champs you play out of their usual roles? I'll play like Kai'Sa jungle or Kai'Sa or Ashe top. I really am an ADC main. Like ADCs are all I play, but I can play them in other roles too. Kai'Sa jungle is legit. I'll play Lux APC. Are y'all good over here? Nice. They're definitely good. Game, yeah. Which bot? Mid inhibitor already down. Let's go bot. Yone ADC. Oh my gosh, wait. No, it's not Monday. I was like, oh my gosh, wait, we're supposed to get coached by Tempest today on Yone ADC. That's tomorrow. Tomorrow we are doing the coaching. Or we will be getting the coaching from the Yone main. Come on, jump on me. I was waiting for you. Thanks for not leaving me hanging. Anyways. Woo! Would we like to take credit for that one? Would we like to say that we carried that game? What do y'all think? Is that too brash? Let's look at the damage charts. See if we're allowed to say such things. Yeah, I think we can say we did. My Kale did 12,000 damage. Less than my Morgana. 14 and 5. I'm amazed your back isn't broken after that. You're so silly. Do you ever derank? Bessie, I deranked from Emerald 3 down to Silver 1. All the time. all the time. The games this season have been really bad. Garden of Eden. Got you. Kids, the Rise had the damage. Rise did do the most damage in the game. But I do think my objective stealing contributed to the win. Okay, song request. I do believe I carried. Yeah, Liz, it's been tough. It's been tough out here for a pimp. Not gonna lie. I think one day I went on a 17 game loss streak. I think it was 13, 17. It was something like that. It was something like that. Woo. All right, let's get into another game. Let's go, let's go. Immediately. Queue's going kind of long. There we go. I'm down to keep playing JINX, honestly. I'm doing great. Kira, how are you doing? Hello from Argentina. Hello. Kiernan Kalop. Thank you so much for the 39 months of support. I hope you're having a beautiful day today. Are you going to track the pros and try and queue up with Faker? Manifesting for you. That would be insane. I don't know if Faker and I would be in the same elo to even make that happen. I'm not gonna lie. But what I will say, them banning JINX is diabolical. What I will say is I will try my best to see if I can get a Faker interview during MSI. That is one of my goals. Either during MSI or Worlds this year, I am going to try with all my might to get a Faker interview. Actually, hold on one second. Dang. Hold on one second. Thing. I missed something today. Speaking of MSI. Shoot. Oh, thank you, Sophie. That would be peak, low key. I think they're on fresh accounts for NA. This may be true, but also like Riot will assign them like elo. Samira has been buffed quite a bit. But they also have a lot of point and click CC. So let's hunt those who have fallen to darkness. Let's pull out that Uzi. And I don't mean the gun. But yeah, when Riot gives you accounts, they normally like tune the elo to what you're normally supposed to be in. So what would you ask him? Something along the lines of like, when's our wedding? I don't know, like what camps he wants to play and stuff. I'd have to do some research. You ever play Aphelios? Yeah, I play Aphelios quite a bit, honestly. Right, Roki? No, honestly, like that's the game plan. Guys, Audrey, what's going on, fam? How are you doing? I watched y'all's K-pop hunters thing on Netflix. What the frick is it called? K-pop Demon Hunters. I watched it last night because y'all been talking about it all week, man. All week y'all been talking about it. I think it was a movie. It was a movie. It was very cheesy to me. It was very cheesy, corny to me. But I do think the song that was like a duet between, I think his name was Junie and Rumi. I think that song was pretty good. It was a movie with frames and colors and sounds, right? Genu, yeah. We were I think that duet was good. That was a good song. I think the animation of the movie was like good. Oh, was it Junie or Genu? Genu sounds right. Was it Junie? I know it was Rumi. It's Genu, my bad. Genu, like it was just like, it was very obvious what was going to happen in the movie to me. Very predictable. I don't know. I think the setup wasn't that great, but it looked really good. Yeah, maybe it's just for a younger audience. Whoa. Oh yeah, the animation, the characters were very pretty. Yo, did Huntrix give y'all KDA? Did it give y'all KDA vibes? Yo, congrats, Dominic. That sounds lit. How do you feel about her in the current like state of the game? Oh yeah, major. Okay, glad I'm not the only one. Especially like the Kaisa hair of like the long lavender ponytail. We'll take that flash. I don't want her to get her passive stack off. Lock in, y'all. KDA on the pin board. No, like there were definitely outfits where I was like, that literally looks like KDA. Yeah, Rumi was definitely Kaisa. What is a limpo? The buffs were great. What buffs did she get? Yunara is released on July 16th. That's not good. Ah. Oops. We're chilling. What was the guy group's name again? Oh, the Saja Boys. The Saja Boys. My little soda pops. Nice. I don't know why she walked down like that. Maybe she thought there was going to be a hook. Okay, let's shove this. All right. On that note, JK, we're going in. Yeah. We should be backing. I had to find it again, but the studio that did Spider-Verse did the KDA Demon Hunters. Spider-Verse? Like the Black Spider-Man? Sona. Oh my gosh. No wonder the animation was so good. Yo, thank you so much, Thick, for the rose. Thickless. I appreciate you. Love you too, Samuel. Whoa. Nice. I'm surprised that didn't stun low-key, but it's fine. That was a good catch from the Thresh. I want this plate. Why are we doing this without the jungler? I'm backing. I just don't trust it. Y'all can't hear. Oh, gosh. My stream today. I'm too low to fight that. Like, I just don't think that fight is for me. I wish I wasn't 2 HP, but I was. Nah, I did not have health. A lot of the fandom is saying that Demon Hunter Rumi is inspired off of Jennie from Blackpink, and the other saying it's not. She's been working on her for years. Yeah, I've heard that she was inspired by several K-pop artists. It wasn't just Jennie from Blackpink. I do know that the girl with the pink hair, she definitely gave me the rapper from Mamamoo. Oh, I don't know her name. I'm not gonna lie to you. NBF Mike, thank you so much for the 35 months of support. Hope you are having a gorgeous day today. You know Mama Moo? I know that they exist. I know some of their songs. I know they've also done blackface. And I also know that I know of 2 of their members. That was a pretty horrible flash, not gonna lie. But that's all I know. I don't like know them individually or anything.
Should fear me.
Back to lane we go. Yeah, that was a very bad play for me. I exhausted Pantheon. I flashed into the Nautilus. I just didn't know how to position there because there were so many people and I was in between all of them. There was no real out for me.
Double kill.
Did you listen to Cat's Eye new EP? I did not. All right, I'm just gonna push this. Lovely. I'm not in the K-pop scene, but I don't think you could claim one K-pop artist without mentioning 10 others because they recycle a lot of themes and costumes since there are so many. Are you talking about that in regards to Rumi? Poking her down with this Q.
Dark should fear me.
Yeah, that's what the animators were saying, that they did not like they were not inspired by one singular person. They were inspired by many. Whoa, there's so many people. So glad she's 4 and 2 though. Dragon isn't up for another 20 seconds.
I release them from their
Our jungler isn't going, so I'm not gonna waste my time going. Wow. Dude, the way Nautilus only has eyes for me. Yo, kill the Nautilus. He's 2 HP. Thank you. All right, full sweep, full sweep, full sweep. That's good. At We take that. 3 for 5. We take that for sure. We take that for sure. Well done. Well done, team. That's what I like to see. Yo, Nicola, thank you so much for the gem gun and the heart me. How are you today? How are you?
Smell black magics.
No, literally the way Nautilus sees me and he's like, he's not going to peel anybody else. He only wants to kill me. So that's something to keep in mind. I do think we should eventually get a QSS, unfortunately. I do find it necessary. It was 4 on drag because Kled was fighting top. All right, I'm alone down here. I don't know if Nautilus is going up. He is not. Okay, I have to play a little bit safer then. Because this Kaisa is fed out of her freaking mind. I was gonna say well played, but you got outplayed by Vigar R. I really did. Nicola, thank you so much for the victories. Hello, hello. How are you doing today, love? Thank you. I just gotta make sure I don't get pushed in for the next 30 seconds. All right, he's here. Guess who was lucky? What do you mean? Ares? Ares? I'm so used to saying Eris because of the player in MSI.
Executed.
Nice. Very nice. All right, we're kind of cooking with grease now. I got a lot of gold in my bank. When we back, we'll be able to get a lot of items, and this is going to be tower. All right, we got feats too. We're looking solid, guys. We're looking solid. Let's walk mid. Camino, hello. Oh my gosh, you got Spirit Blossom Morgue? How many rolls did it take you? Slay, Nicola. Fried green tomatoes. Can I have some? Can I have some? Rose, thank you so much for the rose. How are you? How are you? Thank you, Camino. Oh. Dude, my flashes this game have been horrible. My sums, I need to not use my sums. I'm trolling myself with the sums. My positioning was also pretty bad. I really thought I was going to be able to do something by being behind them, but they all backed up. Also, Kled is literally in their base. Thank you, Camino. And hope you are doing great today as well. I'll bring extra. Please do, Fallen. What's going on, Munchie? What's going on, Bikini Turbo? How are y'all today? I just got on TikTok and I was hoping you were on while I eat food. Well, boop. Boop bop badoop bop bow. I got you, bestie. Yo, Nicola, thank you so much for the game controller. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, son of banker. The only thing that I wanted but didn't get was the Kale Chroma. I've obtained literally every other one. Are you gonna keep rolling for it, or are you just kind of done with it? I keep trolling myself with this Vigar. No way he lives with that. Okay, thank you. I don't think Vigar has ult. Oh, he did have ult. Ah. Dude, they're reproducing like roaches. R.I.P. Clud. Dang. That's tough.
I hear the innocent cry out.
Oh, tough. I'm sick of this Vigar though. Yeah, I think a QSS this game is solid. They have a lot of CC. I'm really glad I didn't go. Yo, Kamina, thank you so much for the 100 bitty bits.
My goat will prevail.
I pray. I pray we will. What are your favorite non-traditional ADCs? Lux, Yone, Seraphine? Believe it or not, even though I love playing a Ziggs, I dislike Ziggs
like
APCs
me, huh?
so much. TikTok, thank y'all for liking the live. Yeah, unfortunately, I love a Lux APC. I love her bad. Nice. Yo, this Clud is fed AF. Oh, it's lethality Clud. Where's their team? I'm down for a little Autica, brother. I'm down for a little Autica, brother. All right, we know they're coming. It looks like they backed off. Nicely done, ladies and gentlemen. I'm down to keep pushing. I don't really need to back yet. Nothing like homegrown tomatoes. Dude, I need. He doesn't have hook. The amount of times I've had that happen to me. My bad. I be low AF and somebody else takes the lantern. Ooh, BLTs. You know I love me a BLT. I even love to put a little A in there. A little blat. A little avocado.
In the dark, all is laid.
Lux Yumi, really? Oh, the mana. Lux is a little bit mana hungry early. So that kind of makes sense. I want to go bot. Mid is done. All right, we see Nautilus, we see Pam, we see Kaisa. What the frick, that hits? Wow, what an outplay. What an outplay from both of them. What a huge outplay. What an insane outplay from them. In the game. Just end it. Cause these hoes out here doing dragon. Insane. Aries, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I did not know this skin transformed. I did not know the skin even transformed. I'm not even gonna lie. What transforms? What is transformative about it? Kled is cooking? No, like truly. He's only 6 and 6, but I feel like he's been very present on the map. Yes, yes, and I do a fried egg as well. Exactly, Fallen. That's twin right there, man. I made one of those on stream the other like week, and oh my gosh, it was divine. Divine, I tell you. Oh, you're talking about the Morgana skin. Okay, I was like, I didn't know that this skin transforms. But okay, I see what you're saying. You're talking about the Morgana skin. Then yes, I know that that one transforms. Yeah. Oh, we want a Baron. And I'm here for that.
The shadows are to be feared.
Fallen. Ow. Ow! I hate a Vigar, man. I hate a Vigar. Period, Kled. Wow, the click to win button. The good old trusty R button. Doing people's whole HP bars. What's up, Erzy? How long are you gonna stream for? Basically the rest of the day, because MSI is a best of 5 today, and it starts at 5. But I will not be streaming tomorrow. Dang, do I wait 40 gold? I think I do. Also, we will be making a pancake again before our trusty G2 versus game. Tim, thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? Doesn't she also transform with the amount of kills she gets or assists?
Unstoppable.
Evil lurks around every corner.
destroyed a turret.
Are we going, huh?
An enemy has been slain.
La-di-da-di-da, don't mind me. Just taking everything they have. Oh my gosh. Hey, I made it in. GG's. GG's. You know what we need to do? Guys, I'm so for real. I was inspired after watching the translators of MSI yesterday. So we will be doing word of the day every day of MSI. Oh my gosh. I just pulled up the Spanish word of the day and this word cannot be real. This word can genuinely not be real. There's no way it's real. What incarnation is that word? I'm not tripping, am I? I don't even know how to pronounce that. Insimismarse. Insimismarse. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't even sound Spanish. Insimismarse.
Ensimismarse.
Insimismarse. Bro. What? Bro, what? Insimismarse.
Ensimismarse.
Insimismarse. Antibiotic. Thank you so much for the hat and mustache and the heart me. I appreciate you, love. Learning Spanish, I see. Trying to be. But I feel like this is a really good word to know. To be lost in thought. ¿Qué ha dicho? Lo siento. Estaba ensimismado. What did you say? I'm sorry. I was lost in thought. ¿Qué ha dicho?
¿Qué ha dicho? Lo siento, estaba ensimismado.
Lo siento, estaba ensimismado. Yo, low key. No, like write that down, like for real. That's pretty banger. Okay, let's recap of what yesterday was though, while we're thinking about it. Yesterday's word of the day was la niñez. La niñez. And the sentence of the day was ¿Cómo gustó usted la niñez? Which means, how did you spend your childhood? Okay, period. And today, it is ensimismarse. ¿Qué ha dicho? Lo siento, estaba. Whoa. Rewind. Slow it down. Lo siento, estaba ensimismado. What did you say? ¿Qué ha dicho?
¿Qué ha dicho? ¿Qué ha dicho?
He
Lo
says
siento,
it
estaba
like,
ensimismado.
he just says like, ¿qué dicho? Like, I don't even hear the ah. Because the H is silent, yeah? So, ¿qué dicho? I can't wait for you to remember the Korean sentence. I actually do think I remember the Korean sentence. I can't say it fast. Yeah, I'm streaming MSI tonight. Gina, thank you for the follow. The Korean word of the day yesterday was dolchun, which means attempt. Dolchun. Doljan. Doljan. And the sentence of the day was the sentence of the day was 그 사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다. Which means he failed his attempt at the world record. Holy. When we work on, we just got to work on the pronunciation and like not having to like conjure every fiber in our being to remember the words. But she's cheating. My eyes were literally closed. My eyes were literally closed. That's the best way for me to remember something. I have to cut off everything else in the world. And I'm like, all right. Because I have like a photographic memory. Like I can like see the words when I close my eyes. All right, let's do this. 그 사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전에 실패했습니다. Yes, yes, yes. Kim is so in semi-smart say right now. Truly, truly. In semi-smart. I really want to remember this one. This one I feel like is a good word to know. In semi-smart say. ¿Qué ha dicho? Lo siento. Estaba ensimismado.
¿Qué ha dicho? Lo siento.
Like,
¿Qué ha dicho? Lo siento, estaba ensimismado.
Like the way he says "que dicho," like I can't. When are you coming to Spain? Hopefully ASAP, man. I want to go to Spain so bad. I feel like that's next up on my list of like where I want to travel. Why do you think Zeri isn't popular? I think she's not popular because they kept nerfing her, yeah. Tu parles français? Oui, ho. Bonjour in this hoe. J Maple Reagan, period. Supernatural by Ariana Grande. I got you. Bone apple teeth. Yeah, eat that up. How about that? Eat that up. I'm doing great, Ian. How are you doing? What's going on, Yuke? Ensimismado is for men. Oh, really? It would be ensimismada. Is this not a verb though? So like for me, it would be ensimismado because it's like yo form.
Minions have spawned.
Ensimismarse is the verb. Yeah. So doesn't it need to be conjugated? I didn't even know she got a buff is the thing, Dominique. Line, thank you so much for the follow. And Cloud, thank you for the rose. Oh, period, Yuke. I hope y'all have fun. Y'all get to enjoy some quality time. Whoa. All right, I'm glad we held our own right there. Let them know that we're not to be messed with. I'm gonna try poking her down so she doesn't feel as comfortable going in when she hits level 2. Which means we want to take all of her health points while we can. Lock in, y'all. Lock in. ¿Qué ha dicho? What did you say? Lo siento. Estaba ensimismado. Ensimismado. ¿Qué ha dicho? I like that one though. Like, what did you say? Can I, for my Spanish speakers, could I hit somebody with like a ¿Qué ha dicho? Like, what did you just say to me? Like, can I hit them like that? Or is it only like a ¿Qué ha dicho? Like a, what did you say? Like, I didn't hear. Can I hit them with like a little attitude? ¿Qué ha dicho, ho? ¿Qué ha dicho? You know what I'm saying? Oh, ¿Qué dicho?
Don't try to be like the people on the posters, folks.
Does the ah need to be said? Because it sounds like homeboy isn't saying it. ¿Qué dicho? Is it D-Joe or D-Cho? Tu velo! Tu velo! Period. In Spanish, you say every letter, not like English.
Powder? They were never that different anyway.
I'm coming, I'm coming, I'm coming. Nice. So is it Joe or Cho? Yep, but the que ha dicho is in formal way. The other way of saying it is que has dicho. Que has dicho? All right, well, we didn't do our plan the way we thought we were. Que has dicho?
Enemy double kill.
So I wouldn't say que ha dicho ho because like it's very formal. Instead, I would be like que has dicho. Que has dicho? Like that. Say it like D ho. Que dio. So it's dio, not dicho. Because in the Spanish word of the day, it's C-H-O. It's D-I-C-H-O. So it's D-I-J-O.
An ally has been slain.
Is that what y'all are saying?
An enemy has
Que has dio. Dio. Que has dio. Que has dio. Lo siento. Estaba ensimismarse. No, ensimismando. Ensimismando. Dio is more for the past.
Selfless hero coming to save the day.
But it is for the past, yeah? Like, what did you say like a minute ago? Fight beat. Chaos Dio. Whoa. That's very ambitious. Guys, hit her if she's freaking polymorphed. Holy. We're literally running away from her when she can't even hit back.
an ally has been slain.
Though is masculine, no? But I thought it's a verb, which is being conjugated in the yo form. No? Am I tripping? It's not an adjective.
An ally has been slain.
Hello to my favorite Spanish speaking streamer. Hola. ¿Qué tal, mi amigo? ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué pasa? I'm like that. I'm like that. Get with it or get lost. You feel me? It's dicho. ¿Qué has dicho? Lo siento, estaba ensimismando. Dang, man, that one's killing me. And it's to be lost in thought. Ensimismando.
Things aren't gonna change unless we make them.
Yeah, like adjectives. So like, if something is red, es rojo for masculine, es roja for something that is feminine. So like if my face is red, wouldn't it be, well, no, face would be the noun.
Fortunately for you.
It would be my face. And I don't know what face is. I know body is cuerpo. Your purse is red, depending on what purse is. The Samira is taking our cheeks, y'all. And I don't have a means of stopping her. Nico, because it is. Because it is. That's why. Next question. Happy Sunday, Dom. Oh my gosh, it's been insane, Dom. I'm so happy to be home, and I'm so happy to watch MSI with y'all today. And I'm so happy to be back playing ranked, even though it's not looking too good. But yeah, I'm really glad to be back. ¿Qué has dicho? Lo siento. Estaba ensimismando. Lo siento. Estaba ensimismando. I just gotta remember ensimismando. Okay. Sad my ulti did not hit both of them. I needed that get excited a little bit earlier. This game is not looking good. What the heck is ensimismando? To be lost in thought. ¿Qué has dicho? Lo siento. Estaba ensimismando. Slay. To be lost in thought. I really want to remember that one. I don't want to. We should conjugate it after this game. We should conjugate it. I'm just confused because it's ensimismarse. So like it has to have like a certain marker before it, right? Like it would be ensimismar, but the say does something, right? There's not much I can do, dude. I just have to farm. Leave me the frick alone. How about that? ¿Qué has dicho? Lo siento. Estaba ensimismado. Why are people telling me... Wait, guys, I'm confused because y'all keep saying like it's supposed to be ensimismada. But y'all... It's a verb that's being conjugated. It's not feminine or masculine. To say ensimismada, that would be like the he, she form. No sé igual que significa ese verbo y hablo español. Sí. ¿Qué has dicho? Lo siento. No hablas español.
Not trying to be like the people on the posters, folks.
Laughs in Spanish. Laughing in Spanish is insane. I think it's Spain Spanish because I've never heard that in Mexico. You know, that is like that is a valid like point. It could be like Spain Spanish and not like there's different areas with different like dialects, right?
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Did you know in Japanese the laugh is the kanji for grass? So they just grass everywhere, bro. I will we'll do some research on the verb when we get out of game and conjugate it and all of that. But for the meantime, ensimismado. No, ensimismarse. 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 I just want to get used to saying the word because I do find it hard to say.
Enemy rampage.
I'm having a great time in this game though, I will say that. I will say I'm having a blast. I love Samira. I wish I played her instead. Low key. Bro, why do you want to learn that word? That hard word? Nobody uses it? It's the Spanish word of the day. I feel like this is a good way to find new words. Because like if I were to do like if I were to pull up a course on like how to speak Spanish, we'd be learning A, B, C, D, E. Like I'm not trying to do that, man. I'm trying to hit these words, bro, on the head. You know what I'm saying?
Can't say I found peace.
I'm trying to hit these sentences. I want to be able to say a sentence fluently. Like prescindamos de los detalles inútiles type beat. You know what I'm saying? Like don't sweat the little details, you know what I'm saying? Like let's just get into these words, you feel me? No, right, JT? Like I'm not trying to learn the cow went to the library to get a slice of cheese, you feel me? Yo, can we translate that though? What is cow? Man, you can't let me back, bro. I'm trying to learn Spanish, man. Vaca. La vaca. Okay. La vaca. The cow went to the library. La vaca. El biblioteca. Va. To eat a slice of cheese. Dang, that's a compound sentence. Hold on, I think I need to write that one down. I need to see it visually. But that's not how you learn, bro. We gotta be saying this on the fly. Oh, yo, that's a good ulti. La vaca Cal went to the library to eat a slice of cheese. It's gotta be like queso comer in there somewhere. Okay, if I were to put it all together, my guess would be la vaca, la biblioteca va, queso comer. It's gotta be in there somewhere. La vaca fue a la biblioteca comer queso. Is it not queso comer? A comer, to eat queso. That doesn't make sense. Es a comer queso. Hello, Unblue. I love the nodding after each sentence. Like, I did that because I did do it. ¿Qué has dicho? Lo siento, estaba ensimismado.
In Golden Boy tips $20. Bola. Me llamo. Queso. Yo tengo. Mucho queso. ¿Dónde está el queso? Queso en la mesa. Queso en la silla.
Bro.
Queso en mi zapato. No. Me gusta queso. Tu gusta queso. Todos gustan queso. Queso grande. Queso pequeño. Queso caliente. Queso frío.
Wait, no, because I understood a lot of that. Like you like all the queso. You like queso. I like queso. You like small queso, big queso, spicy queso, cold queso. That's very funny. Thank you so much for the $20 tip, by the way. That was very freaking funny. I'm freaking dead. Oh my gosh, that was funny. Let's order lunch. I made spaghetti. So he went through my ult, by the way. And that's why I'm alive, ho. He said, ¿Qué has dicho? Lo siento. Estás muerto. Yeah? Did I say that right? Estás muerto. Right? Right? Hey, okay. Okay, Latina mami. Period. Period. Yo. We in there. We in there. Go ahead and call it a done deal, bro. We bilingual AF, man. Trilingual after we finish the Korean word of the day. I coming. Oh, I'm sorry, Bessie. I really did try. I can't fight her. She's up 3 levels on me. Period, Van! Love me some Carlotta. Love her. Bad. How many skins did Seraphine have on release? I think she only had the KDA one. Am I tripping? But that skin is like 3 skins in 1, yeah? Because you've got the pop star version, you've got the KDA version, and then you've got the indie version or something.
Lighter? Probably just the hair.
I couldn't stay for the whole stream yesterday. Who won, Gam or oh, Furia? Gam won. Gam ended up winning. And then G2 ended up losing 0-3 to BLG. So today is the tiebreaker between Gam and G2. Whoever wins advances to the main stage. Whoever loses goes home. What's up, John? I love you too. Ella habla mucha en español. How do you say I try? Whoa. Lo intente. Lo intente. Shoot, y'all bilingual. Like, what's good with y'all? Y'all really be on it.
I should have known better, but I didn't.
Lo intento. Lo intento. Levantavius, I don't remember you asking me this. Not gonna lie. No, like Max, it's so crazy how like just watching other people speak Spanish or like just any language. We were literally watching, I think it was Vietnamese, the Vietnamese translation happening, and I was like, dude, I'm inspired AF. We got to get back on our Spanish and Korean words of the day. And like now, bro, and now I'm bilingual after just 24 hours. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? Es mucha loca. You know what I'm saying? Type beat. Type beat. You already know what time it is. Please don't. You already know what time I'm on. Oh, you know Italian, Arch? Arrivederci. I think that's Italian. Arrivederci. Is that hello or goodbye? I low-key don't know. Okay. Do I have any Italian individuals in chat today? Because I have a very important question that you may hate me for. Do I have any Italian individuals in chat? Yeah, I actually live in Italy. All right. This is a very serious question. You may not think I'm being serious, but I'm being very serious because I want to know how serious it is. Okay? Is it that big of a deal that I do these two things? A, I use the like pre-made pasta, like the, you know, like the hard noodles, and I don't make my own. And B, I break the pasta in half before I put it in the boiler or in the boiling water. Okay, that's my question. Not making your own is definitely fine. Snapping it is not. But the thing is, guys, like say the water is boiling and you put the long pasta in there, the like top of the pasta is gonna burn. You know what I'm saying?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I got it wrong.
Aced.
Wait, was this in Atlanta? I think I might remember if this was in Atlanta. Depends what pre-made pasta. Breaking in half is insanity. Also, the noodles are fine, but breaking the pasta, no, please. But y'all, my thought process is the top of the noodles will burn. And two, like when I eat the pasta, like I like shorter noodles. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to have to twist the spaghetti for like 10 years. Like breaking it in half makes it like a little easier to consume. Pretty. If your water is boiling, put the noodles in there and then just push them down. They'll go in after like 10 seconds. Yeah, but like, okay, so hear me out. They go in like 10 seconds, right? Or 2 seconds. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a quick.
I can't carry it anymore.
It's a quick. I hope you salt your water too. See, I do that sometimes when I'm trying to be fancy, but I don't see the like purpose of doing such a thing. Especially if I'm not using like real noodles. Just eat short pasta then. Hold on, we going. Y'all, we have not been playing this game. We have just been. Yo, why is this man so fast? Scion, help. Dang it. I'm not even Italian, but somehow I'm triggered. Yo. But this was like, it's really just etiquette. You shouldn't break it in order to twirl it. Ooh. Most people like to twirl the noodles, but I think you are unique. Thank you. Thank you very much. Is it okay to put sugar in your espresso? Ooh, wait, can I ask one more Italian question? Can I ask one more? Is it okay to put sugar in your spaghetti? Personally, I think that's a crime. Personally, I think that should be illegal. But I would love to hear from a Italian individual. Why should you do that as a Polish? No, like people put sugar in their spaghetti, y'all. I personally think that should be illegal. Jail. Banana ketchup? I've never heard of banana ketchup. No, I don't think it's bad, but my thought process is the acidity of the tomatoes ends up getting canceled out by the sugar. I'm thinking more so the balance of flavors rather than like what it tastes like. I love sweet things. I love sweet things. I speak Armenian. You should look it up. Do we need to do an Armenian word of the day? Right, Obi?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I've never wanted sweet pasta. Same. Dude, last night, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, y'all. Last night after the Lizzo concert, my friend took us to this like Italian restaurant. And for the first time ever, I had like a bone marrow pasta. Y'all, when I tell y'all that was some of the best pasta I think I've ever had in my entire life, I'm so for real. Like legitimately some of the best pasta I think I've ever had. I don't think they're gonna kill him in time. Okay, they killed him in time. Okay, let's lock in for a second because this game is winnable. This game is actually winnable. Dessert noodles is insane. This game is actually winnable if I didn't like, if I actually paid attention this game.
JINX, powder?
¿Qué has dicho? Lo siento. Estaba Ensimismando. I keep wanting to say ensimismado, but it's ensimismando. I need the N.
Been slain.
¿Qué has dicho? Lo siento. Estaba ensimismando. Are they still on it? Ooh, Lulu scared me. Yeah, I know that's like an actual dish, but that's not putting sugar in the spaghetti. Isn't that like just different ingredients?
Maybe I should have known better. But I didn't.
Right, drool at food. Exactly. Exactly. Right, JT. Chaos Dicho. I feel like I'll use that one. Like, what did you say? Chaos Dicho. Chaos Dicho. What is que dijiste? Que dijiste? Que dijiste? What is that?
Blue hair everywhere.
Memes, thank you for the follow. Oh, it's another form.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Elder Dragon, 20 seconds. Gotta go bot. Chaos Dicho. What did you say? Okay, that is what did you say. If I wanted to say what did he say, Chaos Dicho, right?
I'm a role model now. People look up to me.
Ah, they blocked it. Ah, I'm dead. Que dicho? Oh, there needs to be no ah. This game is nuts. It is pretty neat, pretty crazy, bro. But I think we just lost, so let's chill. GG's. We'll get him on the next one. What did he say? All right. Let's look.
Ensimismarse.
Ensimismarse. Ensimismarse. Ensimismarse.
Ensimismarse.
Ensimismarse. Spanish conjugation. I want to guess it first. We'll do it like this. Nice. I like that you can't see it at all. It's my favorite part. Okay. How can we do this? Let's do it like this. Okay. That's still not gonna work. Okay, pause. I'm getting it together. Wait on me, wait on me. Insimi smart say. All right. So if we were to conjugate it, what conjugation you want to know? Insimi smart say. There's yo form, to form, L AI form, right? Okay, okay. And then on the other sides, we got nosotros. Yep. We got ustedes. No, that's vosotros, actually. And then ellos, ellas. This is vosotros. I don't remember what vosotros is used for, not gonna lie. It's so small I can barely see. There you go, my friend. All right. I am predicting it will be insimi. Well, we know it's insimismando though. But I don't know why it's insimismando. Isn't ando like ing? Let's go back to the Spanish word of the day. We must break this down. We must understand it, or else it is pointless. Oh, it's ensimismado. It's ensimismado. There is no N. Okay, understood. Understood. That makes sense. Wait, why are you saying ensimismo? Oh, flashbang? My bad, y'all. That makes more sense, right? Ensimismado. Ensimismado. Right? Verb to be is first. Oh, you're talking about, I'm just talking about like conjugating this itself. I'm not, I just want to know like the different versions. It's okay, I'm Spanish speaking and I still don't know what vosotros is for. No, so like yo form, to form, el, ella form, nosotros form. That's what I'm talking about right now. Ensimismada. That sounds right. Ensimismadas. No, this is das. This is da. And then ensimismados. Right? I'm not doing vosotros. I apologize for the inconvenience. Ensimismadamos. All right, let's check our work. Let's check our work real quick. Enter a verb. Insimi Marse. This is too confusing. I'm saying. Okay. Apparently, We've got our Spanish verbs cheat sheet. Yo me ensimismo. Ensimismas. Dang, I was wrong. I was wrong all over the place. The amos is supposed to be nosotros. Ah, it's on for ellos and ellas. I'm just confused as to why we have two different. I got my cheat sheet. I'm confused because it's like two different verbs that we're conjugating right now. It's not a verb, it's an adjective, but it says it's a verb. All I can tell you is Korean word of the day is easy, period. I don't know what it is yet. I haven't opened it at all yet, but we'll look at it in a second. I looked it up. It said it was an adjective. I just want to understand it. I don't want to just like look at it and that's what it's supposed to be, you know? Like I want to like actually understand why it's the way it is. You feel me? Ensimismarse is the verb. Yeah, but like my confusion is here, the yo form is ensimismando. But here it says it's ensimismo. Why is it two different conjugations? I am perplexed. Progressive form. Progressive tenses can be used in past, present, future, or even conditional. This might be our reason. Spanish progressive formula. Ah, conjugated form of estar, which is what we have. We have estaba. And then the present. Okay. Okay. Valid. See, now I understand. What will I do with this information? I really don't know. But this is good to know. Now I understand why it's different. Ask ChatGPT. Estaba is past, estoy is present. Got you. No, but like this gives me the reason of why there were two different conjugations. Period. Dom. Yes. No, I was so happy. Even though it said I was in EU. Congrats. You are level 2 on Chim Duolingo. Let's go. Okay. Why are all of the Spanish speakers saying they've never heard this word, bro? Is the Spanish word of the day like horrible? What's going on, Holy? You ready for MSI today? Is this word dookie? I feel like to be lost in thought is such a valid word to know. Because we never use that. Okay, so to my Spanish speakers, if you were gonna say like, yo, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. I was lost in thought. How would you say that? How would you say that? Like, what would be your way of saying that? You use a different expression? Let me hear it. Let me hear it. If there's tons of way, give me like the way that you would most naturally say it. So like you just saying, what's going on, Mikey? If you were just saying like, I'm sorry, bro, I didn't hear you. Like I was just like in another world. Estaba pensando en otra cosa. Is that I was present in another house? I feel like that was pretty close. That's gotta be pretty close. I was thinking about something else. Okay. Okay, bikini. I see you. Estaba pensando en otra cosa. I like it. Picasso. I like it. That might be our word of the day. I don't know which one. Maybe cosa. En la tonta. Distraído. Is that like distracted? Pensamiento. Okay. Okay. Now we getting words. Pensamiento. I like it. I like it. This is good. I feel like this is how you really learn, is like when you start like breaking stuff down and you really like understanding. I like it. All right. What was the sentence that you just said? Lo siento. Está bien. Estaba pensando en otra cosa. Period. So are we just, I guess we just skip the Spanish word of the day, man. Okay, we'll do this part. Wait, let's combine it. ¿Qué ha dicho? Lo siento. Estaba pensando en otra cosa. Bro, just forget this part. We gonna estaba pensando en otra cosa. That's all we gotta do. That's all we gotta do. Okay. Okay. I like it. Me gusta. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Yeah, casual. Casual Spanish. All right, I think I need to write this down though. Here, I'll go ahead and put it in the Discord for Spanish word of the day, and we'll refer back to it throughout MSI. Let me go ahead and write that down. Spanish word of the day. Okay, word is gonna be cosa. And cosa means thought. Sentence of the day will be ¿Qué ha dicho? Lo siento. Estaba pensando en otra cosa. Period. And the meaning is, or translation, my bad. What did you say? I'm sorry. I was thinking about something else. I think that's what that second half meant. I'm so freaking bilingual. It's disgusting, man. All right, we're set. Golden. Okay, so pensando means thinking. I'll change it to pensando then. Pensando. Thinking. Oops. I want to make sure it's right, you know? Pensando. Thinking. Because we must refer to this later. All right. It is in the Spanish word of the day. It is locked. Locked and loaded. I love how you say queso. Am I not saying it right? My bad, y'all. I was typing. I see y'all were saying cosa was not correct. I apologize. I was too busy typing it. I'm gonna quiz you tomorrow, bro. You can quiz me on yesterday's. I remember yesterday's. Yesterday was La Niñez, and the word of the day. We should probably write this in the Spanish word of the day as well. Yesterday's word was La Niñez. Ooh, I cannot put the inye on it. I'm not able to put the inye. Let's see. Well, I'll go back and do it. It was La Niñez, and the meaning was childhood. And then the sentence of the day was ¿Cómo gustó usted la niñez? Which means, how did you spend your childhood? Type B, you know what I'm saying? You beat me. Oh, that's smart. ¿Cómo gustó usted la niñez? Was it su niñez? Why is it telling me something else? Everything I know is a lie. I feel like that's where we're at. You have your chats on during game? No, I turn off my chats. I'm a JINX main. Crazy edits. All right. Yesterday's Korean word of the day. I need to write that down for Discord as well. Ooh, I'd have to turn on my Korean keyboard. That sounds like a lot of work. Okay, this is so much better than yesterday. Yesterday, I think it was a paragraph for a sentence. Low freaking key. Yesterday was tough. Reciting yesterday's word of the day was tough. Yesterday's word of the day was doljan, which means attempt. Doljan, attempt. The sentence of the day yesterday was 그 사람은 세계 기록을 깨기 위한 도전 실패했습니다. Which means he failed his attempt at breaking the world record. Today, the word of the day is 논쟁. 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 논쟁.
논쟁.
논쟁. Argument. This is a good one. I like to argue. Type beat. You can click Alt 0209. Does that work? Alt 0209. That did not work for me. Knock on Kizzy. What's going on, Sam? How you doing, fam? Should we play Samira? I have a Vigar support. Period. Are you at MSI? Honestly, impressive how you remember. It's a very slow recall, but it is there. I do have the Kaisa skin, but I don't have the like $450 Kaisa skin. Alt Oh, 209. Yeah, it's like opening programs for me. Ooh, Nonjang. And the sentence of the day. Lord have mercy. Okay. I'm trying to break down the sentence. I don't know what Dehan is. Or yes. Yes. But here's argument in money. We had an argument about money. I've been trying to learn French for so long, but it all resets next morning. You gotta like drill it. Like yesterday, our drills were for every BLG death, we would say the Korean word of, or Korean sentence of the day, and we'd break down the sentence so that we know what each word means. And then for the Spanish word of the day, every time G2 died, we would say the G2 sentence. Like you gotta drill it, you gotta break it down, you gotta understand it, you gotta digest it. Like it's not just a simple read and then like forget, you know what I'm saying? I forget if I asked, will you be at the event? I was really excited to go, but I will no longer be attending MSI this year. Only co-streaming. Oh, you've been working BTS of MSI? What have you been doing? But nah, I won't be there, unfortunately. Will you be at LTA finals? Today, yeah, we can do every time Gam dies, Spanish word of the day. Every time G2 dies, we can do the Korean sentence. Learning 2 languages simultaneously seems like a heart attack. I feel like it's like, as long as I'm like again, like digesting it rather than just like saying the words and moving on. Like it should be chill, because when I'm saying the sentences, I'm not learning only the word of the day. I'm learning how to use it. I'm learning how to use the other words. I'm remembering my like markers and whatnot, like my noun marker, my subject marker, all of that type of stuff. With Spanish, it's remembering like where things are in the sentence. Yo, Sam, that's so freaking dope, dude. Well, I hope y'all have so much fun. Have you met any players that you've been really excited to meet? Yeah, dang. Come on, trilingual. But that's so dope. Like, I want to get to that point, man. Since you know 3 languages, what language do you think in? Like, what's your primary? Totally, tiddly. I feel like if I was learning like, if I was learning from scratch, like Japanese and freaking Cantonese or something, I feel like that would be so much harder, because not only would I have to learn how to write it, like I would also have to learn the structure, the pronunciation, all of that type of stuff. Like Korean, I already know like the alphabet, but I don't have to learn a new alphabet for Spanish. English and Portuguese, that's so dope, dude. That's actually so dope. You thinking in both is also pretty cool. Sometimes I be talking Spanish and English words come out. Hey, them Freudian slips. Never in French. You don't ever be hitting people with the bonjours. Grammatically and vocab wise, you'd have an easier time in Japanese since you know Korean. Yeah, I was talking with a friend of mine who speaks Japanese, and they said like there are some like words will sound the same or like they're almost the same. Like I think counting in Japanese is supposed to be like smallly similar to Korean. Like I know ichi ni san, and for Korean it's il isam. Okay, nice flash. Right, exactly, Roki. Yeah, JT. Facts. I remember the reason why I took Korean was because a Korean native speaker was like, you should learn Korean. Like, it's one of the easiest languages you'll learn. And they were not incorrect. They were actually very correct. Aw, dude, the triple would have gone so freaking insane there. I wish I still had my barrier. But that honestly wasn't bad. She barriered herself. If she didn't barrier, I kill everybody there for sure, guaranteed. What helps me a lot is my job. I need to speak 3 languages every day. I tried Arabic with a friend at work and actually learned more than French. That's dope. And yeah, that's like real life practice, yeah. So that helps in a way too. What's going on, Alaska? Pick my support for the day. I cannot be Soraka or Nami. Jana. We stand Jana in this household. I am a Jana stan.
An ally has been slain.
Isn't Korean grammar hard? I feel like a lot of Korean is intuitive. Like once you learn what the grammar is, like it's pretty easy, simple, and doesn't change. Like there's subject markers, there's object markers, and then the verb is always at the end. I feel like that's like very basic and simple. Yeah, I think as an English speaker, it's a little bit hard to learn at first, but like once you know it, like it doesn't change. Like I think English really is the hardest language to learn because there's so many exceptions to the rules. In Korean, there's no exceptions. Everything is normal.
What good is all this strength if there's never any competition?
Someone told me it's basically how Yoda talks. How does Yoda talk? What is something Yoda says? I forget any and all Yoda quotes, not gonna lie. English is hard. English is definitely one of the hardest languages to learn. Undoubtedly. Beatrice, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today. Yes, Manu.
I'll give him something to cheer.
Is a Mumu good? Oh, he's doing the Gromp. Okay. I was like, what is he doing up there?
Superiority is a state of being.
Why am I tanking? How did I end up tanking that? That's not good. We traded 2 for 1. Top 10 Spanish words so far? I don't know how to rank Spanish words. I'm from Finland, and in Finnish, one word can have 30 different forms. Bro.
I know one's puppet.
Maltese? I didn't know Maltese was a language. I know of the dog Maltese, but I didn't know Maltese was a language. In what region or country do they speak Maltese? Okay, some number. Damn, I think you love cheese, bro. Malta? Is that where the dog is from as well? JINX for sure, Manu.
Why just win when I can send a message? So strike.
Oh my gosh, I died. Maltese has 4 different languages combined into one. What are the 4 different languages? Tamil was good, unfortunately. Unfortunately, it was very good. The new champion comes out July 16th.
Losers bracket? Not much of a rule follower. What's the same?
Oh, I missed my cue. I don't think I live there regardless. Wow. 4 bot is diabolical. Why is everybody bot, bro? Like, I'm tired of playing 4v2s bot lane, bro. Dude, yesterday I had a panna cotta. Hey, can you not just don't touch him? Just don't touch him, bro. Not only are you already 1-5, you've abandoned bot lane. Just don't touch him. Just literally don't touch him. Anyways, back to what I was saying. Today, or yesterday, last night, after the Lizzo concert, I had the most delicious panna cotta I think I've had in my entire life. It was quite divine. And I hope one day you guys get to experience the same amount of deliciousness that I experienced last night. Truly. There's something about a panna cotta that is so light and fluffy and just decadent. Ooh, Van, how you like it? How you like it? I be hating when they touch my minions. Once I miss that first 1 or 2 and end up missing the entire wave. No, literally. Like, dude, just don't even touch it, bro. I know I can kill this JINX if she's alone, but she's playing like a freaking Ezreal player. I'm not even worried about if that's for me or not. Well, you know, at least they're not bot lane. Get me out. Oh man, I thought I was making the play of the freaking century, bro. Shucks. I'll get them next time. I don't really like lemon flavored drinks, but a lemon drop, yeah, I did try to be slick right there. I did. I love lemon everything, man. I love a lemon drink. I love lemon water. I love lemons. I love lemon pastries. I love lemon curd. I feel like lemon is the most goated fruit of all time, bro. I really do. They're all AD. They don't have a singular ounce of AP. We build for full armor. As an empath, I think Chim likes lemons. I freaking love a lemon, man. Lemon is so good. Dang. Now I want some like lemon cake, bro. Do you bite into lemons? No. Not that crazy. I won't eat a lemon raw. Anonymous? What the frick? Anonymous coming in with the 20 gifted subs. Who are you? Who are you? How am I to thank you properly? What the heck? Thank you, thank you, thank you so much for the 20 gifted subs. Oh my freaking gosh, dude. Thank you so much, Anonymous. Wow. W gift, man. No way Zed comes and kills me, right? I just get to farm here for free. And not die. I did not get to farm there for... Yo, what the frick is happening right now? What the frick? JT coming in, matching the vibes with another 20 gifted subs. What the frick is happening? Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, JT. Thank you so freaking much. Holy freaking moly, dude. What the heck? Thank you so much for the 20 gifted, y'all. That's insane. That's freak. Yo, what is happening? Anonymous with another 20 gifted subs. Okay, not too much, Anon. Yo, Anonymous, who are you? Thank you so much for the freaking 20 additional subs. What the frick, man? What the actual frick is happening right now, man? Uh-oh, y'all. I think we about to scrap. I can't move. Jeez. Goodness gracious. What's going on, Jesus? How are you doing? Anonymous gifter, thank you so much for the additional gifted sub. Y'all are so silly. Y'all are so freaking silly. Holy moly, dude. What the heck? I'm just out here playing League of Legends and y'all over here anonymously gifted in chat. JT with another gifted sub. Y'all are insane today. Y'all are freaking insane. What the heck? Hey, bro. Anon, nah, step to the front, bro. Step to the front, Anon. Like, why are you doing this anonymously? Come get your freaking clout, bro. Come get your freaking clout. Who are you? Who are you? To the front. Nah, but for real, thank y'all so much. Thank you, Anon. Thank you, JT. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for supporting the stream, genuinely. Genuinely. JT. Oh my gosh. Ain't nobody about to get no ads today, okay? Ain't nobody about to get no ads today. Whoa. Can we stop doing this, bro? I can't even move. The slow is ridiculous. Anon, thank you so much for the additional gifted sub. What the heck is happening, man? Holy moly. About to beat your last record. Keep up the support. Yo, holy freaking moly, man. Holy freaking moly. We're losing though. Anonymous with another gifted sub. Yo. Man, I can only say it in Korean. I don't know how to say it in Spanish. Who are you is Nuguya. In Spanish, it's
Hunting me is a fool's errand.
¿Quién sos? What is sos? ¿Quién eres? ¿Quién eres? Y'all think I can fight her? I'm down a level, but I think I should try it. Of freaking course. Of freaking course. Argentina, got you. Of course, Nocturne wanted to pay a difference. Nuguya. It's so insane, Alaska. Truly. So freaking insane. Oh, to have a support. She didn't even have her support. She had her jungler. Your cookie. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime and welcome to the Mother Redacted Turn Up Squad. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Appreciate you. Aw, Bambi. That's very sweet. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all a lot. Dang. Everybody want to see us, I guess. So what's the tea, y'all? What we trying to do in this game? Like, what's the objective? 'Cause I feel like we've been doing anything.
An enemy is godlike.
Is she at least low? Untouched.
I'll give him something to chew.
Hop off, sis. Hop off. I don't think I've ever had a limoncello. I think it's a dessert alcohol. Cause isn't it like creamy and sweet? I don't think I've ever had it though. Yeah.
I'm no one's puppet.
You like sweet alcoholic drinks? Yeah. I love me a little lemon drop. I also love a Moscow Mule. That's my go-to. And every time I order a Moscow Mule, whoever I'm with, they're like, "Ooh, yeah, I think I want one too." I'm like, No, literally, JT, that is the exact reaction I get every time I order a Moscow Mule. Every single time I order it. Yo, are you good, bro? man's ulting me for fun. Every time I order that John, somebody like, ooh, a Moscow mule. Yeah, they smack. Ugh. I think I just love Ginger so much. That's why I'm like, yeah, that's gonna hit. I'm coming. Nice. Ooh, a hype chest. Choo choo in this hoe. No, like, no, it was crazy, Alaska. Freaking insane. Is mezcal the one where it tastes like burnt rubber? It's like really smoky. It is really smoky? Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. I remember we bought mezcal when we went to Toronto to visit Erica. We did like a little mod trip, and everybody took their first shot, and I think everybody spit it out. We were all like, yo, what? But the bottle looked really cool. The bottle looked really cool. That game. Dang, y'all. We're selling today. I think we must lock in. This next game will be the last game before MSI starts. So we got to make this one count, y'all. We got to make this next one count. Yeah, I went 2-10, dude. I'm literally trolling. Okay. Because we want to be lit for MSI. We want to be lit for MSI. So let's make sure we get this game in. Who do y'all think is going to win today? Who do y'all think is going to win for today's? It is G2 versus GAM. So EU versus LCP or Vietnam. Yeah. Personally, I think G2 will be winning. Okay, Korean word of the day. 논쟁.
논쟁.
논쟁. 논쟁. Argument. 우리는 돈에 대한 논쟁을 벌였습니다.
우리는 돈에 대한 논쟁을 벌였습니다.
Did I say 더? It's definitely did she say 버렸? This letter at the very bottom, bless my heart. Bless my heart. That's a hard one. 벌였습니다. 벌였습니다. 벌였습니다.
우리는 돈에 대한 논쟁을 벌였습니다.
버렸습니다. Yes. 네. Oh, it's not on screen. I am so sorry, guys. Oopsies. 우리는 돈에 대한 논쟁을 벌였습니다. How to get into esports? I want to be included too. We're going to be watching it today, Dominic, so you can watch it with us. We're going to be watching MSI. I'm an official co-streamer for MSI, so all MSI games will be co-streamed on this channel. Instead of bon, it's more don. Why am I mixing up the B's and the D's? 우리는 돈에. 돈에. 돈에.
우리는 돈에
돈에
대한 논쟁을 벌였습니다.
우리는 돈에 대한 논쟁을 벌였습니다.
우리는
우리는
돈에
돈에
대한 논쟁을 벌였습니다.
We want to play Kaisa or Caitlyn? Jin is so good. It's literally water for me. That's a scary sentence. And how should I know who I should cheer on and when I don't know teams? Pick whichever team you think has either A, the cutest colors, or B, the cutest players. I feel like that's the easiest way. And if none of those work for you, then you do C, the cutest champs. If that doesn't work, they're playing the same champs that they've been playing all split long. Cutest skins. That's the order. Cutest colors. Actually, I think players is above colors. I'm not gonna lie. So let's start with cutest players. Then we go down to cutest uniforms. Then we go down to cutest champions. Then we go down to cutest skins. That's like the hierarchy. That's what I do. And then once you start watching more games, then you'll realize like, oh, I don't like this team. Oh, I like this team. That's how we do it. If the players are cute, I'm changing my team. No, like immediately. If Faker was not on T1, then babes, I don't know what to tell you. I go where he goes. Wherever he goes, I go. 우리는 돈에 대한 논쟁을 벌였습니다. Ray, chat, I think I just won in life. What happened? No, dude, literally, I asked somebody, I said, who do you think is the cutest? And they thought I meant player in League of Legends. But I think I meant like uniform or something. And they were like, I can't pick. And I was like, what do you mean you can't pick? And they're like, I don't think they're cute. I was like, bro, I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the outfits, man. Like, lock in, bro. Lock the frick in. People seem to forget who the frick I am, man. I'm talking about the fits, my brother. How's the weather there right now? Because in Italy, I'm literally melting. I think the world is melting right now. Everybody is talking about like it's so hot. Here, it is hotter, but it's not like crazy hot right now. Yo, thank you so much for the follow, fam. Hope you're having a gorgeous day today. Oh, guess we're not playing that game. But yeah, Egg Ramsey, thank you so much for the follow. Also, I'd just like to say thank you guys for helping me with my Spanish, helping me with my Korean, and answering my Italian questions today. If it wasn't for streaming in my community, I would have never had any of those questions answered. And I just want to let y'all know I have a endless appreciation for y'all and sharing not only your knowledge, but your culture with me. I have a job interview on Tuesday, and you better get in there and you slay them, chica. I already know you're gonna come back with good news, so we're rooting for you, fam. We are rooting for you. Okay, I'm gonna take this down now, and we will reference it throughout MSI. For sure, for sure. 41 degrees Fahrenheit. 41 degrees Fahrenheit or Celsius? Because 41 degrees Fahrenheit is cold AF. That's super cold. But if you're talking Celsius, that's super hot. That's super hot fire, boy. Anna. Remodeling your kitchen. I know that's right. Laying new tile. Okay. Yo, Anna, that's so freaking lit. I know you don't watch a lot of Valorant esports, but I don't know if you know the team PRX, but they came out with merch and it's so unique, unlike other teams. I have not heard of them. Let me see if I can take a peek. Give me a second. I need to lock in. I think I'm really down to play Kate. I'm on the case. What did you say? PDX? PRX. League of Legends merch. I'm not finding the website. I dropped it in general. All right, bet. Reset the clicker counter. Yo, no, that's actually pretty dope. Like, I love it when teams do merch that isn't like traditional. Like, I love when they deviate from the norm. Honestly. Let me show y'all what I'm looking at. So apparently this is a Valorant team's merch. That's kind of fire. Especially this white jersey and the jacket. Like when teams like deviate from like what is traditional, like it gives it a little something. It gives it a little flair. I don't play Valorant, but I would definitely wear that. $110? That should be illegal. The weather should go to jail for being that hot. That should be illegal. Itchy inner ear. That sounds stressful. Jungsis. D-Wizard. Beep bop. Boop beep. Nasus Smorf. Shroomport. And yes. Isn't lethal tempo better when you have an enchanter support? This may be true. This may be true. However, comma, typically, my supports leave lane at level -1 and don't return for whatever freaking reason. So I no longer depend on my supports. I play what I want. I think of me first rather than our synergy. If I achieve the higher elos, then I will probably start taking on that way of thinking, but unfortunately, we are not quite there yet. What the frick is this load in screen, bro? Get me in. I have a very short temper. I don't know if anyone of y'all noticed such a thing. But yeah. I love, I love, I love, I love, I love. Finally! Gosh, dang, man. Frick! Yumi is not connected.
Every investigation brings me one step closer to justice.
Welcome to Summoner's
I love.
30 seconds until
How's the music been today? I haven't been able to listen to it with y'all due to the fact that my like mixer has been messing up. I'm gonna queue up some Ariana Grande.
I must always be 3 steps ahead.
CC Pennington.
minions have spawned.
I love. We need hype music.
Has reconnected.
Oh, she's here. Did you watch Wicked? Wicked. I did not.
By the book.
I don't really like going to movie theaters, so I wasn't able to watch it in theaters, and I haven't seen if it's gotten on
I'll take it.
I haven't seen if it's on streaming services yet. Hey Yumi, literally don't ever ping me again. You're literally AFK. Literally do not ping me. It'll be on Max soon, July. There we go. Isn't there supposed to be a part 2, or am I tripping? You got me tripping. Dang, I'm just getting ate the frick up. Dang, I just missed so much CS, dude. GG's. I don't like feeding Smolder early.
And this time I feel your fate.
Comes out in November. When did the part 1 come out? It was this year, right? That's a quick turnaround for part 2.
Has been slain.
Let's crack this case wide open.
Now, can I make it out? The answer is no. We'll get them in the next game, guys. I think we won the first 2 games and then we lost the second 2. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Wicked, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day today. Crazy your name is Wicked as we are talking about Wicked. What's up, littles? It's not over yet. Bot lane is. Bot lane's over.
No matter the situation, a good investigator.
Bot lane's big done. Thresh is 3-0.
An enemy has been slain.
I was not the lane bully I thought I was. Caitlyn was not the lane bully this game.
Always maintain a proper
We were bullied. Because, you know, Smolder the lane bully is such a thing. Mm. 4-0 Thresh. At least it's Thresh and not Smolder 3-0. Close enough.
I'll be adding that to the charges.
Close enough. Yes, yes.
They cannot run from the long arm of the law, not from the scope of my rifle.
At this point, Loki wish he would roam so I could just get solo XP. This bot is so freaking doomed. He can help other lanes.
No stone left unturned.
He should sit on Kane, Loki.
Brilliant.
An enemy has been slain.
They're fighting. I'm gonna miss out on CS. I'm glad she left me as soon as they turned. How are the games?
I'm back on the case, and this time I will not fail.
Fair enough. I love, I love,
Heart of Piltover is its
I love, I love, I love.
An enemy has been slain.
I'm about to start roaming. Shoot. Frick it. No, I'm not dying anymore. Literally, leave me the frick alone. Take them. I love. I'm sorry, guys. This song is stuck in my freaking head. Yo, what the frick? Oh, hey, Yumi. Hey, girl. How you been? Yeah, we're MSI starts at 5, so we'll start co-streaming it at 5. What's up, Valley? How are you doing? I love. Thank you, Valley. Yeah, nah, she got tower. She got bot lane, low key.
What others do not.
Oh, Kane is ganking now. Fire.
Never a dull moment.
Shut down.
Hey, glad they're getting it done, bro. I'm so glad they're getting it done. It only took me to not be there for them to rotate. Freaking fire. What's going on, Yep? How you doing? Yep, why does it say you're a first-time chatter? Period eclipse. What the frick? What is top lane doing here? What is the top laner doing here? They're coming to cover mid, but who's gonna cover top, sis?
Let's investigate.
I freaking hate you. I hate you so freaking much, bro. You flash for that? You flash to steal that? Insanity, dude. In freaking sanity. There's no way you use your 5-minute summoner spell for that. And I have a point and click ult. Happens, bro. What can you do?
Nothing when they fail to protect the public.
Happens. What can you do?
Has been slain.
Dude, I understand like if you KS, but flashing to steal that is insane.
Someone call
Flashing to steal that is absolutely insane. I think flashing to steal that is reportable. Cause I had that kill. All right, Jerks. Thank you for the lurk, fam.
is rare.
You yelling made me realize I don't want to cute. No, like, dude, that's such a tilting thing to happen. Again, I totally understand KSing that, but flashing the KS is absolutely insane. Yeah, I bet he wish he had flash there. Crazy. Malzahar keeps leaving mid. Like, I'm okay with that. I'm happy that he's doing that because I get to take the turret, but like, why do you not care about what I do to mid lane? Panther's coming. Wow, that's crazy. Whoa, really, guys? That's insane. That's insane. Do they understand I'm 0-6? Do they know that they just did all of that for approximately 150 gold? Are they aware? Are they understanding? I think 150 gold is quite optimistic as well. But I guess I'll go bot. I just don't understand why Irelia and Pantheon are focusing me when Vladimir, who is 4-0, is taking top lane. I have not watched Squid Games yet. I really want to watch it, but I just don't have the time at the moment. There's so many things to watch right now. Is it good? Ooh, you said sadly, so that makes me think it was not good. Yeah, no, nobody was hyped for it. They do need to adjust Pantheon. He's a little too dominant in pro play. Nobody's talking about it. I think nobody's talking about it because it's so what's the word? Like, they didn't need a third season. It should have ended on season 1. I don't even think they needed the second season, low-key. Wow, look at this turret that has not been hit at all. Peak grade Emerald 3. Yeah, we're talking about Squid Games. Dude, this Irelia is freaking obsessed. Holy moly, and this Malzahar, dude. Yeah, no, season 2 was very chaotic. Like, it was more stressful than season 1. Just a lot of mess. Oh, is it that bad? I'll probably watch it this week. Oh, yo, she's inting harder than I am.
Chain of command.
The fact that she's 0-8 and can kill me is crazy work. She lived. She just 3v1'd. Yo, I need to know what the I did a Squid Game experience in real life in New York. They're doing like this like a whole thing in New York because of Squid Game season 3. And the guy who does the like you know, where you slap the paper on the ground normally in the subway buses, I saw him come out one time and I got to play the game, but I don't know how to make it flip. Is there a method to the madness? Like, Is there an actual way to know how to make it flip? Is it you have to hit it flat? Oh, it depends on what side you hold it. Okay, got you. You want to hit the flat side. One side, if the flat, the other has the ridges. Yeah, like from the folds. Okay. Yeah, I figured you don't want to like hit the corner. You want to use the surface area, but I didn't know about the flat side. Good to know. Okay. All right. You like swing support? I like swing support when I'm playing Kaisa. Marivs. Yo, let's go, Dominic. Period. Yeah, nobody's been talking about Squid Games. Squid Game Season 3. What's your least favorite game? Maybe Valorant. I think it's too like you die, you're done. You watch the rest of the game. That isn't really fun to me. At least in Overwatch, you get to respawn. I feel like I really is gonna come for me down here. Oh, in Squid Game? The one that I think would be the hardest is the marble ones, where you have to throw one up in the air, pick one up, and then at the end you have to like put it on the back of your hand and then catch it. That would be too stressful for me. Look at that. KSing and not a flash used. Take notes, Kane. So they did like a spin-off of the Dalgona game. So I'll show y'all the videos I took. I'm gonna make it into an Instagram reel and post it tomorrow. But yeah, I'll show y'all the videos. Basically, they had the shapes and we were in the same room, but we had to throw marbles inside the shape. And if you miss it, your marble stays there. But if you land inside the shape, you get to take all of the marbles. And the person with the most marbles at the end won. We also got to play red light, green light with the big girl doll or whatever who sings the song. And like it actually moved and its eyes were glowing red and everything. Dude, it was so cool. I can't wait to show y'all, dude. It was freaking insane. It was freaking insane. Dude, where did you play it, JT? Oh, period, Roki. Yeah, I've seen the Roblox ones. In London, dude, that's so cool. Where are the... I guess they have a lot of experiences going on. Dang, man. What did I do to these individuals? Yeah, I want to go to another experience. I think it was really fun. Yeah, the ones going on right now for season 3 promotions, but yeah, it doesn't really seem like it. They don't do much promotion. It's just like you want to play the Squid Games, and then it's like their version of Squid Games.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Gongi.
I'm back on the case, and this time I will not fail. Even the smallest clue can break the ice. It's my business to know what others do not.
Look, it's my bestie. Wow. Low-key surprised he got me. Not gonna cap. We also got to play a game with the foreman, but like, I thought the foreman was a mannequin at first, but then he got up and started moving. It was actually super duper scary. It was like a little thriller moment. And then, yeah, it was like the dining table game where, you know, at the end of season 1, they like
It seems
are at like a dining table and then they end up having to like, you know,
Team has destroyed a turret.
figure out who's the winner. It was a pretty cool experience. I would definitely do it again.
to win, and my aim is perfect.
I've heard about that imperishable. I've seen a lot of people complaining that they don't think it's working. I don't know if it's confirmed true or not, but I've definitely seen other people saying
I never miss.
Rampage.
nice.
I'll have this finished before tea time.
Double kill.
The Hui emote, has it not shown up? Is your League of Legends account for sure equipped or like connected to your Twitch account? Because I can ask Riot if they've had any complaints about it. The Pantheon will be very upset when he finds that none of his camps are up. Who would be the first ADC you recommend learning? Jinx. No, maybe like Ashe or Misfortune. Ashe to be useful for your team, Misfortune to like do damage. If something smells like it's burning. Oh, okay. My roommate just texted me that some of her chicken burnt.
Slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Dang.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I think Samira is a harder ADC to pick up, especially for your first ADC, due to the nature of her passive and the requirement of her maxed out passive for her ultimate. You should learn a right click champion for your first ADC. Maybe even Caitlyn. But Caitlyn has a like solid combo that you have to understand.
I'll be adding that to the charges.
Okay, 06 comeback, right? I just had to hit my O10 death spike.
Let's investigate.
437. All right. It's almost time. It's almost time for MSI.
Someone call
Today is an elimination match, y'all. One team won't even be able to go to the main stage. Another will become triumphant. Thank God, because that man was going to catch up to me.
crime is common.
Who will it be?
Rare.
Will it be the Vietnam representatives, GAM, or will it be you with G2? Find out tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time.
I'm here to protect.
I think Smolder's gonna be here. Next question. Whoa, buckaroo. Okay. He pressed his button to win real quick. He pressed the press to win button. Can't compete with that. 1:38 a.m. Rainsy, get you some sleep, fam. It's sleepy time. Huh? TikTok, thank y'all for liking the live. Appreciate y'all. He said, okay, answer this. No, like, gosh, can't have nothing.
No matter the situation, a good investigator always remains.
I think only QSS Farah works. I hope it's G2 that goes home because EU slander will be generational. Okay, yes, facts, Holy. However, due to how my pick'ems are set up, I really hope G2 wins. I'm trying to go for the perfect 10 out of 10 pick'ems. I've heard, AK. Honestly, the heat wave in LA hasn't been too bad. It has gotten like a little harder, but it's nothing like what the South and the East Coast is going through. Nice taunt, dude. Very good taunt. We won, guys. We won. Oh my gosh, an inhibitor respawn, dude. Wild work. GG's. So the games that I try hard in, I lose. The games that I don't try and int in, I win. Looks like I gotta start inting more often, bro. I think that's the way of the dragon, man. I think that's the way of the dragon. Guys, int your games. That's how you win. Quick little int. All right. Let's get ready for MSI. It is MSI time. Let's see if this works. If I'm gonna turn down the sound so it doesn't blast our ears. Hey, type beat. All right. Actually, let's do it this way. Yes, saw. Yes, saw. Okay. We're set in rete to play. JK. We're watching. Samira. I want to see Samira. And you know who I think will do it? He's not even at MSI. But I do think Yun would have played Samira. Yes, Roki. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna go make a couple of pancakes before MSI gets started. Y'all know I love my pancakeys. I love me a little pancakey. Let's get rid of this. Get rid of this. Music's off. Turn this up. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Ooh, I need to change the title. Hold on. Okay, today is MSI elimination matches. G2 versus GAM. EU versus Vietnam. Well, I should say LCP. No, the pancakes be fire, bro. All right, be right back, y'all. It'll take me like 5 minutes to make these pancakes. Give me 1 second. Let the games begin!
Something is coming. It's building, rising from within. It fuels the determination to battle against impossible odds. The fire within.
me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around. I'ma look at you from the top, howling like a hound.
It's not gonna happen, but in the back, huge! He's just too strong!
It awakens here.
And there's Gale coming in!
It awakens now.
It was just cinema!
Welcome to MSI.
Welcome back to Vancouver for the last day of MSI 2025 play-in stage. It is elimination day once again and everything is on the line. One team will secure the last spot in the main event while the other's journey ends here. Whether it's GAM time or the Samurais' last time to strike, I hope you're ready for the final best of 5 of the week. I'm Laure and I will be joined...
Memento, what are you doing?
What are you doing actually?
They were bouncing a ball around in a circle and they dropped the ball.
They have a lot of really cool exercises to get ready, and I hope that they're ready because, again, it is the last chance that they will have here to qualify to the main event. How are you guys doing? Don't ask me how I'm doing. But
You know what? Look, I love elimination days. The drama, the stakes, everything a part of it, everything that I love. Apparently you hate. So, especially for today, because it's going to be between G2 and GAM. It's crazy, Isaac.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling good. I think it's been a lot of fun so far. We've seen Furia, I think, way more competitive than people were expecting. Went the full 10 games possible. GAM stepping up, being able to knock them down. And now I think we're in for what is going to be a much more competitive series than people were expecting pre-tournament.
it is going to be a banger for sure. Still fearless, still best of 5, and I'm super excited about this. Talking about the end of the day, though, normally we would follow the last match with a draw show. However, this time around, there's only a few possible scenarios based on the rule set. So let's take a look at what we have here. Tier 1 teams will be matched against Tier 4, and Tier 2 teams will be matched against Tier 3. Additionally, from the same region will not be placed on the same side of the bracket. Where a scenario is split between 2 teams, league officials will conduct a coin toss. So let's take a look at the 2 possible scenarios that we have here. If GAM advances, a coin flip will determine the positioning of the bracket as they cannot be placed on the same side of CFO. And if G2 advances, there will be only one valid layout of the bracket, so there will not be a coin toss.
I'm just putting out there, if you're a FlyQuest fan, I think you want GAM to win because then we could maybe dodge AL and play CFO.
Hey, and if you're an MKOI fan, you get to potentially play against like an easier opponent like GAM. So handshake, do you like the sacrifice of G2?
It's good for NA and EU.
Okay, we'll take this handshake. We'll take this handshake.
That's a 2 for 1.
Yes, we'll take that.
Let's focus on one matchup in particular before we dive into the rest of the series, because for now, all eyes on top lane where we got 2 veterans ready to prove it all. While Broken Blade is living up to his name so far, Kiaya is the shining light of GAM in today's matchup.
In today's featured matchup, presented by Mercedes-Benz, Broken Blade and Kiaya square off in the top lane with elimination on the line. G2 Esports have had a rough start to MSI, and Broken Blade in particular has looked vulnerable, being pushed to the brink by Gigo on day 1 and taken apart by Bin on day 2. He'll need to step up if G2 wants to advance to the main event. Meanwhile, Kiaya has been a bright spot for GAM Esports, putting up carry performance after carry performance for the Vietnamese squad when it matters most, dying just 3 times in 3 wins against Furia on day 2. If GAM wants to send the LEC representatives home early, it'll be off the back of their top laner staying hot. So, can Kiaya's clutch performances take GAM to the next level, or will Broken Blade carry G2 back to the bracket stage at MSI?
Yeah, and I do think that comparison is very apt because, yes, Broken Blade has had a pretty poor first 2 series, while Kiaya has been incredible. Even in the loss versus VLG, he's gotten the solo kill on Bin, and he's been doing quite well in lane, so it's going to be really interesting to see this matchup in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I do think Broken Blade is having one of his worst, if not his worst, international performance ever.
Definitely.
And Kiaya is looking like he's in incredible form. I mean, Gigo smacked Broken Blade, and then Kiaya just smacked Gigo yesterday, so...
Where does that leave us?
I mean, we're going to have to find out. Sometimes those transitive properties don't mean anything at all, but Kiaya, to me, is a guy who has been around for so long and has constantly been impressive year after year after year. He is an incredible top laner.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a wake-up call for Broken Blade, because even within that series versus Gigo, you got to see Skewmon kind of like go into the top side of the map and trying to interact in that lane and kind of shift the balance. In this case, if that's going to be the instance, we're going to have to see Kiaya get some a little bit more help. I mean, the strategy for GAM has always been like Kiaya and Levi. And I think it's going to be a good time to just focus on Levi a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like for Gam, it's mostly going to depend on whether or not Levi can create impact in the early game. At least that's the way I've seen their game so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like Gam plays one clear style, and it's heavily revolving around Levi. This guy is at the core of everything they do, and when he is having a good time, the things are looking really good for Gam. When he gets ahead, he can go for these super aggressive engages like we saw on this Pantheon game, flying into the middle of everyone, setting his team up for success. You can see when he has a positive goal difference at 14 in the LCP, they were 12-3 compared to 9-12 when they are behind, and here at MSI, they have yet to win a single game where he has been down in gold. These are a couple plays, a couple examples of when he was in those winning positions and really was able to be a difference maker. This Viego game was absolutely incredible. Gets the initial kill, steals the Skarner body, stuns the Yasuo into the wall, is able to carry these fights, and we've seen him do that many, many times. But the other side of that coin is he does not adapt his playstyle when he is at a gold deficit. So we saw in the Vi game, we saw in the Jarvan game, when he is behind and he's struggling, he's still looking for these super aggressive plays where he's flying into the backline by himself, almost as though he's expecting to be able to solo someone out, and he's falling woefully short. So I do think that G2 really should come into this with an early game plan to try to keep Levi off of comfort picks and to try to keep him down.
Yeah, I mean, even just looking back at the CFO matchup that they had in the finals match, like the fact that we were able to see, like, basically it was around Levi, and I expect that today, but going up against Skumond, Skumond, the player like he has shown so far this tournament, his first international, I think he is going to be a really good matchup versus Levi.
I mean, you see the age difference here, and of course the experience difference between Levi and Skumond. Where do we want to see Skumond in the early game? Because I feel like they need to have a similar impact, but I'm expecting Skumond to be more decisive maybe, and to try and track Levi, to cut his hands maybe, and like stop him from progressing in the jungle here.
Absolutely, and I would love to see G2 set him up with pushing lanes, right? Because when you have pushing lanes, you can move into your opponent's jungle, you can have that support from your solo laners, really be able to track Levi because he is at the core of everything that they do.
We'll see what happens here in the jungle. That's all we have for now when it comes to the players, but that's not all that matters. We've seen that behind these two teams, there's two monumental managers cheering them up, helping them up. So we caught up with TK Nguyen and Romain Bijard ahead of today's matchup. So let's check it out.
Thank you so much, Laura. I am here joined by none other than TK and Romain ahead of the final best of 5 of play-ins. I'm going to be honest, it was hard to get them to stop fist fighting, but they're here now. They're ready to go. TK, you're coming in from the lower bracket. You got to talk to me about the mood, the atmosphere. How are the boys feeling?
We're ready, because it's always time, especially when we're here at MSI in Vancouver 2025. There can only be one G team to move on. And you know who it's going to be, baby.
Romain, your team also has a G in it. What's your response, brother? How are you going to answer this?
I'm so sad because I appreciate your energy so much. I love everything you're bringing up to the scene, and knowing you'll be taking a plane back home as early as tomorrow, this is heartbreaking for me. So I do apologize in advance, my GTJ.
You know what G2 stands for? Go to airport tomorrow.
Bold words. Gentlemen, I don't think it's enough. The players on the Rift, I don't think it's enough. I think we need more stakes.
We need some stakes here.
We need some skin in the game for both of you. It can't just be about top, mid, jungle, whatever. Both of you have something on the line. What are you willing to wager? What are you willing to give, to bet on your boys, your team?
That's pretty easy. If we lose, if we ever happen to lose, I'm shaving this mustache.
I would do the same, but I don't have a mustache or any hair.
TK, what are you going to do?
How about this? Loser has to wear the winner's jersey, right, at the press conference after the match.
I'm down.
What else?
I'm done.
That's just level 1.
That's level 1. Romain, that kill, that's unique to you. I know you're proud of it, but
you
it might look good on TK.
The first game when you're back home in summer, dress like this. I'll give you a spare jersey, a spare kilt.
And a spare dress?
And you know what? If in the meantime I have the mustache shaved, you're going to have to put it here, like a fake mustache, you know. You'll be a little Romain in Vietnam.
Game on, let's go. Game on, let's go.
Gentlemen, high stakes. Before we go, I want to give you each 30 seconds because I think you need a rallying call to the fans, maybe a call out against the haters. TK, what do you got to say? The Game Army, they've been so loyal to you. Every international event they've been there. What do you have to say to those people?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is about that time. This is what we've all been waiting for, the opportunity to shine on the stage and see you guys at the bracket stage. We got one opponent left, G2, and we're going to send them home. Go to airport today. All right.
Rama, your final response before we send it back to the analyst desk. I gotta know.
We've been enjoying Canada so much for now. We're getting as much experience as possible on stage, playing a bit versus everyone. Today, it's just another scream day, you know, so we're ready for next week versus the big boys.
Next week, when you're back home, right? Is that what you're saying? Because we all know what time it is, baby. We all know what time it is. What time is it, baby? What time is it? Tell me.
It's G2 time, baby!
It's jam time! Come on.
I got nothing to add. Back to you at the desk.
I didn't expect that.
Chaotic energy.
I don't know what to say.
The vibes are immaculate.
I mean,
Immaculate.
Yeah, they passed the vibe check. Definitely. Because of
10 out of 10. Great job to everyone involved.
I don't even
know how Dracos could be the moderator. That one, he was excellent. That was excellent.
Massive shout out to Dracos, honestly, for navigating through this. It's going to be hard focusing on the matchup again after this one. But when it comes to G2, we often say that lower bracket run, whenever they're in a difficult spot, this is when they thrive. Historically, is that going to be the case today, though?
I mean, they've been really good in the play-ins. You can see this is their series score 5-1 overall in play-in series. So, you know, they have been really good historically. I definitely think they can do it.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be a lot of, like, depression or anything when your team is going to be having to go through play-ins. This is the other side of it. You're quite, oh, no, that's not the good side of it. They switched up the graphic instantly. I was still on the other good one. Yeah, but unfortunately, G2, when they went up against Vietnam teams in general, has been negative. But the funny thing is...
G2 and 4 versus Vietnam.
That is also what G2 stands for.
Yeah.
But in 2019 MSI, when G2 won it all, guess what? They lost to the Buffaloes in both round robins. Like, they went 0-2, but it was like a content game thing. They were like always kind of shifting it into a positive thing because it was a different time for G2.
I like those odds, though. So let's see if it pays out for them today. I want to check what the fans think and have voted at MasterCard GG on X. They're calling the match for G2 with 62.1% of the vote. I have to say, I would have expected more. But for me, it makes sense that fans may be losing faith.
They're losing a lot of faith.
Yeah.
Or there's just a lot of GAM fans. Honestly, we've been going around here and we've been seeing a lot of GAM fans in general. Oh my God, that's an amazing shirt.
Yeah,
it's immaculate. But yes, look, I'm just gonna do it, man. Like, for me,
I did pretty good on
this is
timing.
my prediction. I'm just gonna be, you know what? If you can zoom in, you can. This is just the G2 comment. I call it Hans's comment. It's going to hit GAM. It's not going to be pretty.
I told y'all, G2 going 3-0 today. I don't know about 3-0.
That's tough. I mean, I do
I don't think it'll be a 3-0.
I think it's actually going to be a really close series to me.
Yeah.
I'm looking at 2 lanes. I'm looking at how
I
much
don't think
better
it'll be a
Kiaya has been than
3-0.
Broken Blade.
It'll probably be a close
then you have to
series,
also
but I
look
do
at
think
mid lane, and
G2 will be the
I do feel
victor.
like both the mid laners here for GAM are going to be really in tough against Caps. And I feel like when G2 is up against it, you can
was
always
chaotic. What
believe in
happened?
Caps magic. This guy has gotten them through
Here's my
so
pancakes.
many hard series, so many hard times. And I do feel like the mid gap is going to be probably too big for GAM today.
I have a story that I want to share from the makeup room earlier today. I saw GAM there, and they were like all smiles, vibing, singing, and dancing to the Backstreet Boys. And then G2 comes in, dead silence. What do you guys make of that?
I mean, you could look at glass half full. They're Stone Cold Killers. They're locked in. You could look at a glass half empty. The vibes are off.
Like
this team is
this?
going to go 0-3, and they're going to home.
Okay, Raz is changing his prediction
I'm
right
changing
away.
my prediction.
Typical Raz.
I'll give him
All
3-1.
right.
It's a 3-1.
3-1?
It's going to be a smaller
Backstreet
comment.
Boys will get him a game.
Yeah, just one game at least.
One game. They have 5 games to prove it all. Last time you changed your prediction because I know you can flip it anytime. So this is what's going to stay for the rest of
This is an erasable
series.
board. This was built for me.
All right.
I might even have flip-flops on
Chat.
right now.
Keep an eye on Raz and his prediction, of course. That's all for us here. I think the stage is set for this matchup. One
How
last
cute.
best of 5, one last series to prove it all. It is GAM versus G2 Esports, and it
Let's
starts right now.
Happy birthday, Kobe.
Let's go. Okay, it sounds like they're having fun with it then.
Let me throw it to the ground, make 'em turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight in the dark and light.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to lovely Vancouver, Canada, here for the play-in stage of MSI 2025. It is the final best of 5 before we hit main stage action. It is the last chance to make it to that main stage for both G2 and GAM here today. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Kobe for this one. Happy birthday, first of all, my friend. And the present that we got for you is hopefully a banger series.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, it should be a banger series. And as they said on the analyst desk, should be closer than a lot of people were thinking coming into this. Clearly, BLG, by far the best team in play-ons, already out of here. So only one of these two teams can join them in moving on to the next stage. And this is the point where you're so close to moving on to main stage and really, really have to lay it all out on the
Thank you for the follow.
One last test for both of these teams to see who is worthy of going on to the main stage, and the other, well, 9 teams that are now waiting since BLG is qualified, as you've already mentioned, or going home. Such a huge difference, all resting on just one best of 5. And because it's just been 3 days here in play-in stage, you don't have a lot of time to refine those strategies, work on improvements. You got to be lightning fast.
Exactly. Not a lot of time to recover from the errors, from the problems that have arisen.
All right, we're getting into Champ Select, powered by Omen and HyperX here for the first time
we're
today.
Getting straight into
we got
it.
G2 on the blue side, we got GAM on the red, we got G2 immediately banning out the Nocturne, as well as the Rumble and the Gwen. Those are like the most played top laners.
I'm really surprised they don't ban out his Shyvana or his Viego from
Pantheon
yesterday.
and Maokai banned out by GAM as they target Skumond in the jungle.
Yeah, exactly, Flowers. G2 here, the strategy in game number 1, just target the big stars of GAM. Levi and Kiaya, you're talking about those most iconic champions for them. Those are the big 3 split between them. Of course, Levi, in addition to the Nocturne, Wukong, also a very, very big one for him. And game number 1, so many of the AD jungles are left open, so they don't have to really worry about that pool at the moment. And they opt for the Varus first here for Hansama.
Yeah, going with that power pick, AD carry. He works well with so many matchups and easy to pick him up B1.
Low-key, I'm rooting for Artemis.
Lane AD carries. So then they have to worry about the other side on GAM, but immediately they're going to go for mid-jungle instead first, as Talia is still up, and Talia is instantly locked in with one of the pairings. It's interesting, you know, people often think of the Vi, but they opt for the Xin Zhao instead. They don't want to go too all in on the Vi. Of course, Levi, the last Vi game was he went very, very deep and had some mishaps early on in the game.
Last Vi game, he went 0-6.
I love seeing Levi on a champion like Xin Zhao, because ever since I first saw Levi years and years ago, back when GAM was the Gigabyte Marines and they introduced us to the level 6 versus level 3 gank with power farming, he has taught me the philosophy of PvP at level 3 when you're a jungler. And I think that Xin Zhao is a great champion to embrace that type of aggressive play style that Levi is so good at.
One of the problems, though, if you want to embrace that style, Trundle is not the best one to do it against. Because Trundle is an insane 1v1 champion and is a very common and good response here into the Xin. So Skumond gets a little comfort there and gets a good matchup for himself. The pillar just can be so useful in so many areas, but really what we have to touch on is the Syndra pick here for Caps locked in game number 1. Into that Talia.
We haven't seen Syndra,
y'all. Mega burst damage. The pillar
I'm ready for that.
line up easier stuns for the Syndra. Make it harder for people to
ready
dodge
for
around
some
there.
Syndra, man.
Also is a very good tool for Varus poke. So some synergies there for G2. Pillar making a lot of those long range abilities a lot easier.
Meanwhile, the response from GAM, their final pick before the rest of the bans roll in, will be the Jhin for Artemis down there in the bottom lane. So some long-range support from the AD carry position. We know how effective this champion can be at assisting from a distance that's long enough away where you're not in danger of getting hit by those scatter the weaks into the unleashed power, into the instant gray screen for an AD carry. Second half bans coming in now, though, and we're targeting top laners with Sion banned out by GAM and Jace, the first ban for G2.
Yeah, because Broken Blade is going to have to blind pick. And so GAM want to leverage red side counter pick here for Kiaya, so they want to take away some of those safer possibilities for Broken Blade. Scion instantly off the table, and they do go for the Jax here as well, so really trying to chop that one down. But yeah, the Kiaya matchup here into Broken Blade, it's no secret that Broken Blade has had a bit of a struggle this tournament. Yeah, definitely has been a rough one for him starting out. And so we kind of assume that he is going to blind pick something very safe up there. With the Scion out, you know, Renekton is a pretty good blind pick. Ornn is a pretty, you know, tanky one, but it's not gonna win you a lot of matchups. And Kiaya here with counter pick could definitely do a lot of damage.
And I like the Nautilus ban from G2 here as well. They know that GAM are going to pick support on 4 to give Kiaya that red side final pick, counter pick. So they just want to remove that point and click lockdown for either one of these immobile carries in the Syndra or the Varus. Instead, GAM's just going to go with another CC heavy engage style of support with the Rel. So that's going to be
in the
their
Renekton,
big
bro.
engage button for when these team fights go down. But G2's response, they'll grab the Alistar, a very classic counter to the Rel, and Renekton just one of the most fitted into anything. It works with everything. Blind pickable tops in the game of League of Legends.
Exactly. Blind pickable is the key there.
Oh, I love the BM here.
The shout out to the infamous Warwick of Broken Blade. Elio, how long is he going to hold that one? Not too long. Honestly, the hovers over there are pretty interesting, but in the end, they still come back to the Gnar, which can do so many different things. You know, it has some split pushing options, has those team fighting options as long as they control the Gnar bar on their timings.
Furia?
And that is something that GAM
really,
really are good at, is all going at once as a team on the correct timing there. They just all call for it.
It was embarrassing.
Full send.
And it's fun to watch
how
those full send type of game plans
so
when
they
everybody
were just
goes in there.
Covering
it
that
often goes
as
really
a little
well
BM.
or really poorly. Full send doesn't usually find itself in the middle of the outcomes all too often. So I've got to ask you here, with the dust settled on our first draft, do you really prefer one comp over the other, or are we pretty evenly matched here?
To me, the comps themselves look pretty even. I am very, very curious to see how the Syndra goes, because this champion is not getting picked a lot, and so there's going to be a lot of eyes here. If it is successful, you know, maybe you start to see some changes as far as draft goes, but in game number 1 here, picking it away is not going to like deplete any champion pools for Fearless moving on later, so it is going to leave a lot of those holes up. And Syndra's a champion that does have a lot of burst damage, does have
somebody's sign was upside
really
down,
good gank follow-up, gank setup as well for itself, but is low mobility.
Right.
So can get taken advantage of.
Both of the carries on the side of G2, when we're looking at the Varus, when we're looking at the Syndra, very lacking in terms of that mobility. And if Kiaya and Levi can work together like we've seen them do for a lot of the GAM wins with these champions like Xin and Gnar that want to dive into the back and find them, if they find those marks, they can tear through them.
Yeah, and even though we did see the analyst desk all predicting
Why does it look
G2
so bright
in this series, I want to point out some things that GAM has done very well in this tournament.
Am I tripping?
And one of the main ones is that even in their losses to BLG, they had good early games. They had good early game setups. They oftentimes got themselves into good early game positions due to Levi being very active, proactive, and aggressive. And so they actually have, well, we're going to see a little bit of a move towards the Raptor pit. Just going to be the ward, though. But they often, they actually have the highest gold advantage at 14 minutes. Gold difference, actually, at 14 minutes of all of the play-in teams, even though they lost to BLG, because in those games that they still ended up losing, they still actually generated some early good positions. It's just that later on, towards the setups on around the objectives, and when they got to moving around the map, that they did lose out and drop those leads. So it definitely has been something that we want to keep our eyes on, because Levi definitely has been more proactive and a lot more active, say, than Skumon so far.
Dang.
Who
down 788 gold
when
at
you're
14
not
minutes.
feeling super confident, you'll default into a lot of extra farming. So we'll see if Levi does keep up with that trend.
And there's the goal difference you were talking about on screen. G2, they are positive, but just barely. Furia was the ones who were consistently behind in the early games. They have been eliminated at this point. But BLG and GAM, top of the charts there with the much higher values.
I want
with the
GAM to win
early
low-key.
games. And you can see here a comparison of those junglers that you were talking
I predicted
about.
G2 to win
some
in
of
my
these early
pick'ems,
game numbers
so
is one of the focus.
unfortunately, I will be rooting for them. But I also am rooting for Artemis solely.
But of course, then Skumon with the KDA later on. But both of them actually just going for their full clears, opposite directions, of course. And we did see the Raptor ward go down. That gave them the extra information.
And the KDA on Levi being lower, I feel like is a consequence of that full send PvP type of play style. He's going to be a part of everything. He's going to go in. The more you go in, the more you go down. And sometimes, hey, it works out and you're the noble sacrifice.
Yeah, he creates a lot of plays. Not all of them always good, like the Vi game that we were kind of talking about, some of the early stuff, but is always looking for those angles. And he has been on the international stage quite a lot, so definitely doesn't show any fear.
One thing I do want to point out in this one, just because I feel like we've seen a lot of it so far in the play-in stage, neither one of the supports running an unsealed spellbook this game. I feel like we've been seeing, especially as we're going later into Fearless in some of these best of fives, we're seeing more and more support picks taking the unsealed spellbook to make teleport plays or extra smites, but not happening in this one.
Yeah, generally we'll see a lot of
I saw Rakan do that
unsealed
in our
spellbook
game
when
today.
you're in a matchup that you can like get away with it, right? And you don't need your aftershock. But here, both of them are like, okay, we're gonna need some extra tankiness for ourselves. So we go with that aftershock summoner spell on their side. And of course, that support matchup that you're looking at down there, we didn't address it in the Champion Select, but Alistar is always so good into Rel. Pretty good at interrupting those combos. Very good body blocker for later on, interrupting those crash downs. So we'll see if Labrov is on point with those.
And I do want to point out, because you mentioned earlier how, yes, the desk fully predicted G2 in this one, but it's so unique because of the format of this tournament. Both teams going into this final decider match have played the exact same opponents to the exact same results. Both of them having moments of brightness against BLG, but ultimately falling short to the clean sweep. And then both of them going the full distance against Furia, triumphing in the 5th and final game to get the 3-2 win.
That's crazy.
I feel like this should be a pretty evenly matched battle, and I'm really excited to see how bloody it gets.
Yeah,
I agree.
And our featured matchup up here in the top lane, as Kia go back to mini form,
goes to say,
there, but
Furia
this is one of the lanes that everyone was looking at because
to be at
throughout
MSI.
this tournament, Kia
And I think they should be proud of themselves. I really do.
People were thinking Broken Blade is going to have a really rough time there. You know, maybe it's going to be GAM with the advantage in top lane, but G2 with the advantage in the mid lane there, since Emo has struggled a bit as well. But Emo's on one of his most comfortable champions. I mean, it's Talia. Everybody loves
I love that he says that as he gets stunned and poked down.
But him especially too.
All right, so we are not quite at level 6 for any of our solo laners here just yet, but everybody is about to crest that point.
Exactly.
Broken Blade slicing forward, but
they
does
didn't
not
bow
get
out
the
in any
second cast
regards.
there on the dice. Kiaya would love to get this last little proc there on
Period,
the hyper. Does
Dark.
nail that one. And I do think, the story of the top laners is going to be massive in this one. Kiaya, such a huge part of GAM's success, as now he's going to try to get away, but a flash in from Broken Blade.
Jin is just a safer pick
is out of there, and Broken Blade
to stay back and away from the poke
on the
that their
gank,
bot
and it
lane
is
has,
during those
but
reset
also
timers where
will
they
scale
have the
and do
bottom
tons
lane
of
going
damage
back
later in
out
the game.
to follow up. So that timer there, just a small window, and they make it happen. Broken Blade flashes forward, gets the stun. They punish the Gnar, Wally's in mini form, and all he needs is the extra little pillar there. And they get the kill. That is so big for confidence for G2.
Very, very well done. You're getting the player who's had the biggest struggles so far in the first 2 days of competition off to a good start, not just in the first few minutes of the game, but the first few minutes of game 1, setting the attitude, setting the pace for the series. And now Kiaya is going to be the target yet again. G2 did their homework. They know who they got to go after, and Kiaya is trying to get away as Skumon continues chasing forward. Hans Sama doesn't even need to provide the extra damage. Skumon, and he lifts away with 20 HP. Now LeBron's going to pay the price.
Okay, so they traded.
One back.
They traded 1 for 1.
Are making
Dude.
plays, and they're making more of them faster. Until
wait,
Emo has
Emo
something
making
to say about it, riding into the
plays.
Weaver's wall. Levi's ready to knock him right back up into the air.
Shoot.
And the feat of warfare is claimed by Gam.
So
Dude, I
much
can't even
value
be mad
from
at that.
Talia there. Emo able to push in his wave, and he ults down
Wow.
to find the counter kills.
That was really good
here's
from
another
Emo.
look
I'm
at it.
proud of him.
They see the mini
Because
Nar
Emo
with
been,
no rage here, so they instantly
Emo
go
been getting
for
his
it.
teeth taken, not gonna lie.
Are able to pull off their kill
Kiaya
under the
lasted
tower.
as
Rob,
long as he
you can see,
could,
taking
almost
the
got a
tower,
kill off
goes
in
then
the
up to
mix.
the top side there. They finish off the Gnar, but Skewmon gets so low here that the Xin
I really
Zhao
wanna know
and
how
the
much
Talia
HP he
coming
had.
down, that play is not quick enough for them to escape with their lives. And it's going to be very big for Gam to get this money back, not let G2 really start to snowball this game, as they would have been
That
pulling
was a
away
good play.
so heavily.
Exactly. The G2 gold lead was up to
Well done from
1.2,
Gam.
1.3 thousand gold until Gam was able to hit back. And now you can see we're right back to dead even. And critically for Gam, they're the first ones to 3, so they'll get that first feed as well.
And I will say the areas
Hello,
that the gold is
Quest.
going
How are
to
you
is
doing?
pretty critical too, because even though they do get
Yep,
money
that's
back,
me.
it doesn't go into Kiaya. So this is going to be a game where they do have Kiaya a little bit underfed, a little bit on the back foot.
Hope you're having a good day today,
Meanwhile, though,
man.
on the reset up back to the top side, they do commit to those grubs.
Yeah, it looks like
So
there's a lot of
Gam
people
actually
today.
allocate the Talia back down to the bottom side as Broken Blade wailing away and getting some turret
I guess
plate
like the
value
Sunday
in
games.
trade for that commitment up by
It's
grubs.
the day where people
This
can
could
actually
be
like be
a
off of
big
work
game
and
here
stuff.
for Broken Blade. He is the one with that massive lead for G2. This is where the resources are
Ooh,
concentrated. This is a
glamping.
chance to say, okay, I know day
Yeah,
1 and day
yeah, yeah.
2 haven't been ideal.
How long are y'all gonna
but
be
he can
glamping
redeem
for?
himself here
A
if he
couple of
can
days?
put on a carry performance and put all of this attention that G2 is giving him to good use.
Yeah, and here you see some of the stats to kind of back up what has been going on in the tournament. And Kiaya with the extra
hope y'all have
solo
a good
kills,
time.
the
Y'all
extra
all
early
packed
gold
up and
difference, but that is
everything?
not the case this game. That is certainly not the case this game. Really good, flash play from Broken Blade to set that gank up. They get that first kill, and then the dive, of course, also keeping Kiaya behind on the
Period.
All right, so Emo is still on
Dude, that
control
sounds
duty
fun.
here for this Fed Lizard.
Do y'all have any
who's
like
gonna
planned
continue to try to maintain some
activities
distance
for
on
what
that
y'all
one.
are
You
gonna
throw out the
do?
unraveled earth, so he cannot slice towards you unless he just instantly stuns
Y'all
himself
got some
after.
like cards or
Gam,
something.
Of course, the price
That
they
sounds
pay
fun that you
go
get to
for
like
those,
disconnect from
kind of trap plays and the team plays. They
phones,
sacrifice a little bit of minions
computers, all of that.
each time they do go for it. So couple of little CS deficits there as well. Emo down slightly as now he's kind of planted
I'll
himself
barbecue.
in that side lane.
I
after
better
they
see
once
some
again
ribs.
rotated over, and he's under attack.
I better see some
Emo gonna
corn.
knock Broken Blade back into the turret as he tries to
I
create a
better
little bit
see
more distance, throws a
some-
couple of rocks back. Now Gamma's coming in to reinforce, but the fight is
what
already
else?
over. Lebrov and Skewmon
Honestly,
hanging around as Elio
I'll
just
be
gives him a
satisfied
couple
with
of taunt
just the
spams.
ribs, bro.
And again, you see this kind of hover down from the team.
They
from
can't pick the same
mid-lane.
champs
They
in next
rotate
games?
over, they
Yes,
threaten,
that is
and they're
correct.
actually gonna
So with
commit to
Fearless
that rotation,
tournament,
but every
that
time they
means
do that,
once
they're dropping
a
some
champion
minions.
is
Another
picked
minion
in
wave
the
here.
series,
You saw that one no
neither
cannon minion
team
there
can
in mid
pick
lane,
that
so
champion
those
again.
minions,
This
the
allows
melee
for
ones
like a
dive to
better
the tower
watch
before Emo's able to teleport
experience
back.
And I
for
think that
the
this story is
viewers,
being told
so that you don't
wonderfully
end
by
up
just the
seeing
mid-lane CS
the
comparison.
same
What you're
team
talking about
comps,
here,
the
Caps
same
hitting
10
100 CS
champions
while Emo's
every
still
single
just sitting
game.
at 84. That's 2.5 waves.
So
the Caps
all
is
of
now
these
up,
champions that
and
you're
G2
watching
are
right
going
now,
to take
they
the
will not
opportunity
be
to seize
in
control of the bot
any
side river
of
and
the
go
other
in for the first
games
Drake.
that are played
First piercing
today.
arrow from Hansama doesn't find Elio or Artemis. Now the Weaver's Wall has arrived. Emo's ready to fight.
Yo,
They're going to
Quest,
go
that's
after
actually
him, but it's
freaking lit,
Lebrov
dude.
the first target.
That's
Crash
freaking
down
lit.
into the Magnet Storm, finds Skewmon.
I've never
but he's
seen
already
Broken
powered
Blade
up
till
by the
now.
subjugate.
Why does
First
no
call
one tell
opens
me
up,
he's
and
fine?
Levi's ready to jump
Goodbye.
in. Skewmon is already down, and Levi's taking a kill. Hansama
Yo, Gabe's
walks
kinda
out of the way of the
poppin'.
seismic shove. G2 continuing to try to get away from this one. Emo doesn't have enough damage to
They
make
lost the
anything else
dragon,
happen
but
as the deadly flourish flies out. Now Chain CC
they
to
trade 2 for
Hansama.
0.
He stuck around for too long, and Gam with the punish. Get 2 kills for the Drake.
Yeah, nice snipe there to get the extra kill. Because it was just going to be 1 for the Dragon, but they make it 2 with the slick skill shots here.
Wasn't
Wait a
Broken
second.
Blade at one point known for his
he was
ribbon?
up.
Yeah, all right.
It
He's
was
all right.
Broken Blade, Viper.
But man, yeah, the action
In
continues
general
again,
sniper,
going for
yeah?
the kills. Yeah, G2 do
Oh,
get the
in-
objective. They do
in
get the Dragon, but that is
Box.
Hansama, both summoner
Those are like
spells,
the
as
4 more
well
notable
as both junglers, of course, using their
Riven
flashes.
players.
But really, you have to
I'm
think
surprised he
this
doesn't
Varus
play
is
it
going
at
to be
all
a
in Pro.
target for GAM. They have a lot of possibilities.
His name is
Broken
literally
Blade
Broken
versus
Blade.
Kiaya.
Yeah, it's got to be
You
a
can
Riven.
see, honestly, not a ton of not a ton of catch-up opportunity for Kiaya, despite the fact that he was up here in the top lane farming the whole time. He's still down an entire Tiamat in terms of inventory combat power, so he probably doesn't want a whole lot to do with these 1v1s, but if it's not a 1v1, it's a different story. Elio coming up to help him now. Might be able to find the Shattering Strike here. There it is, into the crash down. But the rest of the damage is not there as Kiaya is back into Mininar form, but they'll at least force the dominance out of Broken Blade.
Yeah, ultimate is pretty big. That was one of the things that got buffed on Renekton that really started the popularity to come back. One of the things so far in this game, though, is lots of big Taliyah plays. From Emo and
Way to
G2
go, Emo.
giving over a bunch
his
of kills in a lot of
display
these scenarios where Gam do
hasn't
go for the
been
trap, but G2 overloading on this
crazy
bottom
this
side
tournament so
as
far,
Rob
but
working with Skumon.
he's turning it up today.
Pressure Emo as well as take away the Gromp.
Exactly. They're saying, all right, if Emo's the one putting out all this pressure, if he's making all the plays, let's bring the pressure to the Taliyah instead. The three-man positioning for a dive doesn't end up becoming anything as Levi is there to make sure that his mid laner stays safe. Kiaya with the Mega Gnar tries to jump in, but when the wallop does not collide with Broken Blade, means there's no more of a play to be found. Still a couple of minutes until we have any more neutral objectives to fight over either. The Rift Herald 2 minutes away, the Dragon about 2.5.
Yo, Panda
as we
Bear.
check in where all the items are.
Thank you
can
for
see
the Twitch
Ghost
Prime
Blades
love. Hope
fully
you're having a good
completed
day
on
today.
both of our AD carries in this one. Very close to Trinity Force for Skumon. Meanwhile, the Sundered Sky with the lower price point has already been completed by Levi, but I do fully expect
Thank you for
Skumon
the
to
5
have
months.
that
How are you
Trinity
doing?
completed by the time we actually have the next big fight.
Yep, Trundle with the Trinity, definitely a fearsome force. And it's going to be interesting as
Honestly,
we
if we
look
think
at
about
the
it,
game progressing a
we
little
got
bit
Artemis,
further, because Kiaya has caught
who's pretty solid.
back up decently. You know, hasn't
Kiaya,
been kept down too hard by that
who's
early
been
focus.
tearing it up
You
the
know,
past couple of
gank
days.
as well as the
Not so much
pressure
right
with
now,
the
but they're
tower
kind of
dive.
focusing
And
him.
The Gnar, with this
Emo's
bunch of money
performing
that he
right
should
now.
have,
Levi
going to go get his reset
performing.
now, get his purchase off, and that's going to be a big
Gam
part of
could,
how they want to play, because they have a Taliyah
Gam
wall,
could do
they have
this.
Jhin with the very long range, so they need Gnar to be operational in the side lanes to be effective in the mid game for Gam.
And as Kiaya now waiting for this wave to crash into the turret, he's got Levi nearby as well in case G2 was thinking about trying to make another play up here, try to punish the Gnar in mini form again. We, of course, have God Vision. We know that's not going to happen. But Levi now pathing back down towards this bottom side. Rift Herald in about 30 seconds. Next, Drake in a little bit over a minute as the mid laners square off in the bottom side. You can see the Blackfire Torch completed for Caps. Meanwhile, Emo with that Archangel's staffs, building it towards the Seraph's Embrace. Taliyah doesn't stack it quite as fast as some other champions can, but already up to about 290. So once he gets that shield, he'll be feeling even more confident to keep making these aggressive plays with the Weaver's Wall.
I stole
to jump
today
in
2
and try to
Barons
find
and
the
1
angles for the rest
Elder.
of Gam to make the plays.
Yeah, definitely.
Bro, these pro teams need to
about the spawn up here
to draft you
on the top
like
side of the map
today,
with this
dude.
Rift Herald coming in. Skumon gets
Today.
the crab. He's got vision on the all-important brush for team fights right there with the control ward. Doesn't look like any early rotations though. Teleport back out to the top side though for Kiaya, gives them the option if they want to do for it. Of course, both Caps and Emo do have theirs ready.
Okay.
Caps pushed in on bottom side first though.
Let's see how it
They're
goes.
going.
The Herald's already down to 2/3 HP. Gam thinking about it here as already Emo's ready to make the teleport come in and join the fight first.
Okay.
But a huge engage coming out from G2. They've already killed Elio before he can do
Support
anything. Levi's
down
in the back
on
line, looking to
Gam.
find some damage here with a hot sama. Nice seismic shove back into
G2
Skumon.
jungler
A little bit more damage is
deceased.
needed and they're finally going to take him down, but he also has to be traded back again for another one. Broken Blade in the Braum trying to get away as Kiaya goes mega form. The deadly flourish doesn't hit, but the Weaver's Wall is ready to ride. Emo makes his way into the
It's a
fight
2
once
for 2.
again, and Artemis is ready to follow up. A little bit more damage on Caps isn't going to be there as Broken Blade has to slice and dice
Both
his way back
junglers
away.
and both supports
and it ends
died
up being a full
during that
scrap
fight.
between both teams.
In a
Levi
full
and Skumon
scrap.
both dead. Junglers not present with the Rift Herald still on the Rift.
Caps camping on that control ward down bottom side, and Broken Blade from this brush.
Okay, not quite enough damage. He doesn't have dominance. He couldn't charge up extra fury or anything. Kiaya's still safe for now, but he does have to respect Broken Blade.
Yeah, a little bit dangerous there. I was wondering if maybe Caps was going to try and pull a play
Dude,
onto
Captain
Artemis,
Flowers
but,
was definitely talking at least
doesn't
4
look
million
like they were able
words
to
per
pin him
minute.
anywhere down by that wall. And you have to say that last fight, Caps went for the stun on Emo under tower to try and interrupt his teleport. That's why Emo got there first, but they got the big lead from
That was
deleting
crazy.
the rel
That
so
man was
early
talking
on.
so fast.
Kiaya here, since he is chunked out, not going to be a GAM answer. GAM have called, we're going to give you that Herald. We will go for the trade. But can they survive under tower?
Yeah, Elio's coming up here to try to help Kiaya. Kiaya hit the wave to guarantee that he would turn into Mega Nars, who would have the extra HP, but Caps goes in, Broken Blade gets it done. Elio now surviving, trying to in a 1 versus 5 with his top laner already down. He's got no way home.
Caps was
G2
tanking.
will end up losing Caps as part of the process, so a 2-for-1 trade for them. They'll take the tier 1 turret at the same time. They'll guarantee the charge into the tier 2, and nobody in GAM colors is even around this thing, Kobe. They're going to get the tier 2 in the top lane for G2 as well.
Yeah, but so much is getting traded because GAM got the Dragon.
That's
they also
not really
are getting the towers
worth...
here in mid lane and in bottom lane.
2 turrets.
The secondary tower is worth more, that tier 2,
the
than the
secondary
outer
tower
ones,
is
but
worth
GAM
like
getting
what?
both of these outer ones in
more?
addition to their Dragon.
Let's take another look at how it all went down all the way back to the Herald fight.
Okay, yeah. So this is the beginning. And
so I think
let's
that's
see how
worth
they do
more
delete
for
Elio here
G2,
so quickly.
G2
Oh, this is the stun that we were
2.
talking about. Caps wanted to interrupt the teleport just a little bit late there. So that means he arrives later to the fight. Oh, Elio already didn't have his support item there. It got knocked off, that extra damage reduction. So he just got bursted down very quickly. But then Talia arriving really quickly here.
And they got
the seismic shove to get the pull in. See Artemis there also kind of chunking Han Sama, so he has to stay really far out, and that allowed them to go chase that extra kill.
And we got more action right back to live as Evo's in some trouble and Broken Blade has locked him up and beat him down. No way out for the Talia. G2 grabbing kill number 7 this game, and now with Emo dead for the next 30 seconds, it's an easy turret take here in the bottom lane. That's another tier 1 going the way of G2 as they build up to a 1,500 gold lead. Han Sama, nice sidestep there in the deadly flourish to guarantee there's no counterpunch for GAM in the mid lane, but topside, Kiaya will get back a tier 1 of his own.
Yeah, GAM keep trading objectives back, but G2 getting all these extra kills plus the objective because they're the ones making the force, making the play. So they're the ones getting the little bit of extra gold from those kills.
And talking about extra gold, you can see 1,200 gold lead just in top lane alone, and Broken Blade has his second fully completed item there in the Sterix Gauge. That is a massive power spike for the next team
They got
mid,
they got
makes you
bot,
very beefy and get right
and they
in
got
there.
2 towers top, and they got 2 kills.
Pop that Sterix, and it is going to be
GAM
a
got
lot of
mid and
force
bot.
on the front line. They've got the Alistar, they
And a
have
kill
the
on
Trundle
Syndra.
ultimate as well to be able to shred. So they're going to have to worry a little bit about
GAM isn't
some of
letting
these
G2's
long
plays go unanswered though. Like even though G2 is getting so much, GAM is making sure they get something back every play. Yes, they're getting something back, but it's still like a net negative for them.
With that item advantage for Broken Blade should allow G2
I'll just say
to push
that
the
is
wave
the case
first
for the
and then
last
get
play.
the first move.
The previous plays, yes.
All right,
they've been trading
trying
pretty
to take
evenly.
a little bit of control over mid here. You can see a lot of wards focused around there on their side. Kiaya level 13.
But we're starting to see
Honestly,
that like
hasn't fallen behind
gold
Broken Blade
lead
in terms of EXP
lean
pretty much
a
at
little
all.
more
It's really just the
G2-sided.
itemization difference as he's still trying to build towards that second major item of his own.
Okay, so Otacon spawning on the map
Something
right now
bit my
on bottom
foot.
side. Kiaya actually, because he stayed up there, is going to be able to get now priority on the wave.
Oh, but this is not a face
and
check. I think he wants to take Broken Blade just ready and waiting for him. Does a quick combo. Right
It's
back
only
to the
one
wave,
series.
though,
There's
because
not
Kiaya
2
is in
series
Mega,
today.
he can still walk away relatively safely, get back, and get ready to join up with the rest of GAM here. We do have about 90 seconds until the next Drake spawn.
gosh,
Still a
how
long way
are
away until Baron makes his
I
way
just
onto
wish
the
I
map.
could give
But
you a big
G2
old
have a
kiss on
3-man
your
push
forehead
here
right
in mid lane.
now. I
Remember
hope
that
you are
G2
having
already
a
has the
gorgeous
tier 1
day
turrets down
today.
in both
I
side
miss
lanes.
you. I hope I can
This
see
mid one
you
is
soon.
the last one still standing in that outer ring, but they won't be able to change that here anytime soon.
Yeah, it's good to see Broken Blade is locking in like this, because if you were here
before the Drake spawns.
I was wondering if the Syndra was going to be a bigger
or the day
story
before
and
that?
have trouble in the side lanes, but you see G2 every time they have him
He
pushing
was
a side
not.
lane. They have
Oh,
most
you
of the team
were-
hovering over to that side too, so they would be able to collapse.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the other side lane,
Oh, Kiaya versus Broken Blade.
Yeah.
Kiaya getting some good damage there, but he immediately uses the Mega Nart
Yeah.
to knock
I don't know
Broken
if you
Blade
saw
away.
Champion
The
Select,
Sterix
but
Gauge shield is enough to
GAM
keep Broken Blade
hovered
protected, keeping him
Warwick
feeling safe. Does not have to worry about
because
popping
of that.
the Dominus here
They
early.
hovered
Kiaya
Warwick
throws
as
out
like a
another Q
little
into the wall,
tongue-in-cheek
even though he gets slowed down by the Stride Breaker.
little-
He
yeah,
still feels
little
safe
troll moment.
enough. Broken Blade, though,
from
wanted to
the
spin the
gym.
flash to try to
Okay,
engage
Jim.
there on the
Come
enemy
on,
top laner. As now
Batsy.
the seismic shove, the Weaver's
Ooh.
Wall, it's Emo.
Okay,
Turning a fair
dude.
fight unfair. making it so
is
Gam comes
actually
out on top.
Heck yeah, baited him
performing
in
today.
there for Emo. Emo's going to continue pushing as well.
And that's
so
not to
even
be
though Caps had
shady.
shoved that wave up to the top
It's
side,
just in
they've got their teleport
in
to
comparison.
answer. Ki can go collect that wave.
He's
That
like
is just a
locked
nice
in
kill.
today.
Very, very well done there between the solo laners of Gam. Kiaya now with a Sterix gauge completed
One
of his own,
series.
going to feel much more comfortable in those
Yeah,
situations.
no,
And
Emo
the timing
is-
of it. The dragon
Emo
is
got
spawning
hands
now.
today.
So still 15 seconds on
I've
Broken
been-
Blade. He's got his teleport
I've
though,
been
so as soon as
waiting
he
honestly
respawns,
because
we'll
like
be
I
able to use
know
it.
I
He
know
has a
he's a
teleport, but he has no
starting
flash, and
position.
Dominus won't be up either.
He's a starter.
So if Gam wants to try to
But
force this
even
Drake,
since
make
last
this
year, I
happen
have not seen
immediately,
this man
you're gonna
perform
have a
well.
much less effective
But-
Broken Blade, who's still one of the most fed members on G2. It looks
Hey.
like he is going to teleport immediately. You can
Game
see
one
Caps
of
teleporting
one.
immediately down to this bottom side river as well, as both teams are scrambling. Kiaya is still down in the bottom lane.
Yeah,
Remember,
so this
he
is
does
a
not have
best
his
of 5
teleport. He used
series.
it to get down to the
So
bottom lane, have
whoever
to play top.
wins
Critically though, he
3
got enough
games
money there to be able to
wins
get
the
his
series.
stair gauge as well.
So it can
the
go
Gnar
up
now
to
with
5
his 2 items
games,
as well.
but it's
Gam
the
actually
first
really
person
heavily
to win
shoving
3.
down there. Kiaya doing so much
This
work
is
on this
game
tower
1 of
with the
5.
Trinity Force. And they're going to trade the dragon. Secondary tower picked up here. Kiaya barely gets it.
He gets it, and now he's got to try to join up with the rest of the team. Levi's going to be in some danger here as LeBron and Caps go in, find some initial damage onto the Gam jungle, but Kiaya goes in for the carries. He's doing a ton of damage to the Caps and Hans both, but he doesn't have enough to get the kill.
Caps is so low, but lives, and he's able to still pump out damage.
G2 holds on.
It's a 3. It's a 3. 3v4. 3v4.
4v3. Broken Blade tries to slice his way into the fight as Emo, Artemis, and Elio have to run away. It was so close for Gam, but Caps barely holding on.
No,
Fires
Caps
back from the
ate
other
that.
side of the
Caps
wall, and
ate that
G2 get a 2 for 1.
Yeah, that was barely a sliver of HP left for Caps. I mean, Kiaya had found such a good angle with
that was
both
such a good
carries
ult from
trapped
Kiaya.
inside the red buff hit there, not done quite
Hey, Broken
yet,
Blade,
though. Okay.
do you feel like not
from
inting
Elio,
today?
but a nice
dodge.
backstep there from Broken Blade to get out
It's
of the way
the
of the
emote
seismic
for me.
shove. Elio down to 200 HP now.
Wow, he
Gam
lived.
wanted something, but not quite hitting their
That
skill
was a
shot.
good
During
dodge
that, G2
from,
are taking the Otacon here.
From
So
Mr.
Stumon should be able to finish that one up. The attempt on Broken Blade's life right there. They do get the Otacon in the aftermath. So G2 with the gold lead as well on top of the extra flower power.
Gold lead, 2,000, +1 on Drake's,
He's
25
trying.
flowers to 9 is
What
a
is he
lot of
trying to
extra
do? I
adaptive
couldn't tell
force
you, but
too.
he's
Even though this
trying.
game feels very close, that last sequence of play led to
I don't
by
think
far the
that
most
was
significant
even,
lead of the game for G2 so far.
Kiaya's
Otacon's
team
buff
isn't
is
showing up.
quite large.
I think that was a.
Let's see now because their
Yo,
siege is
Audrey,
pretty
thank you
good.
so much
You've
for the
got your
gifted
Poke
sub to
Varus, you have your
Chelsea.
Cinder
And Chelsea,
over
welcome
here.
to the Mother
And
Redacted
it looks
Tournament
like this tower with no
squad.
defenders is going to be another possible casualty.
I think that was
Kiaya
Caps
is
just
Mega Gnar.
outplaying.
Yeah, and LeBron is waiting right in that brush. Kiaya just walks right
Clearly.
on past him. Emo's going to deploy
And
the
I
Weaver's
also
wall.
think
Nobody
that,
on G2 gets caught
there
on the
was
wrong
somebody
side of
else
it.
who
Now
flashed
LeBron
out
taking the
with
blast cone to get himself away. Elio could be in a little bit of danger here. Starts
forget
up
who it
Broken
was.
Blade. Tier 1 turret for Gam still holding on. Scatter the weak from Caps does not find a target. So although Gam cannot use Talia's ultimate
Both
to find
teams
a
are-
pick, they can use it to still stabilize against the G2 play in mid.
Both teams
Hold
are
on to this
duking
Tier
it.
1 turret, but it might only be for a few seconds longer, Kobe, because G2 doesn't seem done here in the mid lane.
Yeah, the siege is good. They've got some pretty long-range poke abilities, but looks like Broken Blade down on the bottom side, right back to pushing out here. Try and get side lane pressure first, and they rotate up to the Baron. For Gam, probably gonna have to wait on that next Talia wall. Just keep your defensive vision up. Okay, they actually catch Lebrov coming in.
Lebrov's gonna take a decent amount of damage
Lebrov.
here. Immediately followed up there.
Wait,
but a
why are we
nice
ulting an
pulverize on the
Alistar?
3 coming out from Lebrov, and now Emo's in the middle of everybody. Has to flash back over the wall, trying to stay alive. And Skumon is on the chase. Gam disengaging.
Can anybody raise their hand and tell me why we're all inning and using our ultis on an Alistar?
Like
Can
you
anybody?
think it might be.
That's one you throw back sometimes,
Yeah,
Flowers.
back in the water you go.
That is a dangerous one.
Anybody?
It does cost Emo his flash as well. So earlier you were talking about, oh yeah, some of these Talia walls, maybe you can go in, you know, have that confidence. No flash means you have a lot less safety in going for those plays. Still though, they commit
This
here
wasn't
with
in the
pushing
course
out on the
material.
bottom side. Does have his teleport ready. Trying to get the side lanes going
This is why
again.
Alistar is strong. I approve, but also I'm
Emo
rooting
will just
for
go ahead and use that
against
Talia
me
passive, extra speed, get out there to the wave, get that pushed out. 90 seconds.
Everybody
till our
rooting
next
against
Drake.
B2.
Honestly, Kobe, these first 26 minutes
One
have
in
been
chat if you
exactly
like
what I
EU.
want out of this series.
EU
Both teams
enjoyers?
making plays, both teams completely
I think my
unafraid
whole entire
to just
chat
go
is
in for the
damn.
big
You all
fights
G2.
as the pillar on Artemis puts
Chelsea,
him in a little bit of
you're
a compromised
on
position. position, but
V2.
Elio is nearby.
Right?
He uses
Am
the
I
heal,
tripping?
gives Artemis that little
That
bit of
is your
extra speed.
team for
The
real.
cleanse not quite quite off cooldown there for Artemis. Sometimes kind of hard to tell with that icon, but it's not quite available. So saving Artemis's flash, very, very important right there.
Okay,
as
we got
Levi
some
is going to
EU
find
enjoyers.
Skewmon walking into the jungle, uses the
Gotta
Krubs
support my boys, you
to
do.
escape back over the wall.
You do.
Skewmon,
I need you to call up Hansama and tell him to lock
speed
in
is a really good stat
Samira.
checker, so you have to respect. You know, a lot
Honestly,
of these moves when the
I would love to
Alistar
see
and
Hansama
the
play
Trundle are
Draven today.
moving in for vision. It's
I'm not
very,
gonna lie.
very dangerous for anyone trying to contest that vision. G2
Only time I
using
root
that,
for G2 is in
trying to push
Valorant.
in
You're not
towards
a,
this red
you're
quadrant
not a
behind the
G2
Baron buff, set themselves
League of
up
Legends enjoyer.
for some angles where they
know
can
how you-
utilize
like,
some of this Varus poke and
Hansama
even
and
look for their
Caps are
picks with their
both
Syndra stuns with their
cutie
Varus ulti.
patooties.
The
Also,
biggest gold lead in the
Broken
game
Blade
is
is
now
too.
Skewmon over Levi with
Broken Blade is
1.5k.
too.
You can
Now,
see
Skewmon
Caps
and
with
Labrov are both new to the
1,200 gold
team,
lead
so I
over
don't know
Emo
too
as
much
well.
about them.
The
I
top
can't
lane
speak
gold
to
lead,
them, but-
however, has shrank. Broken Blade now only up 400 gold, but
The
he did
rest of
just
the
complete
team?
Guardian Angel. Very, very powerful for
They
one
got rid
singular
of
fight.
Mickey
Over
X
on the other side,
and
Kiaya going with
Yike.
more of a consistent, but not quite the same peak item.
I don't know
with
where Mickey
Witsend.
X went, but Yike went to Carmine.
Looks like they are
Court.
going to go fully commit to this Dragon
If I remember
setup.
correctly.
G2 dropping control wards everywhere in advance. Very dangerous for
Caps
Gam to
is
try and
such
check
a
into
cutie
this.
patootie. The
nice
way
piercing
he
arrow there from
waves
Hansama
after
to
the
put
games,
about 20%
he
of the
looks
health
like,
bar into
like
Artemis.
a little boy.
Another one connects
He
there
just looks
onto
like a little
Elio.
boy
As Levi
who
wanted
should
to go
have
for
a
a win
little
becomes lightning.
lollipop
Emo
in his
fires off the
hand.
Weaver's wall as Levi dives into the background. Hansama in some
And
danger,
some
but he ain't going to be killed off just
suspenders
yet.
on.
Levi's about to die to Skewmon.
Okay, Levi
And
dead.
G2's
Oh my
counterpunch
gosh.
is way
Oh
too
my gosh.
strong.
Gam is dropping
thought
like
they had
flies.
him, but the only thing they
Oh
have
my
is an
gosh.
ambulance
4
ride. Gam has already
for
lost
none.
4. A triple kill for Skewmon, and Kiaya is stuck
Oh,
between
they
a
said
rock
they
and a
want
hard
an
place and a
ace.
pillar, and he's about to drop as
Oh, they
well.
said they
The
want an
for
ace.
Caps
They're
for
gonna
G2,
end.
The victory march.
That's
Game
game.
one's done.
G2 ripped them apart there with the counter. Skewmon is way too beefy
Oh
there.
my
when
gosh.
Levi goes in, he just gets chomped down.
Yo,
It's exactly
I have
what you said back
goosebumps.
in the lobby, man.
What
Sinja
the
might like
heck?
to scrap, but Trundle is ready to answer the call. G2 up.
That was a
1-0.
28-minute game, guys.
Confidence building game here for G2. Very big stuff. They started it out. Broken Blade
That was a
setting up the kill on
28-minute game.
topside on Kiaya, using his flash. Skewmon getting up there
Wow.
pretty early. Nicely done from G2.
No shot. They actually want to lock in with his game on the other side of the stage.
Lots of aggressive moves
They
from
were
them.
locked
Again, I do
in,
think they
bro.
also found themselves in some troubling spots where we had to deal with the Trundle against the Zinja like you were talking
That was
about.
good.
The good early focus set Kiaya so far behind. We recall back to the fight in the jungle where it looked like Kiaya almost had the kill on both Caps and Hansama.
That was good
The difference
AF.
between Caps living and dying there is if Kiaya had an extra longsword. That's it. That's how low health he was. So a couple of things, a couple critical moments going down to the wire in this one. It was a fun game one. Desk, tell us what you think.
I think ADC feels
I like how we were
great
just
right
watching
now.
them walk.
Fantastic start on the side of G2, especially when you think about the recovery of this team. Let me roll back here because we've talked about Broken Blade, especially the matchup on top lane
Emo
against
was actually
PII,
having a
and
good
the fact
game.
that
No,
so
he
far Broken
was.
Blade wasn't shining so much. I feel like it's the redemption
He
game
literally
here, and it
was.
started from
Do
top lane
you
once
think
again.
Absolutely,
that
they did.
that one
You gotta
fight
love, I mean, and when
in
there's so much
bot
hate coming
side,
in from the
blue
community, so much
side
criticism,
jungle
that the team still kind of had the faith
was
in him.
the turning
they were clearly
point?
putting a lot of resources in towards top lane, and I mean we can just start showing that I guess after this. But at Broken Blade, obviously they put a lot of resources towards him, and I also think that to
Full
me,
team fine
a lot of
AF,
this
8
game
out
was
of
just
10.
about playing comfort and playing things very simple for G2. Clearly they've had a bit of a rocky tournament. You put Hans on Varus, his most played champion all time. You put Caps on Syndra, second
What's
most
up,
played all
Stacey?
time.
How you doing,
put
fam?
Labrov on Alistar, his most played champion this split. Like, you are going towards standard, comfort. Let them get their feet under them a little bit in the series.
The game against BLG game 1 was sad. BLG roasted everybody. BLG was not playing no types of
hard carried
games.
that game. So if we're just talking about
Nail
like,
one.
what is most comfortable to get you out, these are the picks.
Comfort, and I feel like it's the best way for these guys to start the series, and especially when you consider the situation G2 is in right now, you want to get those wins as soon as possible, and comfort is the best way to do it.
That was close,
Isaac, you were talking
yeah.
about top lane and how pivotal this matchup has
It was
been, and look
close
at this.
till it
Broken
wasn't.
Blade, you want to keep this guy ahead.
I really
Exactly.
thought Gam
and to
was
me,
gonna.
you know, I think that the biggest
hop
mismatch
off.
in favor of Gam was going to be
So
top lane.
I think
PI, the
G2 kind of
expectation is that he was gonna
found
get the big
or like
advantages.
answered
G2
the
put
riddle
so much pressure on him. They went at him
Gam.
time and time again.
They have
get the early early gank. Then he goes down to bot lane. He's getting 3
eliminate
Mando.
Kiaya
Gam was not doing
from the
nothing during
equation.
this though. They
Man
were
is a
able to
little
find
bit
responses.
too good at
I
League
do
of
think the early
Legends.
game from Emo is great, but then again, now he's back up towards top lane. G2 bring 5 members to dive him and put him down in this position. Again, it's not the game is doing nothing. They're taking the dragon, they're taking tier 1 towers, but G2 clearly wanted to put Kiaya in an uncomfortable position, and I think they did that really well.
I completely agree, and I think the fact that G2 is able to convert this into another turret as well, and sure, they're responding. Gam is responding, so they're always still in the game. That was when I felt like they had slipped up a little bit, and now, like, top side is wide open. They can play around that a little bit more effectively, so this still feels like a little bit more of a competitive series, but G2 clearly on the front foot.
I mean, yeah, there's been a lot of back and forth fight, but at the end of the day, G2
Period,
had the
fam.
upper hand, and they proved that every second counts with an ace to win the game, thanks to the reliable Cisco network, and proving again that this composition, easy to execute, that is what they needed here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think Gam, a little bit of drunk driving here from Artemis as he was stepping forward. They hit that seismic shove, and then Artemis kind of just walks melee range. Levi was already in trouble. The fight was already going bad. But Artemis gets picked there, and then the
This
fight
was an
truly is
insane
over.
fight.
G2 had the confidence to go for this fight. They were in a good position at this
And they
point,
ended
and they
the
just
game off of this, by the way.
demolished them in it. It is a 5-for-0 clean ace in mid lane. They end the game off it. It's really well played. Game 1 to start series from G2.
And this kind of goes back to the whole drafting point, because even when Xin Zhao went in, I was like, ooh, you ain't coming out alive. Like Syndra, Trundle, like there is no exit strategy, and so it feels like you have to be much stronger front to back. So maybe Artemis gets on a different pick, obviously fearless, but like more something that can easily front to back.
An ace mid to late game is so important.
I mean, I also love that
as you can
Skewmon
see,
got
like
to have
all
the
it takes
answering
is
pick
like
in the Trundle, great matchup into the Xin Zhao.
30
so
seconds.
They're really checking a lot of the boxes.
And the game
I
is
did
over.
Feel like they came in
That's
here,
how quick
they
the
had
game
good
can end.
preparation, a lot of comfort, and
Literally,
it's just a
in
smart
less
game
than a
one, so
minute,
curious to
your
see where they'll
game
go
can
from
be
here.
over.
Absolutely, but fantastic way for G2 to start the series with comfort here in this game 1. We'll see if Gam can fight back in game 2 right after this.
Woo! Shall we? Let's tilt ourselves. Who wants to be tilted? Let's lodel. Who's ready to tilt? All right, let's guess today's champion. I think they'll. I personally predicted that they'll beat Gam today. I think they will win, and that last game shows that they know how to close out a game. That was something that they were struggling with against Furia. So I do think we might see a victorious G2 today. The second game will be in like 4 minutes. It's not gonna be too long from now. Yeah, they looking solid right now. In honor of Emo performing well, let's do Talia. Okay, so the only idea we get is that they do, or that this person is male and has mana and is not human. Who is not human? Trundle. Okay, Trundle is male, mana, melee, and came out before Talia and after Trundle, and they're either jungle or top, but not from Freljord. Alistar? I don't know where Alistar's from. Is he Noxus? It's jungle or top though, so it's not gonna be Alistar. Udyr? Udyr is like human or magic born. Jax, male, top, mana, melee. Jax it is. Dang it. Okay, that gets rid of a lot of places. Nar, top, male. He has a rage bar. He doesn't use mana. Ka is a male. He's a jungler. I don't know what his species is. Bug. He uses mana. He's melee. I don't know when Ka came out though. Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. All right, the quote of the day. You should have done a better job locking me away, Nasus. Oh, is it Renekton? I thought it was Zerath. Is it Renekton? It's one of the two. 100%. Zerath lore added later. Okay, come on, lore queen. Come on, lore queen. Period. Is that Renata? That's not Varisar. I know for sure it's not Varisar. That's gotta be Renata. Hey, tight beat. Now I don't know what ability that is. Q. Varisar looks like a snake, if anything. It's her. Hey! It's her. Hey! Okay, who's got a shield? Braum. Tight beat. Dude, whenever they put a picture or like a man emoji or a girl emoji, it always sends me, dude.
Let's go.
No, why do I think it's Kindred as well? Does Kindred have a like winter? Y'all, I think this is Kindred, low key. This gives Kindred. Are y'all cool with Kindred? Are y'all cool? Are y'all cool with Kindred? Def, not Kindred. Ooh, let me back that up. The scout skin for Talia looks like ice around her. Okay, if not Kindred, are we saying Talia? All right, holy. It shows skins. It shows skins. Talia, final answer for me. Second vote would be Sedge. All right, I got an idea. Where's it at? Okay, 1 in chat for Talia. 1 in chat for Talia, 2 in chat for Kindred. 1 in chat for Talia, 2 in chat for Kindred. 1 in chat for Talia, 2 in chat for Kindred. 1 in chat for Talia. 1 in chat for Talia. 2 in chat for Kindred. Whoa, Talia's winning hard, bro. One in chat for Talia, 2 in chat for Kindred. Bro, Kindred doesn't even have a chance. Kindred doesn't even have a freaking chance, man. All right. Let me ban these one spammers real quick. Biggest Ben, I'll see you in 2 days. Jerks, I'll see you in 2 days. Van, I'll see you in 2 days. Y'all getting the 48-hour ban, bro. The 48-hour ban. I say Quinn, I changed my mind. All right, I'm going Kindred, bro. I'm going Kindred. If it is Kindred, I'm throwing hands. Y'all live to see another day. All right. So now it's Sejuani or Quinn. You think Ari? Oh, like those are Ari tails? Bro, what the frick is this skin? Chosen of the Wolf Swain? That's more like black and red, no? Quinn? Alright, I'm down to give Quinn a chance. Alright. Low-key, that's a hard one. Low-key, that's a hard one.
And G2 came out on top, especially with the top focus that
That's a hard one. Oh, but you're saying like the feathers? We should have been able to see the feathers. I guess technically, yeah, that could be like feathers rather than just snow. That's fair. Good job to the win guessers. I guess this is Woad Scout. Birds of a feather, we should be together in
a little bit extra each time G2 went for it.
Don't worry, guys. I love Pokemon. Watch this right here. Charizard.
The Maokai remains banned by GAM against Skumont, against G2, but the same is gonna be said for G2's ban. I assume they're also just gonna keep the Gwen.
Charmander.
Ban Kia's.
All right, that was my only guess.
But things have changed a little bit
I
here.
gave it my all.
We don't have the Twisted Fate. That instead is
Oh, Gen 1. Okay, bet. I ate that up.
Annie. So instead of going
globals up.
Yeah,
I ate that
exactly.
up.
We could see a big global game. Twisted Fate instead going to be banned out by G2 in this one.
You can see me after stream, okay?
That was banned away last time.
You can see me after stream.
That is still available. That is a favorite for Kiaya.
Because you're not going to do me like that. You're not.
Pantheon
You are not going to do me like that.
As well as denied to Skumont.
Okay, so with that up, I mean
and scale of 1 to 10, how quickly will I get banned if I clip that immediately?
Ari is a pairing pretty nicely
immediately
for
with haste.
Let's see what they do. End up going to pair with that Pantheon
this what we
for their
doing?
mid-jungle, but G2, they get first crack at it here.
Okay, JT, I see you with the... ¿Qué ha dicho?
Copy answer here.
Lo siento, estaba pensando en otra cosa. I see
and really
you.
just the ability to
Don't think that's gonna work.
Out for these team fights at the objectives.
I see you, but it's still hands.
Always so good. Keep it as a flex.
I see you, but it's still hands.
All right, let's see here, G2. How are we going to? Ooh, that could be an interesting
We're doing language of the day,
okay,
so
the
we have been inspired by the different languages that we normally see during interviews at the end of the series. And so yeah, we've been doing Korean word of the day and Spanish word of the day.
So it's not like they're going to steal them away and deny them from you.
The Spanish word
so
of the
you feel
day.
pretty confident in this.
It ended up being something that native speakers do not typically say.
Still up and available.
So we changed it up.
One where it was banned in the first
We took half of the sentence of the day, which
could be a mid Corki here, could be a bottom Corki. They definitely have played both. And as you're saying, for the Lucian supports, though, the Poppy is not one of those preferred supports. You know,
no.
the Nami, the Milio, and the Braum are the big three.
Lo
so they
siento.
still have some options to themselves.
Which means, what did you say? I'm sorry. And then we were supposed to say estaba
from into that Nautilus
or
does
something.
make sense with the pairing with the Lucian as well as into the Nautilus matchup.
Exactly, can defend
to be in your thoughts or something like that.
Normally engaged supports can be very
but
scary
instead,
for
we changed it to something that's more casual, which is estaba pensando en otra cosa, which means I was thinking about something else.
Kind of removes the question marks of, oh, could Poppy be a flex here? Nah, it's probably just going in jungle now.
Oh, you want an argument? Okay.
Now let's see what the second half of our bands
You really putting them in action today. You are. I respect that.
Drafted already.
I respect that.
I would not be surprised to see G2 throw some more bands towards the top lane, considering they know Kiaya is often the big threat on game.
We're going to duke it out.
True. I mean, they had a target on us back in game number 1.
Yeah, the Korean word of the day is
follow up with those rest of the bands that they dropped previously.
And the sentence of the day
they also know here
is
that
we had a fight
have to blind picks,
over money.
Gam may be looking for some protection bans for him.
And
here.
that is
Okay.
Or going to worried about mid
booty
lane.
in.
Yeah, so many questions. Only 2 bans. Can't answer all the questions.
All right.
Sion. All right, so there we go.
Let me just pull this hell up.
Interesting. Because Sion is a pretty good blind pick for themselves too, but
right, exactly.
I obviously have not memorized
so
the
they're
words
about if
of the
G2
day.
maybe
I
would pick
memorized
Sion on
yesterday's.
4 and
Gotta
save
memorize
their
today.
mid for counter pick instead. Both solo lanes would be
Come on, Lo Siento.
What's it gonna be, G2?
Armoshi, thank you so much for the
Victor
47 months of support. Holy moly, thank you for being an OG. Thank you for supporting me over the years. I really appreciate you.
So have been so potent, especially with Aurora getting those buffs on
Check
this
the
patch.
Clips channel.
But
I
focus
just
on the
know I'm
control
gonna be
mages
tilted
instead.
after looking at this channel.
All right, one last ban to go here for Gam, and it is one of those action mid laners that you're talking about. The Aurora will be kept away from caps.
Yeah, because they do have pretty short range on G2 right now, so they could go to try and extend their range with one of those longer range control mages for mid lane, or
You
like
really
we were
play
talking
too
about,
much,
go for one of
man.
them to help with the engages, help with the playmaking. Since
You
Brom
do.
and Poppy here
Also, is that a
are
Jinx
very good for
wig?
team fights,
Because
but
T.
in not a primary engage way.
Exactly. G2's
I hope that Corky's not going
is
mid.
missing a big
I
go
wish it
button
wasn't in the
right
game.
now. We'll see if they end
Honestly,
up wanting to draft one of
on
those.
Sama
and
playing
instead, we're gonna
Lucian
get the
over
Rise
Artemis,
locked in.
Okay,
I
a
am
lot of
less
versatility then.
enthused.
They've got split pushing options here, even though they're playing into the Pantheon Global. Very, very good team fighting as far as Poppy ultimates being able to change those numbers.
Dejan Dongjanger.
And Brom with the defensive capabilities, but the
mira.
Cassiopeia, the
Por
very
Dios,
common answer into the Rise. And since G2 are fairly short range, very short range with their comp right now, the Cassio would be a good one. The hover would have been nice, but they go with the Hui instead because they want their longer range. So they're going to index. They've got Corky rockets. They've got the Hui. They've got the range advantage.
It's Corky bot. Yeah, we got the
Cassio
way.
as well, especially considering the matchup into the Rise as well as the rest of the team.
It's
but
way
that's not the name
support.
of the game. And hey, Gam is just
JK,
going
it's
to
way mid.
complement this with even more
It's Nautilus
range.
support.
It
My
is
bad.
an artillery comp from Gam.
And they're doing that because,
I
like we
didn't
were
see
talking
the
about, the
Nautilus.
primary engage for G2 hasn't fully come in yet. So you expect for them, Broken Blade, to get some really good primary engage here. Into the Jace, like Ornn might be a possibility. Gragas is another possibility.
Oh, you like
Gonna
the
have-
comps?
Gonna have some, you know, body slam,
less
flash
enthused.
possibilities as far as their plays. The ultimate does take a
Give me
little
my
bit
Zeri.
more
Honestly,
as far as the
you don't see a lot of Zeri anymore,
skill to
but I
execute.
do feel like we'll see a Zeri in
on that
MSI
can
low
be
key.
devastating, but that's the key. You need to have that engaged so you can break the poke comp.
I think I favor
And
G2's
if Gam ends
comp
up falling
more.
behind, when you're kind of
They
just
have
the poke
both
comp,
late
I mean,
game and
this
early
one's
game
gonna be tough.
insurance.
There's no true tank on Gam to try to absorb any damage if they end up having to fight into G2 at objectives or something.
Yeah,
and it just
their
makes
tank
it really
is
scary, 'cause
Nautilus.
As soon as Pantheon's shield goes down,
Everybody
nobody's
else
safe.
And Hui is
is
not very good
damaged.
at playing side lanes. So even though they do have the Pantheon, you know, to try and like cover Jason stuff here, Hui definitely much more comfortable in those siege situations. Like you're saying,
Who
if
is
you do get an
Skarl?
early lead, you know, group up for the objectives, use your long range, try and get your poke value, try and get your siege value.
So seeing both compositions, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you last time.
Nope,
Is
Cap.
there
Only
one, of
one
these you
series
favor
today.
over the other?
So
Because
this is
time I
game
do think
2
the
of
identities of
the
comps
best of
are
5 series.
pretty different.
It's an elimination match.
Really like
Whoever
extra
loses
range,
this goes
but
home.
That being said,
Does not
can
make it
collapse
to the
so
main
quickly,
stage.
and there's a lot of these extra tools.
Yeah,
on the side
somebody
of
had
G2, like
a,
we say. Poppy ultimates. The value of a Poppy ultimate can be
What the
insanely
heck?
high, like a
Did
carry
y'all
or
see that
something
sign?
like that. Or it can actually just do nothing and be one of those ones that is a huge flop, huge whiff.
Yeah,
Zero or
somebody had a
hero.
sign
Yeah,
that said
exactly.
Skarl.
Can be zero or hero. A lot of variability in that ultimate value. And we'll see as well here for Caps on the rise. If he can get some nice split pushing.
Is he using Spirit Blossom Hui?
And Realm Warp's another one that can have some very, very high variance. Like you can have such high impact, create such cool plays with
Cap.
Realm Warps.
That's what I saw too.
You can do nothing. Yeah, be super useless. So
Cap's
some of
1-3
the
faker
coolest
so
things
freaking
in
bad,
pro
bro.
play, actually drafted here. So
Speaking of pro play, here is EU
This man
versus
playing
Vietnam,
Rise and
international
no
record
skin.
all time. Now, game wins also includes best of
Come
one.
on, bro.
Series wins are just best of 3s and best of 5. So in game wins, Europe
on,
is up
bro, be for real.
22-10. That is a very good record, almost 70% win rate,
Oh,
I think, somewhere
no,
around there.
Cats.
Meanwhile, they've got a very similar overall
Uh-oh.
rate in series, as now we got a problem for
Emo.
Emo, who flashes over the wall, but Han Sama's ready to follow. Emo barely staying alive. Han Sama in a little bit of danger now, too, as he continues going forward. Hans gets first blood, but then he's the second. G2 continue going forward as Elio's got to be protected, but the protection is not there just yet. Elio getting away. Skumon has to flash to get it. It's a 2 for 2 so far as Lebrov is down to 100 HP, but he will survive. It's 4 dead bodies on Summoner's Rift, and the clock hasn't hit 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's a bloodbath. And Flowers, the focus of gold, though, is key.
Honestly,
because
Emo
Levi, Captain
and
Levi,
Elio
got 2
almost
of the kills
lived.
there for game. Let's take
That
a look
would've
at it, though.
been really
Braum value
bad
is so
for
huge
G2.
in these level
Look at
1s.
this.
And they put a lot of pressure onto Emo, but he levels up and goes for the shield here. It allows him to survive so long that Hansama fully and completely commits there on level 1, does go down in trade. And with 2 and 2, we're just now 1 kill away from the feats for either side. But I want to see if the focus of gold into jungle is meaningful, because focused gold in this game is a really valuable, because it gets you to that big
So the
power spike
lead
much quicker on
in
a single
Gam is
person.
in jungle on
generally
Levi,
gonna
which
be
is
more,
good.
Valuable than spread.
But the lead
extra gold
for
leads.
G2 is in
However,
bot lane,
Hansama
which
on
is good for
Illusion,
G2.
might have something to say
Like the
about it. He's
gold
got an extra
went
little dagger.
on
He's
good
getting ganked.
people.
Okay, Levi's coming down here looking to use that early money as Lebrov still only level 1.
And that's the
His
feats.
heal's not even available. Artemis should be able to pick this one up for free. Levi just zoning Hans away so that there's no chance anybody but Artemis gets paid. It's Gam first to 3 kills.
Early jungle gold.
All right,
Flowers
Artemis
now will
just
be spent
evened out
because
that
of how
gold
that level 1 was
that
extended.
Hansama
He hadn't gotten to spend it yet. So
got,
that gank was just really
but
nice from
it's
him.
not
3
really a
camps
gold
into fully
lead,
ganking
y'all,
this bottom
until
lane
he
with all the
spins
summoner
that
spells that are
actual
blown in a
gold.
level 1 bloodbath
So
like that.
Hans
There's a lot
Sama
of
backed. He
vulnerabilities on
has
the map,
his
and
dagger.
So you want to go attack
But
those as a
Artemis
jungler
has that
very
gold
early
in
and
his
active for
inventory
Levi,
right now.
as
He hasn't
has
bought
been
an
in this
additional
tournament. Now
item.
that he has gotten
So
to
Hans
go
Sama
spend
still has
kill
that
money
lead.
with all the extra long swords
It's not
here.
going to be until
Now,
Artemis backs that
now
we
it's gonna be
see the
very
gold
threatening.
evened out.
Gonna be a lot of burst damage.
Even though he
behind
has
that
the gold,
threat.
it's not
And
spent.
As far as the
So
other
the
flashes
stats
that
are
were
not
blown
there.
in the level 1, mid lane is key here, because both of them could be viable targets.
Yeah, mid and jungle, all of those flashes are on almost the exact same timer here. You can see them very close together, as we still have the flash available for Artemis down there in the bottom lane, but we've still got Hans Sama about half the cooldown remaining on his own flash, as Levi's going to
honestly
pick up
glad
his
we
blue
see
buff,
a Hwei
take
in this
control of the
game.
topside river. Skumon doing a
We
good
haven't
job
seen too
going to
much
the other
Hwei
side of the map
recently.
where Levi is not. Cloth armor versus 3 long swords, Poppy versus Pantheon. He doesn't want anything to do with this.
Does he want to go for a gank? Because he canceled his recall. So both junglers are kind of looking towards mid. He's doing the Raptors now, so sealing away the 4-minute Raptors.
Cap.
Okay, Emo
Hard
finds a
agree.
little bit of damage here onto Caps, but he can't get any hard CC, so now he'll just walk back towards that topside river as Levi makes his way back towards his own red side jungle. He is going to find that chicken camp stolen away.
Yeah, he didn't see Skumon. The chicken thief.
Oh, Hansama in some danger here as Elio and Artemis immediately going in after the AD carry. The Lucian about to die. The flash forward. Artemis grabbing the kill now with a phosphorus bomb back towards Lebrov. It's a 2v2 double kill for Artemis.
Oh, the Corky's getting rich, Flowers. Another couple kills for him. He still hasn't spent his money. He's going to go back for a huge buy.
Yeah, so remember how I said Hans Sama has the lead? He's got the item advantage. It wasn't a gold lead until Artemis spends the money. Him being behind and winning a 2v2
he is locked and loaded now. Over a 1,000 gold
easily.
lead 5 minutes in here for Gam.
Yeah.
It was close, but that's good enough.
Also, we have to remember part of that is due to the fact that Hans Sama didn't have flash. Artemis had the advantage in terms of summoner spells.
Doing a lot. Let's take a look at how it actually started. Okay, so it was right in
If
front
we
of tower.
lose with a 3-0 Corky and a
Eyes on
2-0
Elio.
Panth at 5 minutes, I have no more excuses for this team.
I like this replay. A lot of
Yeah, we've got a lot of lead.
There's the hook. There
That
it is.
hook.
Beautiful. Wow, what a lollipop right there. Nails Hans Sama, and they fully commit. Beautiful stuff, though. All about Elio with his hook.
And right
Because
there,
like if
too,
Artemis
that's
didn't have
both
flash
summoner
there,
spells
Lucian
from
gets
Artemis
out.
to guarantee that it gets done. There was barrier available for both of the AD carries, but all of the props in the world there to Elio.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Indeed. They throw everything down there. Okay, back out on the reset, though.
I love seeing
After
them
the
happy,
replay,
dude.
Dragon getting burned down. Levi is heading over.
Yeah.
So watch out for the next possible hook.
In my
They're not
head,
gonna go for it.
Corki
Those
isn't
are gone.
ADC.
Yeah, they were
anymore
too
either.
late to the scene.
So during that too, you see the Jace pushing
So what
up
I'm
on
saying
top
is
side.
this Braum
yeah,
needs
thank
to be
you. He's going
pinged.
to get
I'm
a turret
dead.
play for himself
Is that what
with
you
that
saw?
demolish. So pushing on Broken Blade here on the Gragas. Of course, the Gragas now with the tier, you know, lots of sustain on the champion. Going to try and continue to survive up there, but Kiaya also doing work for himself, as those top laners didn't get to participate in all the fun of the level 1. Nope. They get more PvE for themselves, and the Jace value there, the Jace extra push in and money.
Nice dash from Hans to avoid another one of those deadly anchors there from the Nautilus. Has to stay away from those. One thing that's immediately drawing my attention, though, as I look at the scoreboard, massive gap in mid lane CS. Caps at 58, only 41 here for Emo. Yes, he'll be able to pick up a few there as that wave collides into the turret, but it's still about almost a 3-wave lead for Caps, as now Artemis has to try to retreat. Here comes the
bot lane,
Realm
by the
War.
way.
This could be the problem for Game as Artemis gets stunned up.
Imagine
shut
being
down.
an ADC.
Caps gets paid.
Did you call Caps flowers?
I think I did.
Imagine being an ADC
He's
in
got his own
2025.
win in the mid lane, and then
That's
Realm
your
Warps
biggest
down to the
mistake,
bottom
bro.
side, highlighting that mobility on this
You
champion.
decided to lock in
Caps is going
Corki
to be an
ADC.
absolute beast, and this is one of the
And the
reasons why
enemy
people were
team
worried about the
decided
mid lane
no.
for Gam. Emo, now that he's off his favorite champ, off that Talia, even with the counter pick here into Caps, really, really suffering.
That is tough, man. Caps is getting it done here in mid. That is exactly who you want the money on for G2.
Yeah, and it was a shutdown for
I was just about to say, I wonder if Caps is going to get any value off this 6-timer. Boop.
Too. He got right back to mid lane, collect that wave.
A huge value, because Artemis was worth
now
additional
Artemis
gold.
does at
He had a
least get his
bounty. I
barrier
think it was
back,
like
but
250.
Mansama with the flash advantage in the bomb side of the map.
And you know, we were thinking back in the draft, like, oh yeah, there's so many of these heaven or hell types of ultimates that can work really well or really poorly. Realm Warp is one of them. That was a heaven warp right there. That is exactly what you want, as now Broken Blade is exactly where he doesn't want to be. Oh, Elio tried to predict where Broken Blade was going to go, but instead he just flashes over the wall, avoids the collapse. Honestly, huge there for Broken Blade. That was a Pantheon ult that got nothing but a flash.
Yeah, and the Pantheon ult was going to be one of the main only tools that was going to keep Caps in check. Now that there's no threat of that, they go for the grub bite.
We're fighting. We got a TP coming up. It's going to be a 5.
Artemis is also here. Lebrov jumping back to the safety of Hansama, but a little bit more damage over the wall gets the job done. Artemis, kill number 4 this game.
What a waste
Gam
of
with
TP,
control
dude.
of the grub pit can still claim 2.
So Flowers, eyes on the bottom side though. Caps is eating up extra minions, extra tower plates while they're split pushing. So once again, true to form, Gam, they always commit to these plays as a team, but they teleported Emo up there away from it and giving even more into the Rise. They do get their kill, and they are ahead as a team, but Caps might be a team in himself this game on the Rise.
And we know that Rise is one of those champions that can do just that. However, one of the things that can work very well against Rise is range. If you're able to stay out of his effective damage radius, you can really put the hurt on him before he can go in. So the pressure will be on. We need to see if Emo can catch up and make sure that he can try to keep this Rise in check.
Yeah, and the Pantheon ult that we're talking about, that's one of the things that can like keep him in check when he's on side lanes a little bit. Does have to respect that a decent amount, even with the mobility of phase rush and everything there for himself. But right back out to it, trying to shove. See what they do here with their rotation over. Artemis trying to answer in mid.
So we've still got about a 1,000 gold lead for Gam. However, we also had a 1,000 gold lead for Gam pretty early on. They haven't continued to build anything throughout the laning phase.
And it is Artemis there, so with a lot of this gold on him, he's able to finish his Trinity Force. So he was stacking up his tier early because of all those early kills, and very, very quick early first item power spike for him.
Yeah, 10.5-minute Trinity Force with a tier that he's also already stacking. Lucian has pickaxe and 2 longswords. That is a massive power trough for the bottom lane of G2. So if you're Hans, the goal is just try to keep farming. Honestly, the farm almost dead even between the two. If you can keep it that way when you're at this massive power deficit, you're winning.
And it's up to Elio and Levi to make some plays around Artemis, around this strong Corki. He's got double summoner spells, Trinity Force power spike. He can put out so much burst damage if someone can keep an opponent in place.
There we go. Levi with a flash stun follow after
They
Artemis
really
is engaged, but they don't have the damage to take out Caps. He has his own flash to get away. Combined with the phase rush, he can create enough distance. That was flash for flash jungler for mid laner there. As Broken Blade goes for the ulti onto Kiaya, and here comes the Realm Warp. Caps is looking to go aggro, and with Skewmon coming with them, the slam in the wall is there, and Skewmon's grabbing kill number 4 for G2.
What a delivery on the side lane. Okay, once again,
Wait,
this time we
G2
also
is
still
not
have
playing
to
any
point
games,
out
y'all.
the lane that was left in mid here. It is going to be the
G2 is not
Corki
playing
earning
a
some money
singular
off
game.
of the mid tower, as well as going for the dragon. So they make their side lane play. They take down Kiaya. They put a stop to that pushing of the Jace. But Gam are able to answer on the other side of the map. Even Emo here gets a little bit.
However, the numbers don't lie, my friend. You look up at that gold lead there at the top part of your screen. It is down below 500 now for the side of Gam. Emo eating a whole ton of damage here for the calling. Another beautiful wall slam coming out from Skewmon.
You back to playing like you were before, man. I'm gonna need you to lock in, bro.
Hansama getting paid.
What was that positioning, my brother?
Command of the game as Caps is about to take another plate over in mid. They are just out rotating, out macro gaming Gam.
Yeah, that was just beautiful from G2. They send them down on the bottom side of the map. They get their pincer right as they're arriving, and Emo moves on over towards Tribush, immediately taken out.
But
Easy
why did
work
he
there
walk
for
through
G2.
Lucian?
And they're able to get so much push afterwards. Hansama here
That's my
catching up,
question.
trying to make up some of that gold deficit here on the Lucian.
All right, Broken Blade on the Gragas here as well. He's staying dead even with Kiaya. This was our big question coming into the series. Will he be able to keep up? Will he fall behind?
Yeah, I feel like that was a fight that just didn't need to happen.
And here in this one, he's doing just fine. When you're looking at the rest of the map, it's still a lead for Artemis, but that's about it.
You
Levi trying to put a little bit
top
more
lane.
money in Artemis's pocket.
I personally would be like, this man.
What's going to be the play on the other side
This
of the
man
map?
wants to be the second top
one
laner.
here used up to the top side. Pantheon ultimate
That is
used.
his
Emo knows
second ult
he
top.
is weak side, and they were threatening to use a rise around.
I'd low-key be a little
That's going to
pissed.
be all that is necessary.
Not gonna cap.
So let's take a look at how quickly that tower is going down. Pretty low health on the bottom side, if I remember.
Well, yeah, they're putting a little bit of work into it. Seems to still have a couple of plates
turret
left
plates
on
left
it
for
right
Emo's
now.
getting shut
Yeah,
out,
so
though.
it can't be burned down instantly. However, the plates are going to fall here pretty soon. Kiaya trying to grab another plate up here on the top side at the same
is
time.
a very nice way to
Hansama
put
needs
it.
more damage to try to take out that last plate, but he ain't going to find it before Artemis can show up and clear out the wave. Kiaya continuing to just try to get a little bit more damage, get one more plate here as the clock is about to hit 14. And I do believe Kiaya got it right there at the last second, but he may pay for that last little bit of grief for the turret plate. Skewmon shows up, knocks him up into the air with a point
G2, do
blank.
y'all
Keeper's
love,
burning.
if y'all want to kiss Kiaya, just say that.
Done.
If y'all want to kiss him IRL, just walk across the stage and just say that.
Kiaya, well done by G2, and they will even up the kills
they
7 to
are
7 at 14
on
minutes.
this man,
so
bro.
active this game. Another side lane play here. Pulled
They are
off by
on
G2
this
to
man's
pick another
cheeks,
member.
bro.
And there's no answer this time.
But down in bottom lane, we got Artemis in some danger. He might just lose the 2v2. This is the point of power for Gam. He's got to be so
Holy
careful
freaking
now, as
moly,
it looks
dude.
like Elio's just going to be the sacrifice. Lebrov still dropping very low on HP.
Yo,
and right when it looks like it might have been a fair
Caps.
fight, here comes Caps. G2 get a 1 for
Caps
nothing in the
is
bottom lane.
Another good
everywhere.
rotation over from G2. Caps is going to be able to finish off the turret in the aftermath too, so he's going to get solo tower gold as the rest of them back off and funnel even more
is
focused
everywhere, man.
resources into the rise.
Man, thank you so much
Man,
for the
this
17
game started out looking so good for Gam, but G2 have
months of support. I hope you're having a gorgeous
So
day
much
today,
about
filled with nothing but
playing the
sunshine and
large
rainbows.
map here, playing
Yo,
the side lanes.
real
and now
talk,
that the turrets are
as
starting
much
to
as I
go
love my
down, there's
pick'ems,
more room
I
for
don't
want
wanna
to
see a 3-0.
Pantheon Ultimate and Realm Warp plays.
I need Gam to fight back,
All right, Rift
bro.
Herald the target. Gam starting it up. Plates 750 plate gold versus 875. So honestly, both teams doing a lot of damage to the plates early on in this one, especially compared to the last game where it was just 2-1
take
in
just
plate
one
count.
game off. The Savage, thank you so much for the follow. How are you doing
Still currently
today?
uncontested for this
How are
Herald.
both of them
Hansama and
the
Labrov
father?
are hanging around, but nobody else on G2 is nearby. But Caps is pushing the tier 2 turret in the bottom lane at the same time.
Exactly, it's a classic story here. We have all 5 members of
Crazy,
GAM
holy.
committing up to the objective. Meanwhile, G2 commit to their split push plan. Rise down there on the bottom side, pushed in another one. But with that Rift Herald and with the top tower being so low, there is a possibility for a big
Thank you so
gold
much for the
swing
Twitch
in the
Prime
favor of GAM.
and the
A lot
4
of standing gold
months
left in these turrets, so
of
TI's gonna be able to
support.
get this one, chop that gold lead from G2.
Hope you're having a gorgeous
That's pretty
day
good
today,
there.
filled with
Then
nothing but
they
sunshine
also
and
have the Rift Herald
rainbows.
in pocket. That
Thank you
one
so
can
much
turn
for
into
supporting
very,
the
very
stream.
quick, outer
Switch
tower
from
gold.
cycling to this
Mid lane
cool
is
new
very,
elliptical, and I couldn't share my GAMP. Hello? Did my stream just die? Are we back? Can y'all see me? Can y'all hear me?
Let's see how much value GAM can get out of their poke, out of their artillery on this one. Broken Blade's
One in
going to
chat if
teleport
y'all
into the
can hear
enemy
me.
jungle,
One
though.
in
He's
chat.
going for the flank attack. Levi is already on the Drake, but
Yeah, I
if Broken
think my
Blade
stream
catches him
just
by
died.
surprise here, this is such a problem. Emo's going to be knocked into the team and
Are we
immediately
back? Are we
killed.
back?
Hansama on a killing spree with a beautiful slam into the wall with Keeper's Verdict to set up the second kill for Hans. Labrov and Broken Blade completely controlling the fight.
Okay, we're back, we're
Broken
back, we're
Blade
back.
is redeeming himself
I don't know
in this
what the frick
series.
just happened, but
That
everything just went
teleport
down.
flank completely broke the back of GAM.
It is huge. He got right onto Emo. They delete the way.
Now the tier 1
I
turret going to
think
get
my,
dove. More problems for GAM as
my
Kiaya gets stunned up.
stream was
And
just so
Caps is
perplexed
just
at
machine
how,
gunning spells towards the remaining 2
GAM
players
was
of GAM.
playing.
Kiaya and Artemis staying alive for now. The accelerated shock blast will not find a kill on the back end of the fight. And G2,
It was
now
just
with a
so
3,000
perplexed.
gold lead, will also earn themselves another neutral objective with the Dragon.
B2 here, keeping up their focus on creating these plays, on creating these fights with good positioning. Broken Blade,
It's Q and welcome to the Mother
engaged.
Redacted Turnip Squad. Thank you
And
so
he
much for
doesn't
subscribing.
even get to move.
Thank you for
Emo
supporting the stream. I
instantly
appreciate you, fam.
deleted. And so they're able to chase down the rest.
Hope
Nice
you are
double knock
having
up
a
there
blessed
to be able to
day
finish
today.
it. Chasing down Levi as well. GAM here really focusing on going over to the objectives, but G2 picking them apart.
Now we're back to live with G2 once again, trying to push under the tier 1 turret of GAM here in the mid lane. Turret's about the only thing in this game that
Thank
is
you,
not
Jerks.
a G2 lead
Hope you had a
thus
good
far.
workout.
Tied 2-2. GAM has managed to grab a couple of
I'm
those.
inspired.
G2
I would
really
like
wanting
to
to take
work
out
out.
this last outer
Not
turret
going
here
to,
in mid,
but I'm
open up more
inspired.
of the rift as Caps just farming
I'm
up
pretty
as
tired.
many resources
I'm going
as
to
he
sleep
possibly can.
immediately
Look at
after
the
stream.
individual gold lead on Caps. Almost 2,500 gold out of the 3,000 total that G2 has. It's a mid diff.
Yeah. Thank Caps here for G2. He's the one that really held it together. His individual
Not the
laning
mid
over
diff.
Emo, he earned his own lead, and then he took that lead down to the
Come on,
bottom
Emo.
lane.
Come on,
that was
Emo.
getting pummeled.
Step it up, bro. Come
He
on.
was able to get that
You got
shutdown.
this. You still in this game.
These
The game is
realm
not
walks
over. The
really
Nexus
making
has not
differences.
exploded.
So many
Let's
really,
go.
really
Let's
good
show 'em
ones
what you
from
got,
him.
bro.
Good map play from G2. Using that extra tool
show 'em
for the
what you freaking
rotations.
got.
And GAM here.
Do not
trying
go
to
outside
find
like
their
this. Do not
comeback
go
play.
out 0
They've
and
got
3,
a
my
couple
brother.
successful kills with Pantheon Ultimates, but not quite as impactful as the Rise
Quirky
Rumbles
players
have been.
deserve to suffer and
Jeez,
lose.
man,
Even Artemis, I
that
fear.
individual Rise lead flowers.
Dang, not even Artemis
that is the,
Libra?
basically the lead.
And
can't
it's
be a little
manifesting
bit
itself
exempt?
in the items
Can he
too.
just suffer
Seraph's
and not
Embrace fully
lose?
stacked. Rod of Ages at
What would
7
we
out of
ever
10
do to
charges. He's already level 14 compared to the 12
Can
of
he
Emo,
lose
and the
and not
Rod is
suffer?
not
Can he
at 10
trade one for the
stacks
other,
yet.
my brother?
Caps is already
Just
a raid
one.
boss, and we're about to move
Quirky
up a
is
tier of
ugly
gear
and
here in
old.
about 3
God
minutes.
dang.
This guy is a problem, and I don't think GAM have the answer.
Yeah, definitely looking rough for GAM at the moment. If they want to go for a play, it has to be one of those very quick plays. The problem is, look at G2. Everyone's grouped up on Rise.
I also dislike quirky players.
So if you made an attempt at a quick play, the Realm Warp comes through, and he's able to bring Hansama and Skumond with him.
Do not enjoy the quirky.
From G2, all of them coming back out
However,
together.
Okay, LeBron and Broken Blade stepping up into the enemy jungle. Broken Blade ready to keep this one moving forward. Another nice use of the ulti, but miscommunication with LeBron, who uses the Glacial Fissure and interrupts the knockback from Broken Blade. Now a ton of damage into Hansama. He barely stays alive, but that's good enough for now. Levi's low, G2 retreating. Miscommunication between Broken Blade and LeBron as the cask knockback is interrupted by the fissure. They don't get the engage they're looking for, and Hans barely lives.
Hans is definitely happy with that one to be able to live after how it actually went down. But Otacon is actually up, so resetting back out, and the health bars here are very important because trying to move over, G2 do have the vision, and they have Caps pushing for priority on bottom lane first. So they've got full priority in the setup here, and Gam forced to take some recalls to refill their health bars.
The way he is right now.
I don't know if there's any way that they're going to be able to try a challenge
no
for
way
this.
Corky is catching
G2
strays
don't have
when
Hansama
Samir
here,
exists.
so it will be slower
There's no way you say
than
that.
they'd like it to be, but they've already got the objective
you know
down to 1/3
I love
HP. They've got
Samir.
Caps
There's
here,
just no way.
so they know that if Gam comes and tries to
There's
fight
no
this,
way.
they will have to fight
There's
through
no
the
way
Rise,
you
who does
sit in
now
this
also have
stream
Seeker's
and you
arm
know
guard.
I be taking hoes cheeks with
Follow
Samira.
onto the body slam there
And
from
you say
Broken
that she
Blade.
should be
This
the
time
lead.
the
There's
ulti
no
collides
shot.
exactly where it needs to, and Caps goes on a killing spree.
Yo.
G2, they'll take the Otacon.
Yo,
They'll
honestly,
be up
just wrap this one
24
up. Let's get
flower
on.
petals, 5 kills, and
let's get to the next
4,000
one, bro.
gold.
Caps have a
Wrap this one up,
3-level lead without even the Rod of Ages ticking over.
Wrap this one up.
And that thing's going to tick over
Now
and
you
get another
catching
level.
strays in your own stream. Like, that's what I'm
This is just
saying,
so
bro.
massive. They've been playing those
That's what I'm
sideways,
saying.
playing the macro, and he's getting
There's no
another
shot.
one here.
Yeah, Skumon wants to go in after Emo, and Caps is ready to follow.
I'm a
Levi with a
D1
defensive
Samira
stun,
hater.
trying to
God
provide an
dang.
opportunity for his
You know
teammate
what,
to get away.
JK, I'm not
Caps
in the stream
triggers
after
the
this.
Seraph
We
shield
locking
there,
in Samira
as
for one
Skumon and
game.
Broken Blade have to back away a little bit further. Lebrov going to get grabbed by the dredge
I'm gonna
line as
lock in
Gam continue
Samira.
their chase. Won't land the CC onto Lebrov as he tries again to protect Caps, who flashes away from the depth
I'm
charge.
lying.
Broken
I'm
Blade
gonna
here
go
on the
to
front
sleep.
line as the
I'm not
TP is
gonna
coming
lie.
in to once again reinforce Gam. The ulti from the
I'm going
Grog
to
is
sleep
not enough.
immediately
Emo
after the
with the
game's end.
shutdown on Broken Blade. Skumond on the run. He does
I
have dead
apologize
mans
for the
to try to get away
inconvenience.
from this one, but Gam is coming around to cut him off.
See, the difference
at
is
the pass,
G2
or are
understands
they?
their
Okay,
win cons
Squire
and
Trinket finds him.
Gam doesn't.
So even though Gam are setting up for Dragon
I
here,
will agree
this
with
Dragon is
that
only number 2 for
today.
them, and Caps makes the call, yeah, fine, go for the Dragon. I will continue to split push. So he
I will
teleports up
agree
to the
with
top
that
side. He forces the
today.
answer teleport up to that top side as well. Quay did
I
get
will
the
not
shutdown
agree
there,
with
so
that on
even with
Friday.
that extra little bit of a boost, but he really needs it.
This
Yeah, he
past
got
Friday.
the shutdown, and it at least got him to level 13, so as Caps' Rod of Ages ticks over, he's not 4 levels down. It's still 3 levels down. That is
Oh,
still
yeah, they're
extreme.
camping the
And
frick
Levi
out of Kia.
is now
Yeah.
finding himself caught, slammed back into the wall.
They are not letting that
LeBron
man
and
play.
Skumon need
They're
a little
also
bit more
kinda
damage,
like-
and Caps and Hansama have arrived.
I can't tell if
Instead,
Levi
they'll
is
turn
going
their
in by
attention over to
himself and getting his
Elio,
cheeks
who
taken
cannot
by
get
himself,
away.
or if G2 is
Hansama
spotting
grabbing the
him
kill,
out
as now
and
just
like
barely
tracking him well
Levi can escape that
to
one,
kill him
but
every
G2
time.
once again owns total control over the Gam jungle.
Yeah, G2 kind of
Yeah, 'cause
running
they're,
them
like, permanently in
around
this
the
man's
map
jungle.
this game. Caps at the helm, and Caps
Why does Emo
have
keep
his Seeker's
wasting
arm
ult
guard
on a Poppy?
to
Like,
go very
do
deep
you want to win?
on one of these plays.
Emo is
He's been going deep the whole game.
Or use it for an escape, you know, very versatile.
All right, G2, 4,000 gold lead.
I don't
Yeah, the
even know what
drinks
that
are
man's
even, but I
been
don't
doing.
think they really care too much about that. It's all
I just know
the Caps game
every time
this
we
time
see
around,
him
right?
on
It
the
feels like
screen,
it's live and die by Caps,
he is
and Caps is
soon
pick and live
no
every
longer
time. I think he's having a very, very impressive performance on the Rise in this one. The Realm Warps have been so effective every time. He hasn't been caught out of position. He hasn't found himself in a spot where the range of Gam has been a problem for him so far. 3-0-6 here on the Rise. Oh, come on!
Yeah, so props to some of the utility players on the team too. Broken Blade, you mentioned that really big teleport flank that he had. That one was very critical for G2, but this is going to be exciting to see how they continue to use this massive Rise lead in the side lanes.
Now
if Gam aren't
remember,
ever going to be able to get the map back under
last
control.
time this happened,
I'm curious if Gam really have any opportunities
was
in
a
this game that
bug.
aren't a G2 mistake at this
And
point.
they
'cause
reported
it feels
it.
like they haven't been
And then
able
they
to find
chrono braked
really much of anything. We talked
6
so much about
seconds
Artemis
back.
being the early lead for Gam,
And
but
then
that
they
Corki playing
unpaused.
around them like you were talking
And then
about.
they
Gam hasn't
immediately
found
got their
any
cheeks
windows
took.
to make those opportunities happen.
Yeah, and G2, they've got this really strong Rise split pusher, of course, but if you try and engage on the other part of the team and you're like, okay, we don't want to fight you when you have caps.
Remake.
They have so many
Just
abilities
start
to
the
buy
game
time.
completely
Really
over.
good defensive champions. You know, Braum, very good at buying time if you try to engage on the other side of the team. Gragas as well. And so they can buy time for caps to get there and collapse as well. So it's so hard for GAM when they make a play. It's got to be very precise. It has to be very quick.
It just has not been
Is he
there
turning
so
on
far
hacks?
in this one. Looks like we are having, it was a GAM pause for some peripheral issues that hopefully we can get resolved here very soon, get back into the game.
He's
Not
turning
sure
on his
exactly what
hacks.
peripherals are malfunctioning, but right now, GAM has got to figure out how they can try to stabilize against this. The good news is, Caps can only level up 2 more times. So the level lead's not going to continue growing that much more.
True.
Caps out at 18, and then you can start catching up.
When caps out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still, he's got some more room for items, so the pain might continue, but...
All right, let's go.
All right, we're back. The peripherals are fixed. Cap still has that unbroken arm guard. And hey, Broken Blade also has the same thing. Unbroken arm guard on the Gragas alongside the Fimbulwinter and Cosmic Drive means that he is a tanky Gragas that's also spamming abilities at maximum speed. Labrov goes in for an engage on Emo. Broken Blade knocks Elio back. Emo, not the right angle on him, but Elio will be a fine consolation prize. Kiaya shows up too little, too late to find much of anything, and the clock is at exactly the right time to make that play. 25 minutes into the game, G2 now has a 5v4 for the next 25 seconds. They will dare GAM to answer them at the Baron.
Yeah, beautiful play there from G2. They do it without caps at all. They use the Gragas, Poppy, and Braum to find their pick. They force GAM into this tight spot.
All right, G2, let's see how they can defend against this. Levi wants to go in there with a Grand Starfall, but he's immediately ejected by the Keeper's Verdict. G2 burns down the objective, and Broken Blade keeps everybody else busy. Skumon into the back, finding the slam into the wall on Emo. G2 aren't stopping, and it's GAM dropping. Artemis caught in the middle of a realm warp, and 4v1. He's buried. Double kill back over to Broken Blade, 18-8, 8,000 gold ahead. G2 with a massive sequence.
Did Levi even get to touch the ground there?
No, he just yo-yoed.
That Pantheon just got boinked out immediately by Skumon. Let's take another look at it. Of course, GAM, no, they're in such a tight spot, so they go for the big play onto Baron, but boom, as soon as he's there, immediately ejected back into the air. G2 focused, they finish the Baron, and then it can go get all of the kills. Look at that, grouped up, had the big slow right against the wall. Wow, that's got to be the wrap on it, Flowers.
Yeah,
that's got to be G2 pushing us to the edge here, to series point, to elimination game next game if GAM are unable to find a miracle for themselves.
I know y'all saw that nod,
it's a
like
Baron
he
plus you
accepted
doubled
that.
the impressive gold lead that
He
you
was
already
like,
had.
yeah, that
It's
was...
now in the
That was
territory
tough.
where GAM must rely on a mistake from G2, and it needs to be a pretty colossal mistake. Look at the bounties on the side of G2. Skumon and Caps, both with maxed bounties. Broken Blade is about to solo down the formerly fed Corky. Take a drink, Artemis. He's out of there. Call him to ride home. He's done. And now G2,
All right, G2
they've got a
2-0.
5v4 again for 30 seconds again. Moving up towards the mid lane inhibitor, having already claimed the one in bottom lane. It's a full 5-man push. The minions flowing into the base as well, but G2, they want to play it safe. They don't want to overforce here, and they're going to back away.
They've just expertly pulled GAM across the map the entire game.
What's going on now?
Here.
I'm panicking. How are you
And that's
doing?
how they're going to finish it as well.
It's giving tilted,
This feels like such an improvement for G2 compared to the previous series we've seen them in so far in this tournament, right? They got to win against
feel like
Furia,
a different G2.
but man,
Maybe they were
it
just
was
warming
a
up.
long, drawn-out battle. There were some messy games. It had to go the full 5. Up against BLG, they get smoked. 3-0 clean sweep. And now coming in here against GAM, a team that had the exact same record as them against the exact same team in the exact same tournament.
Pantheon's
You would
little bar
expect this to be
under
very
his
close, but
mana is? I
G2
forget what
is
it
making
does.
it look not that way
Does it give him
whatsoever.
Yeah, it's looking like G2's best game
damage
so
on his
far
next
for
attack
sure.
or something?
Even despite their bottom lane getting behind early on, and it possibly being an angle there for Gam. G2 really able to cover it. Caps
His
especially, and now they're coming to finish the job.
All right, Gam got to try to defend this last remaining lane of inhibitors, but it ain't gonna happen too easy. Broken Blade goes golden, trying to stay alive. The tier 3 turret buys a lot of time though. Gam with a nice defense, have already found 2. Caps into the Zonias, trying to stay alive. The shutdown back over to Levi. Caps wants to get away, but a massive shutdown for Kiaya. Gam come to life and defend their base on their last
Levi,
leg.
get in there.
Hans
Get
on
in
the
there,
run,
Levi.
But Levi's on the hunt.
Get in
Artemis
there,
right
Levi.
behind him.
I don't think
Gam
he can get
looking
anything.
for the chase.
Okay.
G2
Okay, they
forced
fighting
too
back.
hard. And
They
Gam,
fighting back.
even when
I
their
said
backs
I wanna
are
see
against
them
the
fight
wall,
back.
never give up.
Gam,
And
never
game
give up,
point
never stop fighting. They're
of
gonna
this
go for
elimination
the
match, and they
objective
said,
bounty
sis,
shutdown here.
you
Try
gonna
and
see
burn
us
this
fight back
dragon
in this
down.
game.
Skewmon
Period.
is walking on over
Period.
though. He has no
And I
ultimate.
better. And I better.
There's no way he goes into this. There's no way. What? Well, hold on. We got a TP coming in.
Braum has TP.
Yeah, that's a
Levi, you
LeBron
better
TP
secure
from an
this.
unsealed spellbook. So Gam will go ahead and claim themselves the Drake.
Teleporting into the base.
Hansama's also here. Yeah, they're going for the base. It looks like we're going to get a Broken
It's
Blade
fine. No,
teleport attempt here, but a response TP immediately
It's
from
true.
Emo, recognizing what's going on. Elio takes the blast cone to try to get away.
Nice.
Spider-Man on the dredge
Nice.
line. The empowered blast cone gives Elio the range to escape what would have otherwise been certain death.
That looked fun,
Okay.
honestly.
We've been waiting for you to show
over the
up.
Gragas, and then the slingshot
We've been waiting for
here,
y'all.
buffering his
We've been
hook
waiting for
nicely there
60
to avoid.
minutes, brothers.
And Gam, they pulled off the defense. They got the objective bounty shutdown. Kiaya puts the ward in the brush, but he gets the bad news.
Kiaya,
Yeah, he
if
might
you
have gone a
die
little bit
here,
too close here. Deadman's plate Poppy
Hey.
catches up, and
Hey,
Hans
get this man
Sama
off the stage.
empties the magazine into
Get this man
him.
off the stage.
G2 pick up a freebie there. Caps is back out on the Rift. We'll see if G2 can force something now. That's a 45-second death timer on the Jace.
Yeah, with 2 inhibitors down,
Kiaya.
there's just unrelenting pressure here.
I
Superman
know they
coming in
camped
mid
you, bro.
and bottom.
I know they
G2
camped
were
you,
just
and I know you
recalling there. They
probably
get a happy
tilted,
little
bro.
surprise.
Unacceptable.
With the extra kill, Caps
Unacceptable.
looking to start the work on the last remaining inhibitor, and slowly G2 will close in. The pressure unrelenting.
G2, there
Let's
goes
take a
the
seat.
last inhibitor in the Gam
For the rest
base.
of the
They
night.
go in for the engage. They're trying to find Levi instead, switching over to Emo. He's already dead, as now Elio's about to fall with them. Broken Blade goes back in for a nice 2-man body slam. Rune Prison on Levi seals his fate as well, and it's only Artemis left standing. But the Nexus turrets are down. G2 still
He
firing
took a
as Artemis
calculated
has to
trade
flash
there.
to try to get away.
It was a
Kiaya's
late
back
trade.
into the fight,
I'm
but it's
freaking
a
dead,
2v4.
Crystal.
Cap staying alive, kiting Artemis out as Broken Blade comes back over for the CC into the kill. The ace for G2. The game for G2. Game point for G2.
G2 today looking a lot better here at this tournament.
Not
really
Gam go
building
to
up
home. Did y'all
some
see that
strength.
sign?
And now they will be at series
wow.
points, looking at moving
It
on
said
in
Gam
the tournament.
go to home.
Gam, so much pressure
Oh,
on their
no.
shoulders. Now will be facing elimination
Oh, wow.
game. All of Vietnam watching them. So much pressure being that representative.
No more room for mistakes
wow.
for Gam. G2
Gam.
seem like they're back, and so are
Come
Twitch
on.
subscriptions for MSI. Subscribers enjoy
Lock
benefits
the
like custom
frick
chat
in,
emotes,
bro.
badges, ad-free viewing, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the
Let's
proceeds
do
of the global
this,
revenue
dude.
pool directly supporting the leagues and teams in the LoL esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the not
Let's
like
do this for
way
real,
in-game
bro.
emote.
I wanna
for when
see
your
y'all
way game
succeed. I
goes
wanna
like
see
that
y'all
way game,
prosper.
and you can't hold the Nexus. Now let's go ahead and check in with the analysts
wanna
to
see
break
it.
down that game too.
Thank you, Captain. A much more convincing
Let's
game
lock
here
in.
on the side of G2 with a different approach, taking us to the first match point in this series. Guys, let's take out the whiteboard here. I want to review what we said at the beginning of the series and check how it's
hype that
going.
man up, cause
Caps Magic,
Lord
I
have
think we
mercy.
got that.
Yes.
Hans Common is getting closer. I made the planet closer. I made it larger. You may not see it, but compare the two.
Yeah.
Caps, I mean, there was a Caps gap in the mid lane for sure. He was absolutely smurfing in this game, and that's kind of what I feared for Gam would happen. My expectation, though, is Eris is
28
probably going to
minutes,
come in
31
after how these
minutes.
first 2 games have gone.
Bro,
Absolutely.
G2
I
is
mean,
speed
this
running
was a really
these
rough
games,
game.
man.
You mentioned while we were watching basically that the Hui was like 2 levels down at a certain point. And he
No,
was just
truly,
farming
I'm
bot lane
blue.
waves. Like he was just out of the game.
Like,
And it started with a
okay. Let's talk. As we saw yesterday in the elimination match between Gam and Furia, we saw in game 5, or was it game 4? I forget. Whenever Gam was about to lose, they brought out all the stops. They brought out Levi on some freaking Viego. So this next game, they're playing for real. This is it. This is literally it. It is do or die. It is win or get sent home tomorrow. They be shipping these teams out next day shipping, y'all. I'm not even kidding. You lose, you go home next day, my boy. Next day. With that being said, it's do or die. Right here, right now. Show up or go home. So I need Gam to act like they want to do something different, act like they want to do something new, and I need them to act like they want to win. Because this, granted, Kiaya, I know you got camped. I understand that. 1 in 6 is unacceptable. 1 in 6 is unacceptable. If you're getting camped, I need you to be proactively warding. I need you to be proactively warding every time. Skip buying the damage. Buy pink wards at this point. Because you know they coming for you. You know they coming for you. Let's make sure we don't die. Let's make sure we don't give them that gold. But it's fine if Kiaya gets camped if they just match Cap's TPs. At this point, Holy, there's no Talia for Emo to do that with. Emo, we just gotta we gotta give up. We gotta give up mid lane. I'm sorry, I'm gonna say it. We gotta give it up. We gotta give it up. Okay, we need to make sure. We need to make sure that Caps is minimized as much as possible. We can't give him free golds. And we need to make sure that Kiaya understands that they are going to camp him and not die. Artemis was killing it in the bot lane, man. That man was 2-0 after being behind. 3-0. So, man, I don't know. And then Emo is just getting bounced around and booty blasted literally every fight. No, he is. Like, he needs to... Yo, get him some capsticks. His lip hurting him, bro. Get him some capstick. Like, we need these boys comfortable. We need them comfortable so they ready to succeed, bro. They can't be worried about their lips.
That is the key here. G2 taking us to match point, the first
Put TK in. Who was it? Eris? Y'all think they gonna put Eris in?
Right after the break.
But the thing is, Emo did well game 1 though. Emo did well game 1. So I don't know, man. Gam reverse sweep, surely. There's no way we go to game 5. I refuse to believe it, low-key. I just want Gam to win 1. I want them to win 1 so they know that they can do it. Dude, I can't wait for Yanara, bro. I want to play an ARAM real quick. I think we can get in and get out. Actually, let's do an arena. Actually, let's do an ARAM. Guess what champion I got in ARAM? I'll give you a hint. I'm dodging this ARAM. Guess what champ I got? Hint, I'm dodging it. I really don't think you could guess this. I think Ezreal is a good guess. Like, bro, what the frick, man? Who the frick about to play Arcane Jesus, bro? This man's name really Arcane Savior. Call a spade, bro. Wait. Did it dodge for me? What happened?
All right, guys.
Nightbot deleting Ezreal comments is crazy. Doing just as I told it to. Just as it did, or just as I trained it to. Wait, I love Victor. He scales so quickly in ARAM. I'm an ADC main, fam. I can't do it.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my
I hate
tats.
that.
So when
Look
Verizon
out.
announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan, pain-free, count me in. Try
Wow.
and beat it.
I
I'll
love
give
that
you
I
a
can
sec.
click on no things. Dang, I dodged one game and I get a 15-minute queue timer? That's freaking insane. Let me play a TFT. JK, y'all got me messed up if you ever think that's gonna happen. Do they give us arenas for LPP? What is a Pengu's party? Oh, we do get the arena skins. That's cool. What are the best arena skins? That one looks fun. Oh, these are booms. That looks like Pac-Man. I really be eating y'all up, low key. And y'all just be letting me do it. And y'all just be letting me do it. I think that's the craziest part. Meh.
Feel it coming. The pressure start thumping, ain't no running. It might cause a rave, all my people start jumping. You can feel the rush, it'll get your blood pumping.
They really trying to deter dodging now. I can see that, bro. Like, geez. It's a bit much in my humble opinion. Yo, it's an arcane one. That's cool. Okay, Baroness, I see you. Oh, she's fabulous. Okay, Blubble. Oh, a cute little rabbit. Everybody loves Chunk, right? Because of his dance. Okay, slay Miss Mams. Oh, I like that doggy. Oh. All right, he look a little bit insane there. It gives a little crackhead. Actually, I think I like this one. Gives a little crack. A little crackhead. These are cute. I like the duck. Oh, that was precious. I like crackhead duck bill. That one's cute.
He's dead. Look. JINX on flash. Look on Jess. I've ult on 5.
Chunk's cute. Facts. Little cutie.
Cap staying alive.
This reminded me of Neopets, low-key. Oh, look at her. Slay mamas.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MSI 2025.
Oh, some honey toast? I like that.
And this could
That
be
sounds
the
delicious.
last
That look like
match
cake.
of the the last game. Excuse me, or no, it's the last match. The last game of the play-in stage, as G2 are now only a single
Dude.
game away from
That
qualifying
man got Cheetos in
for
the air? What
main
the frick?
stage. Last game seemed like it could have been the perfect
Dude, there's
recipe
so
for
many.
Gant. It
What
was
the heck? I'm
scrappy
still
early,
scrolling.
4 deaths,
We're only
2
like
for each side.
halfway
at level
through.
1, but G2 managed to
Dang.
pull themselves out of the trench, lock in, and off the back of a stellar Rise performance from Caps and some
Don't care
insane
this much
flanks
now.
from Broken Blade, found themselves a decisive victory.
Yeah, Caps obviously massive
Oh,
in that
he
game.
looks dope.
And G2, both games have been better at pulling them across the map and getting extra value, you know, causing Gam to drop a minion wave here, a
Dang,
minion wave
there's
there,
so
a little
many.
bit of experience here, a little bit of experience
Okay,
there.
Snick.
And remaining more efficient. This game, though, much more you know, in their favor and much more in control because of such a
Ooh.
stellar Rise performance. I would also shout out Skumon. Skumon has had 2 good games on the Trundle as well as the Poppy there for him. Plus 2 props to Broken Blade, looking a lot better. All in all, that would just look like G2 are so much more
right.
confident now.
Let's get
You would
back into
expect them
this.
to continue this snowball in this series. So it's time for Gam to really dig deep.
TFT is a gotcha game
Gam back on the blue
with
side.
an
They'll
auto
continue
battle
banning
side
the
mode.
Azir and the Maokai like last game.
Yeah.
However, the Draven, the trademark
I'm
pick
gonna
there
stay
for
away from that
Hansama,
gotcha-ness.
also going to be banned. Over on the other side, things are looking very similar to the first 2 games here for G2's bans,
Hey.
as they'll continue banning the Nocturne
Gam.
alongside the Rumble. But what will the third be?
Lock
Gwen was there in game number 1,
in.
but didn't come around until the second half of the bans.
Do you
in
hear me?
game number 2, and the TF will remain there from game 2.
Kiaya.
All right, so they
I
opt for it
need
this
you,
time
bro. I
around.
need you on the front lines, bro.
Let's see, little bit of
I need you,
pinch
bro.
on jungle, and they're
I
immediately
need
gonna
you.
go for the Wukong. Okay, so
Kiaya.
Annie is up. Wukong plus Annie is a very good combination, and it is a very good, like, straightforward wombo team
This
fighting.
one
Get
game,
some good
Unblue. This
engage.
one game.
That would be a very good look for Gam.
All right.
If you're already
Yeesh.
thinking about that from G2, then are you thinking about, you know, taking it away, or would you rather get some counter engage going for yourself? Well, okay, they get some wombo possibilities of their own. Sometimes it can be hard to play Misfortune when
That's an insta-lock Nunu.
Insta-lock
Oh my
Nunu
goodness,
from G2.
okay.
They said they
That's
want to be
instantly
flightless
locked.
so freaking bad today.
This reminds me of Worlds last year.
No, as soon as I saw the Nunu, I was like, wait, why isn't the little thing flashing around his portrait? It's because it was just instantly slammed.
G2 also have a Nunu
Damn, y'all
streamer,
not gonna win
under
with
the
no regular
organization.
schmegular
That's
comp,
right,
bro.
Yeah. Kesha is he's probably
Y'all
jumping
not
on
gonna
his chair
win with
right
no
now.
regular schmegular.
I wonder if they
Oh,
did,
y'all, they
did
did
a little
put
training.
Arius
Maybe they
in.
Yeah, a little Nunu boot camp.
Yeah, a little Nunu boot camp. Okay, though. But Zyra Khan, the instant double locking here for
They
the
did
safety.
put Arius in. They took
and
out
comfort
Emo,
for
bro.
Artemis. This is such a big pick for him. You know, second most played of the split, and instantly combo it there
That's
with
tough.
Elio's Rakan. They do love this duo.
Okay.
And when you're looking at a lot of, you know, snowballs and engage and type stuff
It's
coming
been
through
all right,
here.
Yox.
I mean, you have bullet time plus pop blossom. If Nico can
How
grab
you doing
multiple
today?
targets and Misfortune is just emptying the guns over the top of that CC,
Pour
it
one
is a
out for,
recipe
Emo,
for either
right?
disaster or success, depending on whose side you're viewing it from. But Caps on the Nico, a lot of playmaking potential here.
Skumond also is 8-2
Girl, I would've replaced
over his
myself.
career
Dang,
on
yourself?
Nunu. So it is a very good champion.
Yeah, it
for
might
him.
be for the best.
This is definitely looks
But-
good. So the Nico too. Also, there you're talking about
Like, he
that
played
thing
really well in
did
game
get
one, he
nerfed,
played
you know,
poorly
20
in game
damage on the
two.
Q early on. but buffed up a little bit for the scaling for it later. So definitely has those mid lane options.
4-game win
Could be a mid
streak.
lane
I see
or
you.
support.
Who you been playing today?
Whereas in the past, for the past couple of months, you know, Nico has been the support go-to. But it was one of the biggest changes with the MSI patches.
And I think I heard you guys talking about it on the cast yesterday. It's like whenever you see the nerf to the base damage, but the buff to the ratios, they're saying, no, get out of support. Go back to mid lane.
Exactly.
We'll see if that's where they want to go. But the champion that you were talking about and the champion that I was talking about, potentially for GAM with the Annie and the Gwen, those are going to be both the bans here in the second half for G2 as GAM will ban away the Sylas.
Yeah, definitely. If they're not going to grab those in the first 3 picks, is going to get dropped. They're kind of expecting Annie will get banned away, not going to be an option later. But what else here? Because they're definitely expecting
I want to see some
as support.
crazy for Levi, bro.
The dog.
Give him the shiv.
Respects.
Put him on the
Warwick.
shiv.
It got banned against Broken Blade so much, fairly frequently there
ADC
in Europe.
are
So
super
even
duper
with
boring this
the
game.
rough game that he showed here at this tournament, the respect is still there.
Very different look
only
from
GP,
the
nothing
hover
else?
over it in game number 1, where they were trying to remind him of it on that first day. Let's see what G2 wants to go with. The Ambassa locked in for Broken Blade.
All right, what answers are available? I mean, you could go super strong stuff. In North America, of course, we have Bwipo, and Bwipo does Volley Bear sometimes into it, try and stop. The Renekton is, of course, banned from Fearless, so that's not an option to try and take it down. But hovering on the Kennen, the range. There we go. Ares comes in.
I think
Ares gets his
I really
Ahri,
feel
so
like that Wukong is
playmaking
top, y'all.
for them. They really need it for the side of Game
Embarrassing
2.
for me.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Really did get buffed on the patch, but that thing is risky in professional play, especially against a Nunu, which can gank you so frequently.
Okay, the Jax.
What a
locked in for
regular
Kiaya. Jax
schmegular
versus
draft,
Ambassa, your
bro.
top lane matchup. The Ahri, you mentioned it. Popular pick
Nah,
for
Aatrox
Ares.
is up.
Also one of those champs that you mentioned last game, like one of those mid-range, like scrappy skirmisher type of mages. We'll see how much they can get done with that one. It does mean with the Jax being the top laner for the side of GAM, you're going to have your main initiations there be with the Wukong and the Rakan, but I think
like
that's
G2's
more than enough
draft
big
better, bro.
initiation between those two ultimates. And the final pick of the draft for G2 will be the Tristana
I do wanna
in
make
the
some
mid lane
lemon
for
drink for
Cap. So
tea
it will
tomorrow.
be support Nico after
Might
all.
throw some cherries
G2
in there.
doesn't
Why the
have
frick
a
not?
main magic
little
damage
sweetness.
dealer. Yes, Nunu has magic damage. Yes, Nico has magic damage. Neither one of them is a high econ role. So if
Damn.
somebody builds a lot
Please.
of armor, it could be difficult. Double AD carry against Jax
No
can
way
also pose some
Ares wants to
problems.
be
How are
Faker
we feeling
that
about this
bad,
draft?
bro.
I feel very good about
No
the
way
G2
Ares
side
wants
of
to be
it,
Faker
actually.
that bad,
because even
bro.
though, yeah, that is not like the most magic damage, I think it's enough magic
Estimate.
damage.
Okay.
And so I like the idea here to go for the AD mid lane,
Estimate,
especially
bro.
since whenever you slam a Nunu, you are thinking snowball ganks. Snowball ganks can be so effective and very, very frequent. So you have a lot of opportunity in these lanes. Tristana is looking for
GG's,
pressure, is
damn, it
looking
was
for
fun
rocket jump
seeing y'all.
opportunities. So if you get Nunu snowballs coming through that lane, that can help out so much. If you get those going up towards the Ambessa to tilt the carry matchup as well, can be so effective. And Nunu really thrives when you have a lot of options to go to for some lanes that can really make use of those ganks.
I know you say tilt as in tip the scales and change the balance, but I think of tilt as why is this damn Nunu back in my lane for the 5th time in 3 minutes? Because a good Nunu just loves to spam those ganks like you're talking about. But here we go.
Have they released
Summoner's
all of
Rift
the
for
spa
what could
skins?
be the last time today if G2 wins it, or if GAM can pull off their big team fights, they still have a chance to extend this series, take us to Game 4, and potentially even further beyond.
Change his
Last
name
game,
to Gap.
remember that we had 4
It is
kills
not
before
Gam
2
time.
minutes. It looks like this time around, Kobe, we're going to get a much more patient start.
Come on,
I'm
Gam.
excited for it. See what
Let's do this.
Nunu looks like here on the international stage.
Okay, spellbook there for Rakan, so you can see there's kind of what you were talking about back in game
Just
number
like the
1.
Yanara
He's
one
not
so
feeling
far.
the pressure of needing to have something like a Guardian there in the lane early on for this one. As there's a look at Skewmon on this Nunu. We'll be keeping track of him throughout the early game, seeing what he's doing. But G2, talking about this team, This is a history of how they have come in to international competition in the past. One thing you will notice on this list, there is a lot of number ones. This is the most accomplished EU organization, period. This is the only Western team to ever win MSI. And so when you look at this series, when you look at the fact that these two teams were supposed to be very evenly matched and G2 is dominating, G2 is a team that has a history of performing at a very high level, and I feel like this is G2 locking in.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been questioning that history with this new version of G2 and the slow start to this tournament, the rough start that they have had. So an important bounce back in the last game for them.
And Caps hitting them with the explosive charge, and Eris immediately does not want to give any more auto attacks to that one. As we can see, Skewmond just clearing through his jungle here on the Nunu.
Yeah. Especially since they, did say with these G2 changes that this roster built for international success. See what they can do. Moving on to the next stage is the first step, of course.
Yeah, can't win a tournament if you don't make main stage. Not going to happen.
Simon.
Immediately, Caps playing aggro on the Tristana. You love to see it. The confidence here.
That a lot.
And I feel like you've got to have confidence after the performance from last game. Caps was just dominating start to finish. What was it, like 3 minion wave lead, 6 or 7 minutes into the game? Something absolutely absurd. Just totally in control, as Kiaya is taking some early control over this top lane carry matchup.
And I don't think Caps is too worried at all about the mid laner swap either. I think he probably feels pretty confident.
Yeah, no, Caps has only been going base skin recently. I don't know if that's something that he
really
normally does, but this whole
pick,
entire tournament,
it is not a frequent pick in pro play. So the last
if you
time
want
that
to be
Skewmond
faker
did
that
play
bad,
was
bro,
in the LFL.
Just say it, bro. Just say it. Like, you don't have to do all of this performative stuff, bro.
This is a look at some
just
of
come out and
those
say it,
numbers
man.
in the first couple of games. And
like another thing, they want to kiss Kiaya, bro. They do. That's why they've been camping him, bro.
Enjoy the luxury.
They don't
of
have
those
to do
leads,
all of this
especially the bottom
performative
lane,
stuff. They just gotta say it, bro.
We'll
believe
warm down and kind of correct the situation.
The other number I'm noticing is only a 1 in the death column on both games. Remember that in game number 2, that death didn't even occur until the overextension underneath the tier 3 turret up there in the top side. So really impressive performance there from Caps. Here comes the snowball. Skewmon coming in for the turret dive here at level 3. They root up Artemis.
Very
he and Elio, though,
game.
do a good enough job surviving, staying healthy enough, both with about half HP left, but a nice tangle barbs there from
He's gonna come back
for some extra damage on the back end of the trade. Lebrov lost about half HP, but honestly, they do get the better of the bottom lane of Gam. That was both summoner spells from Elio to try to stay alive there.
Caps goes for a little bit of the health trade on the bottom side, and the response.
They can't make Kiaya the way
although it is warded, so
used to do Dyers back in the day. Dude never got to play.
Either, though. Just right back to respawning.
That's such a tilting way to play, bro.
Both junglers here on fairly similar timers as far as their second clears. Faded Ashes, the important pickup there for Skewmond to be able to hyper accelerate that clear. Maybe not hyper.
Both mid laners, faker fanboys, bro. One got on faker skin and one doing the no skin tech.
Both of them.
And we still really haven't seen a monster performance from Kiaya so far in this series. He hasn't really had the opportunity to do so.
I don't think I watched
Game number
play
1,
when
he got
Dyrus
focused. He got shut down on the Gnar very hard to the point where when he had that big opportunity in the jungle to make a play, he was just a little bit short.
I miss the reason everybody's disliking.
Then in game number 2, the
B2,
Jace again never having the chance to do what they wanted
so
to do.
I don't like.
Caps eats both parts.
I don't dislike
the Spirit
them.
Orb, so wants to jump all the way away from
I
that
actually
one. Down
predicted
to
them to win this
no
game.
Potion remaining.
But
Gonna start the channel here on the recall, staying far enough
reasoning
away,
is because
but Eris
in
will still interrupt that
EU have a long-standing rivalry.
The wall finds a target,
so
though. They're going to interrupt the recall upon Sama. Levi is here.
But
Hans
I
does
want
have
G2 to
summoner
win this
spells
series,
available to try to get
but
away
I want
from this
Gam
one. Barrier
to
is in. The feathers don't hit it. First blood goes over to Elio. Levi
I want Gam to at
try to
least
confirm it.
put up a fight. Right now it's 0-2.
First blood over the game.
Like G2 has been taking their keeps right now.
Them use some more flashes,
and like I don't want a quick 3-0. I want to see Gam fight back. I want to see Gam put up a fight.
Artemis trying to flash does not.
But right now that's not what we're seeing.
Where they really
like look at these
it,
sloppy
so
mistakes.
The majority of the money into Elio, but the kill is definitely success for them. Skewmond on a ward tries to go back out, praying on the reset.
Can Gam do a reverse sweep? They can.
Burning it down nicely.
I mean,
It
Mountain Drake
is-
is tanky to most junglers,
it is
but most junglers are
possible
also not
that a
Nunu,
reverse sweep
so
could happen.
I feel like that should be pretty easy business there.
Is
for
it
Skewmon.
likely?
And the
Is
fairly
another
common
question.
Nunu build is the Leandries
completely
into
different question.
full tank.
Ooh.
Trying to go mess around with him, of course, with a spell book. You always want to get in there and try your hand at the smiting game too, as a
Nah,
support,
no
but Nunu very hard.
Ooh, public execution
This
from Broken Blade
long-standing
as Kiaya
rivalries.
wanted to try to go in for the play
But the
here.
thing
Now,
is,
that is the ultimate for
Misfit,
Broken Blade. Kiaya
the-
still has
the
his available
stupidest
on
part
the
of that
Jax,
rivalry
as now we're back down
is
to the bottom
both
lane.
NA
Skewmon again hanging around
and
here, but he's
EU
stealing the enemy red buff.
fight to see
Meanwhile, they're in the
who's
heads
the
of Artemis
worst
and Elio.
team.
Now
They
Broken
don't
Blade
fight
is in
to see
danger.
who the
Levi
better
making
team
his way
is.
up here. They
No.
know the Ambessa does not have the
The
ulti to try to
arguments
outplay this. It's going to give him the
on
opportunity.
NA
Broken Blade there with a flash
There
away.
you go,
Kiaya gets his
Kiaya.
kill.
There you go,
Damn,
Kiaya.
2-0 on the board.
Levi and Kiaya, the
NA and
Gam
EU, they don't
duo
fight to see who the best
of
team
the
is. They fight to
ages
see
here. They
who
find
the
the kill
worst
onto
team
Broken
is.
Blade. It's under tower. They're denying
Because
minions as
both
well.
of them
The answer on the
can
opposite
never
side.
beat
The response after the
EU
red buff
or
steal.
Oh, Elio trying to
China
stop him
or
here. LeBron
Korea.
is down to 100 HP.
There you go,
Feet of
Artemis.
Warfare gonna be
There you
claimed
go.
now
There
by
you go.
Gam as they get
They fighting back
themselves an
now.
outplay in a 2v3.
But we've seen this before. Gam has done well in the beginning and then they throw their lead. So let's make sure we keep this up.
Flowers? Is it finally Gam time in this series?
At least
the
in the early game,
EU-NA
my friend,
argument
the
is
clock
always,
has struck Gam
oh,
in this
we
third
took
one.
2
Levi
games
getting
off
the
of
plays done
China
up
in the
top
best
side.
of
Artemis
5.
and Elio
So we're the
outplaying
better
in the
team.
bottom
No,
lane.
bro.
It's looking
You
like
still
a great
lost.
start.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
still
Nunu,
suck.
one of the
And you
frustrating
did
things
not
on
make
Nunu
it
is when
past
you're trying to snowball
quarterfinals.
like mobile
Okay?
champions. They're just juking
Like, I don't know what else to tell y'all.
They go
They-
for the
they
dive.
both-
drop
they
the
both
kills
some
there. The
cheeks.
successful play from Gam.
How about that?
Up on the top side as well. Now
Both
mid.
NA and EU, some
Charmed, but
cheats.
it's only the clone. Real one
Now,
gets
I
knocked
will
up
say,
into the air, but Ares is
FlyQuest
taking a
has
ton of
been
damage here from
representing
Caps.
very
Levi
well
tries to go back in, but the pop
at international
blossom
tournaments.
manages a catch.
But
Levi
the
in some
EU
danger.
argument
LeBron
is like,
knocks him
oh,
down.
y'all had an easy schedule.
Trying to put a stop to that Gam time very quickly because this is going to lead right
you suck,
into the
we
grubs
suck,
as
they
well.
suck, we
Caps
all
getting
suck.
instant value on top of it.
How about that?
Caps trying to dive between turrets for the kill onto
Ares
Ares.
is
Wants
dead.
to get the reset. Will end up getting the explosive charge detonation
So, yeah.
to bring this game back
I think
to
the
near even
EU-NA
goal.
When in
fight
doubt
is so
for
silly
G2
when
Flowers, where do you go?
I think
you
the
go to
last
mid lane,
time
you go to Caps. Go play around mid
a
lane. They
NA
go
or
mid
EU
and
team
everything
won
just
Worlds
gets
was
better.
in like
they play around Caps.
what,
They get turret play money.
2013?
They get the grubs. They get the kills. They have actually wiped
2009?
that whole gold lead.
I think it was
off
the
of
first
map.
season.
Turns out, when your team has a guy that the majority of people consider to
I think
be
it was the
best
first season
Western
of League
player
of
all
Legends.
time, you should probably play around that guy.
Let me
You might
fact
have
check
some good
myself.
chances.
Hold on, I'm gonna look
That
up the
is
winners.
advised. Why try anywhere else?
Yep, you've got the
Winners
secret
of
sauce.
League of
It's right
Legends
there in
Worlds.
mid lane, part of a balanced
We just
diet
don't
for
suck as
all
much as
main
EU.
stage
See,
participants.
that's the
And
argument.
With the turret plate money,
Okay.
especially there on top of the kill for Caps, the full Yun
Yes.
Taos is completed really early
EU
on. So
won Worlds in
Ares is
season
gonna
1.
have some pain coming his
And
way in
literally
the mid lane.
never
Plenty of
again.
wards too around them. In the mid lane,
It
there
has
to try
always
and create
been
some extra
China
vision for Caps, so he can kind of hover up
or
on the
Korea
top side.
ever since that day.
You can already see that CS difference is starting to remind me a lot of game number 2. Caps plus 20 compared to Ares here on the Ahri. That means not only do we have the kills, we've got
He
the
was
extra
just
farm
controlled
lead.
opposition
It's
to keep
starting
Western fans
to
interested in
already
Worlds.
begin to resemble that second game and the Rise carry. Let's see what Skewmon can do here on the Nunu.
Crazy work.
He's going to make his way into the enemy jungle here, see if there's anything he can steal away. Nunu always an excellent buff thief. Takes a chomp out of it,
Yeah,
but Levi is ready and
2018
waiting.
they were
Problem is,
runner-ups
Ares is stuck
to
underneath the turret,
Invictus.
and Caps is continuing to aggressively
Yeah, to
trade.
Invictus.
So many auto attacks means
But it
Levi
was a
doesn't have the
3-0,
confidence
bro.
to really fight Skewmon for
It was
this
a
buff. He
3-0 in
ends up
finals.
losing out
If
on
you
that
get
one.
3-0'd
And
in
now
finals,
we've
bro,
got
like,
Robin Hans
you
up here
shouldn't have
looking
been
to
there.
make the kill happen onto Kiaya. Bullet time, Pop Blossom, Snowball, the whole kitchen sink. Skewmon
If you get
takes
3-0'd
the
in
kill.
finals,
G2
you shouldn't have
ties it
been
up
there.
3-3.
That's my thought
That
process.
Jax ain't moving anywhere. Chomps him down as well for the final little bit there. And G2, wait a second. On the
If
bottom
you're not
side of the
taking
map,
at least
Broken Blade trying to deal
one
with the other
game
side
off of the
swap.
opponent team,
Can Artemis and Elio
goodbye.
put as much pressure? They're getting teleported on. That's why Broken Blade is staying under here.
Yeah, Broken Blade knows he has the public execution if he wants to try to make something happen here.
All
But
right,
burst him
nice.
down before he can do anything
Elio
about it.
will
Cap
be
should be able to get
deceased.
one back here onto Elio with the explosive charge there. No
Oh,
amount
my
of
bad.
shielding
It's
is going to save
Elio,
him
and I'm
from
calling
that.
this man
Ends up being a
Elio
one-for-one trade.
the whole entire day.
Caps teleports in, tries to correct the situation. Money's still going over there, though, into the hands of Artemis, trying to get some power onto their AD carry that they need to be able to fight some of these team fights, because G2 already looking like they are going to have the most powerful AD carry in the game, and that is Caps.
All right, Broken Blade teleports up there, but it's a three-man play coming out from Gam, looking to burst him down.
Again?
Man, I can't even finish the sentence. Broken Blade getting bullied here in this third game as Eris has to use Spirit Rush to get away bottom side. Labrov at the point-blank Tangle Barbs threatening to lock him up there as Gam are full committing to try to take down the tier 1 turret, but G2 is doing the same thing down here in the bottom lane. The Grubs, it's 3 for the side of G2. They are burning through it faster. Gam still trying to get it.
Explosive.
It's a full race for the first turret, but it goes over to Gam, and they'll earn the boots with it.
Woohoo! Nice little race there. They do get that. Upgraded boots here for Gam, but G2 have taken the gold lead. And again, it is a recipe they have found success with. Huge gold lead, the majority on Caps. Difference this time around, Kiaya. The star here for Gam on his Jax.
Ari is really just designed to counter majors who are
Kiaya
still
with a
heavy.
40 farm
Caps with
lead
Chris,
over
ADC,
Broken
Chris
Blade.
Fish,
An even stronger advantage than the plus 30 that Caps has in the mid lane there.
I've never thought of it that way.
Kiaya dodging away for the public execution,
Oh,
but Broken Blade's
wow.
got Caps. Kiaya's not getting away from that one. He even wastes the flash on the
Caps is
exit
good. You
to
gotta
the
put some
fight.
respect on his
And
name.
that is Caps getting paid again.
That is teamwork, Flowers.
Caps is
That
good
is
at League of
teamwork.
Legends.
Broken Blade. Yeah, he calls over his carry. Caps summoned, and Caps takes down the opposition. That is huge because he also gets extra money from the tower afterwards. With how these games have been so focused on pushing for those extra turret play money, getting that kill in the side lane and opening up here means that they're going to draw Levi out of the jungle over into vision here, so no more surprise plays from Gam. G2 enjoying the extra little power play after their kill.
Kiaya just barely missing out on that one, but still commanding a 1.4K gold lead for the side of Gam individually. Overall,
No,
it's
literally,
about that much
Ibanez
the other
Nico
direction
clones
for G2.
last forever.
Ansama
They
getting
can
caught
gain
out by
so
Eris,
much
but
vision.
Elio is too slow on the follow-up, so they can't get anything, and that just means
So
low HP.
much
But now
vision.
Caps in danger. Levi over the wall. Caps jumps to
That's good,
safety, and
720
Levi beats
gold.
him over the head for a
But
nice
y'all be careful,
shutdown.
they
That
coming.
erases almost the entirety of the G2 lead, and Gam are staying in this one.
Yeah, 2 can play at that game, Flowers. I also have a huge teammate to call. Wait a second. How much do they want to go for this? Because you see the Misfortune walking over.
Here comes the redemption. Pop Blossom, though, from Labrov. He could be in a little bit of danger here.
clone
Skumon
to
is knocked
scare
up
you
in the
with
air.
the
The
ulti?
follow for the second Cyclone coming out from Levi. Kiaya barely getting away from the bullet time. Kiaya and Skumon both hanging on by 100, 200 HP. Labrov also barely escaping. Both
MSI
teams
emotional matches.
completely
They are
committed to the
emotional. Somebody's
skirmishes in
going
this one.
home.
Yeah, we're just scrapping everywhere, Flowers.
Somebody's
this
going
one,
home,
they're
best
trying
selfie.
to create the fight.
It's about to be
and
real
banking on the
emotional.
fact that Misfortune with the strut move speed is going to be able to get there in time to pick up the extra kill that they
It's
try and
about
set
to
up.
be
But
real
yeah, there you go. That
emotional.
rocket jump on the fat part. Nice and interrupted. And then over the top into the bonk.
That
Oh,
wall is
literally
tricky, man.
holy.
Many a League of Legends player has fallen victim to the fat part of that wall, thinking that you have enough distance, thinking you'll be able to clear it, and it just doesn't quite work. Plate money. This is the most plate money yet in this game. Game
Just
1 had barely
one
any plate money
unblue.
between the teams.
Just
Game
one.
2, all right, a little bit. Game number 3 now, more
Let's
than
do
2,000
it.
gold between them, just in plates. Like you said earlier, it's been so much pushing, so much shoving waves, so much collecting plates, and now G2 are also going to grab themselves the Rift Herald. G2 have 3 Grubs, the Rift Herald, and both Drakes. They have completely controlled neutral objectives so far this game.
Yes, they have. But let's see. Gam pushing back with the priority there on the side lane. They want to funnel more into the Jax. The Rakan hovering the Jax to try and get Kiaya more solo gold. Solo turret gold. Caps trying to move in, but they've taken over the jungle, and they do get what they came for. Gam with the force play. It's going to take Broken Blade a while to push in on top side, and Eris
aggressive.
already rotating over
aggressive.
to go compensate on the top lane. So nicely done there from Gam. A little bit of pushback from themselves. Get themselves that tower for Kiaya.
All right, Broken Blade versus Eris up here in the top side. Excuse me, as Kiaya is down bottom lane against Caps. Drops a counter strike, but Caps has enough extra distance with Rocket Jump compared to the distance of Leap Strike that he creates enough space that Broken Blade cannot stun him with that counter strike in time. Eris just trying to hold the line here against Broken Blade. But one thing that I'm noticing here, Kobe, look back at the mid lane. Eris has now caught up to Caps in terms of farm. Meanwhile, topside, Kiaya maintains the massive lead over Broken Blade of plus 30. Good job here from GAM, making it so they can make up those resources, especially considering we spent so much time in games 1 and 2 talking about how G2 was doing a better job of making GAM bleed resources.
Yeah, booted and booted.
Keeping up their CS this time around.
Booted and booted.
With those pushes.
Booted and booted.
Snowball here going to do not a lot this time around. And again, GAM pushing 2 lanes first. They push mid lane first. They've got top lane pushing first. In time for the Dragon.
Okay. Skumon's not going to find anybody with that bowling ball. Right into the gutter it goes. We do have the Leandries completed on the Nunu, working towards what'll probably be that dead man second like you're talking about. Leandries into the tank stuff there for Nunu, making more of a new nuisance.
Okay, engage
nice
on Eris.
Engage from Broken Blade there with the public execution onto Eris to interrupt the back. Eris, of course, does still have enough mana for the Spirit Rush, so he will not be threatened with lethal damage, but he is interrupted in terms of his tempo, in terms of having that ulti moving forward. GAM trying to stop the Herald from going forward into the turret. They might just pop it before it can get any value. Nice stop from GAM.
Good job, GAM. Good job. Keep that up.
Around, gets the eyeball proc. Kiaya's here on the Dragon. They're forcing once again. So they're sacrificing top lane once again. G2, they've got Broken Blade on the tower up there, and he's going to get it.
This means for GAM, you've got to make sure you get this Drake. If you're already giving away the top lane tier 1, you've got to get what you came for on the other side of the map. And they will be able to force G2 back for now. Elio goes in for a quick knock up there onto LeBron, but Skumon rolling the snowball down towards the pit. Not going to matter. He's already too late.
I was
Levi
a
jumps
little
back
bit
over the wall.
scared that it was going to be
back top lane to deal with Broken
right on
Blade's push,
time.
but Broken Blade has already fully recalled. So, this is a nice bit of a rebound for GAM. I said earlier that G2 had controlled every neutral objective. GAM finally stopping the Dragon stack here, as well as I'm going to count it as a -1 towards G2 instead of a +1 for GAM because they stopped the Herald. So that one doesn't count. That's not credit anymore.
The Captain Flowers math, I like it.
So -1 to the enemies instead of a plus for
They're
you.
just optimized, I guess.
I want to see as we progress
they
in
know
this
how
game,
to optimize
can this
absolutely
comp
everything.
that GAM have opted into with so many champions that really benefit from flanking and benefit from these quick pick opportunities, can they find their engages, especially onto the Misfortune? Because a Tristana is fairly slippery as far as a target. Yes, you'd love to get Caps and lock them up, but having a lot of self-peel options and being able to buffer Rocket Jump makes things difficult.
Nice dodge.
Okay,
nice root.
Artemis with a little bit of a root there onto Skumon. Decent chunk of HP, but nothing crazy. Still defending the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, having the Xayah ultimate down, not having that safety now. Kiaya wants to make a play in the side lane, but Nunu's coming down. You see on the mini-map.
Okay, Broken Blade
The
with the
way
public
they
execution
time their abilities so that
as he goes
the
aggressive,
CC
but a nice
doesn't
jump over the
even
wall
really
there
matter.
towards the ward with the leap
Like, I
strike.
don't know if y'all
Kiaya
saw
getting himself
the
away for
Jack
now,
stun
maintains back distance there
into
with the counter strike. Gets
Mbessa
Broken Blade on the
ulti,
very edge of
so
the
the
stun.
stun
Has the
doesn't
redemption
even really
coming in
take
from Elio
place.
at the same time.
Like,
Plus the
just
blast
tether it
cone
at different
means
times.
he's
Ugh.
out of there.
Yeah, it's a
I
bit
freaking
reaching
love,
there
man.
from Broken Blade, going for the flash after. Nunu can't follow up.
Thank you for the
after
follow,
snowballing down the other side. So
Wevin.
the offensively
Hope you're having
blown
a good day
flash
today.
from Broken Blade from G2 going to be the cost,
Whoa,
and those things
whoa,
are
whoa.
critical in the capabilities of these team fights with how much scrap is going on here. I mean, all the flashes being available.
Your
Levi
boy
and
Jer Bear
Kiaya
coming in
and
with
Eris.
the 37 months of support. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, love. Time does fly. Holy moly.
G2 starting it up. GAM have got to find some kind of an answer here. Kiaya has the teleport. He's down to the bottom lane, but Otacon is already down to 40% HP. Levi and Elio walking up, scaring G2 back. Eris ready to join, already using one Spirit Rush. Finds a charm into Hans Sama, putting the pressure onto the AD carry, but Lebrov is coming around from the side, looking to find the
got
pop
Otacon.
Otacon stolen away by GAM. Hans Sama with the flash over the wall, staying alive. Kiaya looking to chase him down. It's Otacon plus a kill over to GAM, but what about
Here we
Elio?
go,
He gets himself
guys.
back away. Broken Blade exhausted, having to retreat now too. GAM find a fight, they find an angle, they find
There
what
we
they
go.
needed.
That Misfortune
We're
flowers,
fighting
that
back.
big juicy target on G2.
We've been
They get it. They
waiting.
get both summoner spells, and they got the Otacon here.
We've
GAM,
been waiting.
can they push this
Yeah,
series
no, that was
another
great.
game? This is the beginning. The gold lead here, the Otacon, and this is versus Nunu. So they full send, they push them off of it.
Great from
Get him
Gam.
far enough away. Eris is the one that started out
Am I
onto
mic
Misfortune here. Hansama, he lands
bro?
the charm. He gets the first little bit of chunk. Then Lebrov comes in to peel Hansama, but he peels the other side, and he can't peel everyone. Kiaya there was the other one to flank over, and he finishes off that Misfortune. Meanwhile, buying so much time on the other side, Elio is able to recon ult and buy the space.
There you go. Keep that
Gam
tempo.
gotta keep it up, though. They gotta keep this pace moving forward. They are slightly
Dude,
ahead
I swear,
in
anytime
terms
I
of the
say
flower
something, the
petals,
casters
even
say
after claiming
immediately
Otacon, which meant they were
afterwards.
seriously behind earlier.
They
if
listening,
Otacon
bro.
only evens you out. So, despite the fact that G2 have controlled most of the neutrals, Gam gets the big one in Otacon, and they also have the feats of strength with the boots to kind of even out the count overall. Eris moving top again to deal with Broken Blade on the Ambessa, who is having his roughest game
It
so
might
far
be
of the series.
screwed for Drake.
Caps
Why do you say
gets
that?
stunned as he tries to jump back over the wall. Kiaya on the hunt,
Gam's
looking for
already
the
bought.
Tristana, but Buster Shot is a great disengage
Caps is
mechanism.
dead.
The problem is, here's
It's a
Levi,
4v5.
the captain, gets
Eris,
it done.
no die, no
as
die.
Eris continues his retreat away from Lebrov and Hansama. The last
All
remaining
right.
charge of the Spirit Rush is enough to get him to safety, but now it's G2 again, looking for pressure onto a tier 2 turret. Gam taking the
Dang.
tier 1 over in mid lane at
Okay.
the same time.
We got
Skimon rolls a
Caps
snowball
dead.
up to see
We
if
got
maybe he
mid
can psych him
turret.
out a little
We
bit,
just
but
got
Gam is
Otacon with some
undeterred.
kills.
Levi and
Dragon
Artemis
spawning
do a
in
lot
30
of damage
seconds.
to
We
this
gotta
turret very
rotate straight
quickly.
drag, no?
This time around, Kobe, this is the difference. If G2 are getting a tier 2 top, Game is getting a tier 2 mid. They're not allowing G2 to out macro them like we saw in the first 2 games.
Exactly. They're the ones taking control, being proactive, forcing this play, pushing mid, pushing bot side. They make
Am
the
I trolling,
rotation
or is
over
the
through
rotation
the jungle
to
to
Dragon
take
a little
down
late?
Caps, chop down the Tristana yet again, and really play to Kiaya. Levi and Kiaya, the dynamic duo of this team. All right, Caps, though, he wants revenge. And Eris, his Ahri ultimate isn't quite up. A couple of seconds left on it. He's getting chunked so far down.
Oh, I think Skewmon might just explode him. Yeah, okay, Caps was there, but he didn't need to be. Skewmon, nice job there finding the pick.
Yeah, G2, they make the call. You're going to be over by Dragon, so we'll make the side lane play on the other side of the map to get some gold back. That gold goes into
I think
Nunu,
we'll take
though,
that.
and that gold just kind of funds the Dead Man's Plate.
Now
If
we're
that
even on
Dead Man's
Dragons.
Plate movement speed does result in a future pick, then it is high value. But you really have to be able to get, make use of it to get that snowball gank off and punish one of those side lanes.
The nice part is for Gam, too, in the last tier 2 turret for tier 2 turret trade, remember that the one G2 took was top lane. So it's not like Caps can continue pushing, trying to take the tier 2 up in top, since it was already the spoils from the last trade. So it doesn't end up being a big swing like it otherwise could be. It is still a good kill there to get some more money on G2's side. That Dead Man's up and running, like you were talking about.
Like, was that a greedy play for him to take
plus
that?
500, which really is nothing at all at this point
Or was
in the game
that securing
for
a
Gam.
kill?
So really coming down to execution in this one. Both sides pretty even. Skewmon getting knocked up into the air. The quickness from Elio. Tries to use the redemption to keep himself healthy enough to survive the explosive charge, and he does. Elio nearly killed. Skewmon at half HP.
Yeah, Nunu, if he can find something to chomp, can heal up pretty quickly.
Truly, bro.
I mean, Krugs are very far away, so looks like he's pinging over to his Raptor spawn, but some chunks of health there. And again, it is the spellbook recon, so not too big of an investment. They go for the teleport play. Can they make the pincer happen?
Yeah, they're going for the TP now as Caps has to rocket jump away to the very edge of the pipe. Broken Blade wants to go in, and he gets into the very back of the pipe, but Hansama's already down. Broken Blade having to run away. Kiaya chasing further after the remaining targets. Lebrov trying to get a little bit of extra distance, flashes away from the charm
1 for none.
of Eris.
One for
Hans
none.
is down, and now we'll see what else
think we
Gam can
take
get
that.
from it. Elio walking into Broken Blade. Caps looking for the opportunity here on Artemis. The feathers are recalled, but they don't find the right target.
All
Lebrov is picked off.
right.
Gam with another
There
one.
we go.
A 5v3 on the map, and Baron is alive.
Gam are cold-blooded. The killer instinct
As they
from
should.
Gam here. Again, they go for the dive. They go for the flank play. Teleport in. They're able to assassinate the Misfortune. They get one
don't die,
more.
though.
They're going for the resets, though. G2 kind of checking over by Baron to make sure they're not trying to snowball out of control by stacking a Baron on top of those kills.
This game is action-packed. Remember, while you're watching the action unfold, keep an eye out for exclusive drops just for tuning in here to MSI 2025. All you need to do is log in and be watching on lolesports.com as we check in in the replay of how GAM made it happen.
The deep lane
I just need them
teleport
to
ward here, and Kiai is able to jump
close
over,
it out,
get
bro.
away from that Mbessa
Close it out
ultimate
while
and
we
right
up.
onto
Close it out while we up,
in
please.
one nice leap strike. Invested the flash to do so. Trade flash to a blob there, so then they don't have the flash for afterwards.
I don't know if Artemis is used to playing
Elio doing some good
Zaya
work
or
on his
not,
recon.
but like
this is by far
he's
the
also
best game of the day
missed
from
kills
GAM. They are playing the map
because
much
he doesn't
better.
know, like,
They are
feather
playing as a
range.
team much better. They still have the strongest individual gold lead this game for Kiaya in 1,500 over Broken Blade.
And again, they're doing it on comfortable, iconic champions for them. Jax iconic for Kiaya, the Wukong iconic for Levi, and for Eris, his most played is Ari. Artemis and Elio, both of them most played there for the split.
And Hans Sama, the target again,
Well, that's
as
tough.
GAM go in, exhaust onto the MF, immediately
Let me
followed
take
up
back
with the
my
damage from
statement
the
on
Zaya,
I don't
and
know
with
if he
Hans out of the
plays,
picture, new
Zaya.
targets remain. Lebrov, Pop Blossom will
Unless
only
his most
mark his
played for
own
the split.
grave.
Is that
Double
not
kill
crazy
for
how we
Eris,
were just
set
talking
up
about
by
that
the
and then they
bottom
give us
lane.
literally the
GAM
stats
feeling good about
of
this
everybody?
one. Levi ticks level 15 as GAM head
Is
over
that
to the
not
Baron
weird?
pit. G2, they're recognizing it. They're going to take the consolation prize of the mid lane tier 1 turret. But Mr. Kobe, I will tell you what, I will take that trade every day of the week.
Yes, you certainly will, and you will like it. Broken Blade gonna try, wow, they're actually gonna get quite a few towers here.
Now this trade is a little bit more dicey as they take the tier 2s.
They got
in both
mid, they got mid tier
and
2, they
bottom.
got bot
That
tier
actually
2.
leads to what at the very beginning is a negative 3,000 Red Bull Baron power play for the side of GAM. They've got to make up some of this gold now.
Yeah, and the graphic kind of updating there a little bit afterwards.
Yeah, that's actually pretty freaking bad, no?
Plus, remember, they got the kills before they took the Baron.
Like, I
so
feel
that's
like
not
that
taken
is
into
not
account with
good.
the timing of
But
the
that's
start
just
for the
me.
power play there. So definitely
But I feel
an
like we
advantage
shouldn't have
for
given
GAM. Plus, obviously, now they get to
that
push
much.
with the Baron buff. Try and make some headway on some towers. Looks like, well, Kiaya actually needs some money for something right now. He wants to farm the Wolf Camp real quick.
Yeah.
He's working towards the
his parts are-
Hourglass.
Yeah, the Hourglass isn't like the greatest upgrade since he hasn't broken the arm guard, so maybe it's the boots. I like the boot upgrade.
Oh yeah. If you break the arm guard, the Hourglass matters a lot. But otherwise,
gotta
I'm
be
just
the boot
like,
upgrade.
it's whatever. Okay, Clone from Lebrov doing some scouting again. I do look forward to once Nico is out in Fearless mode because the Clone is so hard to commentate. It's just, it constantly jukes me. It's one of the most difficult abilities in the game. But G2 now trying to defend at the tier 2 here in the bottom lane. The tier 2 has already fallen mid, but the side lanes still standing. GAM, if nothing else,
that's
with
kinda
this
true,
Baron,
like,
want to remove that
with
standing gold from the side lanes here in the tier
Nico
2s.
Clone,
Eris is pushing up in that
there's
top
no
side,
way
getting
to
that wave
dodge
ready to
it
go.
so that it
Unfortunately for
doesn't
GAM, that top wave has
see
been shoved towards them
you know what
almost
I'm
the
saying?
entire game long, so they have to keep going up
Like,
there and
the
trying to
vision
deal with that.
is
Elio,
absolute.
jump over the wall, grand entrance onto Caps. Yeah, it doesn't do a lot, but it at least procs the bone plating.
Yeah, here we go. And they finally do get their cannon up to the tower. Little bit of damage. As you see, Eris pushing on the top side.
Okay, snowball from
still very
Skewmon, not going to
losable
find a
for
target
GAM.
there. Nice sidestep from Artemis. Elio scrapping with Broken Blade off to the side. Everybody on GAM knows all they got to do is play this patient. Let Eris push up top side, use the Baron, grab that tier 2. There's only 45 seconds left on this Baron. And so
There's been a
Eris is just
couple
going
that
to keep
have hit,
pushing
for
now.
sure.
Caps and Skewmon, though, both heading up here. Eris
just
wants to finish
fishing.
this off, but it may cost his
See
life.
what he can catch.
Good ward. The ward sees them on the rotation over.
Nice
Eris
job.
Pays respect.
Sticks around just long enough to allow the Baron-empowered minions to finish the job, secure the turret, and get out without even having to spend his Spirit Rush. Now, one thing that's worth pointing out, there are a lot of bounties on the side of GAM. They need to make sure they're continuing to play this clean, continuing to play this in a coordinated way when it comes to the calls of the assignments and
He
what they're going
really
to trade
isn't,
where.
Alex.
Because every kill you give away as part of a trade is worth that much more. There's a 500 gold bounty on Eris, a 500 gold bounty on Artemis, almost 400 on both Kiaya and Levi. That's a lot of extra money if you let G2 pick these up. Skewmon, though, what?
Delivery!
the hell was that?
That was a speed delivery.
Okay, not exactly sure what went down there, as Gam now going to use the redemption to heal up. And they've got Kiaya and the bottom lane pushing towards the tier 2 turret as Eris applies the pressure back over in mid.
Like, is that
forced down the tier
reportable?
2 in bottom lane, back up to a 4,500 gold
Would we
lead.
consider
They've
that
got
reportable?
themselves
Like,
3
how do we
Ocean
feel?
Drakes with 2.5 minutes until the Soul Wood spawn.
Yo, that guy needs to be
continuing
fined.
to push
No, like-
these waves forward. It's a 5v4 for the
Young
next
man.
15 seconds, and Gam are going in. The dive coming out from Elio into the back line, looking for the kills
This is
here,
it.
as they've already killed Cap.
Gam
He's
got their
down.
game.
LeBron will go with them. Hans tries to fire back, but there's not a lot you can do.
Gam got their
Kiana's
game.
already got a triple kill. Gam, smack him right in the mouth.
Let's
When all the
go.
pressure is on, Gam stands tall. They get another
Well,
team
it's not
fight.
over.
They're facing elimination. They get the kills, they teleport back, and they're looking for G2's Nexus.
They are looking for the end. They are looking for game 4. Scumon's back alive. Hans is still standing, but they're the only two. Scumon wanted to channel the ulti, but they won't let him do it.
Reverse
now
sweep,
the first
anybody?
Nexus turret is already dead. Kiaya finding
Reverse
his way to
sweep, anybody?
Hansama here in the back. Levi goes on a killing spree. Scumon goes straight into the graveyard. LeBron's alive, but who
Get
cares?
the freaking Nexus,
That's
everyone.
support Nico, and that's Gam taking us to game 4.
Okay.
Gam went to comfort picks.
Let's go, Gam.
And it
Let's go,
paid
Gam.
off. They
Let's
commit
go,
to it.
Gam.
So many
Let's
flanks.
go,
They really have to find these engages. And they
Gam.
absolutely destroyed that misfortune. That misfortune was a juicy
Show
target.
Scumon, Interlations
Hans
2016,
constantly
chapter
targeting
26,
every single
verse
fight.
10.
Kiaya
Yeah.
finally
I think he
getting to
needs
shine
to-
in the side lane, set up for
I think
success
he needs to
from
see
the
that one.
beginning.
I do.
And Gam, as a team,
He needs to-
as
he
a
needs
squad,
to take a little
everything
peek.
seemed like it finally clicked in
I'm
that
not gonna
game,
lie.
and they were able to answer G2 on a macro scale. There weren't any more of these I get a burger, you get a burger and fries type of trades across
What
the
is he
map.
talking about with
Gam was
burgers,
ordering
though?
the same thing, and they were doing it better.
Holy
Awesome
moly.
stuff from them. We're going to game 4. It's not a sweep. Can Gam take us to Silver Scrapes? Lore analyst, what do you got?
Let's go.
We got a series. That's what we have.
Yes,
Gam
we
is
do.
not gonna go without a fight here, and I
Thank
think, as
you.
to say, they come up here with a draft full of comfort, actually, which
Someone
is what
had a
they
lot of
needed
money
here
on the series going to
72.
game 4.
A bit of a sus draft, I have to say. I'm happy Scumon got his play, his new, but I don't want to see that again. But let's focus on the winners here. Gam, statement game from them.
Yeah, because the big shift, of course, for me was Ares coming in with his, with the pick that we saw from him. I'm gonna save myself
It's
on
all
that
right,
one. No one
yeah.
has to see
No
that
one
one.
saw
No one
that,
has to
it's
see that
fine.
one. But yes, for me, the Ari pick gave them a little bit of playmaking.
Yeah.
That was a thumbs up for me. But the Jax for the top side is what I love the most.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it was just about getting Kiaya involved.
Yeah.
This is the first time in the series we saw him creating the kind of advantages that I was expecting he would create coming into this series.
Yeah.
Sure, they had an Ari, but let's be honest, mid lane
yeah.
was a canyon for Caps again.
yeah,
Yes.
And this
yeah,
became a game. It was a tale of two lanes. It's who's going to carry harder,
All right.
the Jax for Gam or the Tristana
I
for G2.
wanna see a
And at the end
great
of the
game
day, they were
4.
really able to enable
Cammys,
this Jax
thank you
play
so
really
much for
well
the
around
follow.
them.
How
And I
you
think
doing
that was
today?
so key because they need Kiaya to be that pressure point on the map.
I want to see a
Absolutely,
great
and they
game
needed
4.
to set up the pace in the early game, and they did, honestly, on the back of really poorly set up drives, on the side of G2.
Yes. And so we saw this really early on in the game. And so you ended up seeing the dive come in from Nunu with the cannon minion coming in, of course, from the Nico.
Exactly. The Nico is going for the cannon minion to tank this up. What this allows you to do is it actually uses the siege minion passive and allows you to tank so many tower shots. So Elio, to me, was very smart
But
there.
can
He
Gam
attacked
take it to
the
game
Nico,
5?
so the Nico would have
A
to flash back,
reverse
and they couldn't just have
sweep
this
would be
infinite tower tanking. And then here, really playing
the
it well,
series of
breaking
the-
their
of
ankles
the
in the
year.
2v3. That
Eh,
allowed
not
Levi
really.
and Kiaya
But,
to
you
put
know,
the pressure on
it'd be
top lane
really
because
cool.
their
It'd
bot
be
lane
the series
held
of the
up to
year
those
so
ganks
far.
so damn well.
It'd
And that
be
was
the
strategy
series
you
of the
talked
year
about,
so
even coming
far.
into this game, and it was nice to be able to see
And that'd
them
be pretty
set
cool
up
to
Kiaya
witness.
for success. Even when we were seeing
Why
like
did
Scumon or
Scumon
people sending
snowball
over
into
members
3
towards
Gam
top side, it
members
felt like Gam was
and
pretty
give over a
consistent
kill?
and
Maybe
clear
he took
of
his
sending
hands
members
off
to
the
match. So I
keyboard.
really love
I
the
think
fact that
he just
now,
wanted to spend more
Cats
time
and
on
Stats, we're pushing into
stage,
game 5. If
and
we
he
are
knew the
pushing
best
into
way
game
to do
5,
that was to
it
go
has
to
be
game 4.
this strategy consistently.
And so he threw Gam a couple of pity.
Here, a lot of ups and downs as we see here in the gold graph, but Gam had the advantage. I want to take a look at this damage.
Damage is kind of shocking. I'm not gonna lie.
From this Jax, honestly, it's been Jax games. It's been Jax's game, and you know when you play a champion like this, you have to be able to find those picks. You have to be able to find those flanks and those TP and Raz. I feel like Kiaya was shining here.
He really was, and I wanted to point out a play that happened towards
My
the
leg
mid lane.
is
So if
stuck.
you run it, for me, it
In
was
between
the
the
concept
tier.
of, you see G2 that's looking to siege right now,
I'm
this minion towards
stuck.
it, like behind the mid.
Ew.
Is my focus, because TP is there, of course, from Jax, and if we play it through right here, we see the play commence. What I love about Gam, and usually what finds
I've been getting
success
too
with them, is the
comfortable in
playmaking
the
ability,
chair.
of course. And so he
My
comes
bad.
through, and if the focus for me is the fact that
All
he
it
gets
takes
two,
is one cash app.
members of CC that comes through. Now, if we
How do you care so wrong? You get yourself stuck.
He's able to get two.
I like.
But of course, Mbessa
I was
dives
sitting
through
sideways,
to be able to see
so
if they
it
can
was
actually
like
start the fight or work
I
it
was
out.
like,
Now you can play it through.
imagine sitting in a like child.
That was beat. I love that focus from Jax to get two members. I really broke up
Or
the
something
game.
of the
I mean,
sort.
not only did he get the two members, he also dodges the Mbessa ultimate,
Yes.
which
Happy
then
to join.
ends
I
up
love
actually
watching your
connecting onto
videos
a
on
Wukong
TikTok.
clone.
Happy to
He
catch your
dodges
stream.
that.
Thank you
He's
so
pulling
much,
the Nunu,
Crackers.
and
I appreciate
this Nico
you.
back towards him to
You
try
know,
to peel.
with
He's
your
putting
name
on
being
so much
Crackers,
pressure.
I
To me,
just
it was
want
a
to let
beautifully
chat
played
know
team
how much
fight,
I love
because we've seen so many
sardine
of those kind of
crackers.
TPs go wrong, where you TP,
Saltine
everyone sees
crackers?
that they collapse on you, they instant
I
kill
think
you.
that's what I
When
meant to
Krieg
say.
had his counter
The
strike up for
Jay,
damage
thank you so
reduction,
much for the
avoidance,
one
gets into that back
year.
line. And he was the difference maker, and that is what you need from your big-time player.
Thank you so much for the
gold lead. They have
12
got to change the
months,
game.
love.
It's
I
not
hope you are
enough
having
to
an
just play
absolute
and go
gorgeous
even and
day
wait
today.
for your
And then
opponents to make mistakes. At this
Naku
level, you have got
coming
to change
in
the game.
with the
That's something that we
2
haven't seen too much
months
so far
of
from Gam, and that I really, really like.
Thank
Here's
you
the
so
fact
much for
that
supporting this
they
stream,
had an
fam.
advantage
Thank
that
y'all.
they did not let go, but
I
also
appreciate
their
y'all.
plays on the map were
Thank
so
y'all
key.
for real.
Yeah, and Kiaya is a player that does see those
Yo, can I
angles,
get a
so
massage?
regardless of what carry pick he has, if it's a Camille, the Jax, or anything,
Hey.
he will make it work.
Hey,
Another
yo,
thing
me
too,
too.
I hope that we continue to see Ares,
Me
because at
next.
least for me, something, or Ares is
Me next.
his playmaking.
Get in
ability.
there.
Yes, he was behind, but he's always going to be there to support the play that's either coming in
Hey,
from
he
Levi,
getting
or yeah, you can see the stress coming
in
in
there.
for the boys, but they have a long way
But
to
are
go if they want to
G2 getting
stay five.
massages?
That's a good question.
We had Roman
I
going
don't
up
see
against
it.
TK in the interview earlier.
Me next,
No
bro.
massage on this side.
I know. They have food. They have the food on their side. Cap, what do you think Caps is thinking about here? Resetting for the next game. What do we want to look at for G2?
This is what I, think Caps
think
is thinking. Okay, so for this next game, how can I impress Faker? Do I go no skin, or do I lock in LeBlanc and then use the Faker skin? Like I gotta do something to have Faker notice me. I think that's what he's thinking.
You as an individual need to change. So I feel like for G2, it's going to be
I think
more
that's
looking
it.
at the whole, how can we actually get more success out of these early plays that we're going for? How can we be better coordinated to support Broken Blade like we did in the early couple games? I think they're probably going to go back to attacking the pressure bot lane for Skumon didn't really work in this one. And I felt like the rest of the success was
fanboys in
there.
the mid lane.
And G2 will be back on blue side, the side that got them a
I
lot
get
of
it.
success at the beginning of this series so far. Can we
I
hear
understand.
Silver Scrapes one last time during play-in though? That's what we want to see, and we'll see right after the break if Gam can bring us there.
So who we rooting for? Gam got they win. G2 can stomp him out now. I don't really care no more. Gam got they win, bro. G2. Finish them. Finish them. Mortal Kombat. What can we play in this intermission?
Okay, I get it now.
传奇该如何铸就？
He changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
Never doubt Uzi. Now I do what I want. Now I do what I want. Now I do what I want. All right, y'all. Watch this. I've been practicing. Check me out. Check me out. Check me out, check me out, check me out, check me out, check me out. Check me out. Tight beat. Tight beat. Know what I'm saying? Check me out one more time. 2 times the charm. Like that. I'm just like that. I'm just like that. I'm just like that. You mean? I'm just like that. I'm not really sure what we can watch in this intermission. You're even LP, give it one more go. I got you. Ooh, that would have been crazy. I don't know if this thing has leak guard on it. There's only one way to check. I'm like that. I'm like that. Y'all think it got leak guard on it? Y'all think I think it's like old Ebonics, because you know how Smite used to like scale. I hope it's got leak guard on it. It does not have leak guard on it. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. That's good to know for in the future. You know what I'm saying? Very good to know. Just water. It's good to know that I need to always make sure it does not tilt over. You know what I'm saying? Such a confident pour. Really was. I really thought it would have had leak guard on it. It did not. It did not. That was crazy. Who raised y'all? Who raised y'all to do stuff like that? Like, let's be for real.
Making his way up here. They know the Ambessa does not have the ulti to try to outplay this. It's going to give him the opportunity. Broken Blade there with a flash away. Kiaya gets his kill.
Woo!
Otacon stolen away by Gam.
Nice up.
Staying alive. Kiaya looking to chase him down. It's Otacon plus a kill over to Gam, but what about Elio? He gets himself back away, and Gam are going in. The dive coming out from Elio into the back line, looking for the kills here, as they've already killed Caps. He's down. LeBron will go with them. Hans tries to
LeBron or LeBron? I've never seen the two people in the same room. I just want to put that out there. Have you ever seen LeBron James and LeBron James in the same room? I don't think you have. I just want to put that out there.
They come back in game
I just want to put
3.
that out there.
They play coherently, cohesively as a unit like we hadn't seen in the first 2 games. They get their first win of the series and they take us.
Whoever locks in Samira will have my heart.
They had coordination.
What's up, Floral? Floral.
Now can they build upon it? Let's see what the
Floral
Fearless does look like now.
Last game, Broken Blade. Almost no effect.
No, he really was, Cap. Did you see that? You peeped that?
Was finally able to rise to his raid boss form like they hoped for. They made it so he was never really threatened by the Ambessa. And the Nunu pick, the pocket pick Nunu for Skumon, you even pointed out how coming into that game, he had an
You a little bit stressed? Why you picking at your eyebrows, Pookie? Don't do that. You want to keep them thick.
Yeah, 8-3 now. Obviously, everybody was question mark pinging the bottom lane play there towards the end.
He must just not have thought that anyone else was there.
Right. It was a little questionable. It was a lot questionable.
I ditched my grandma for this.
That was such a better look for Gam. But like you pointed
Why
out,
would you do that? Your grandma?
Levi on the Wukong, iconic pick, right? Top lane, Kiaya on Jax, iconic pick. Mid lane, Eris, Ahri, hey, it's the most played champion. Bottom lane, Artemis, Elio, it's the most played champions. That is the most comfort of comfort. Those men were relaxing on comfort like being on a cloud. Now, let's see what they can do in this one. What can they pick?
Get him right.
Let's indeed, Flowers, jump right into it as we whittle down on these champions pools in Fearless.
All right, give me a crazy draft. I want 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 a crazy draft.
More variety of champions, so more options here.
Please.
For them.
I don't want to see the same champs over and over again.
As the previous game for the exact same sides.
Let's tie it up. I'm down for 5 games, bro.
And Nocturne, oh, not the exact same. Actually, the TF was the first side when Gwen again in the second half. Meanwhile, over on the other side,
Someone lock in Trinamere, low-key. I'd be down.
Have been very powerful. We've had battles over side lanes, battles.
Okay, Luna Fury.
Carry jungle here for Skuma, and then
Did Levi play that last time?
Definitely a competent one for him.
Very powerful.
In response to Nefiri.
Yo, lock in your Shiv, bro.
I mean, there's so many options up and available.
Lock in your Shiv.
For Gamma, for Kiaya. Is this going to be one of the games where they have to throw him on the Scion up to the top side of the map?
Looks like they think so.
So they are going to blind really early on. Then you probably want to...
Yeah, I think I remember that, Holy.
Levi. Let's see what else is still up.
Ooh, this is very interesting if they go for double solo lanes right at the very start.
That's a carry jungle that everybody's been practicing.
Nope, I'm not going to get baited. I'm not going to get baited until they lock.
He did have one game on it this split.
I'm not going to get baited until they lock. Lilia instead for Gam. So you've got a big tanky meatball there for the front line. You've got some powerful AP threat coming out in the jungle for Gam.
And Eris has played Corki.
Y'all, I'm gonna go ahead and call it. We're getting the craziest bot lane we've ever seen in our entire lives.
They obviously already had the caps mid lane.
One of them is gonna pick the craziest bot lane we've ever seen in our entire lives. It's not gonna be a regular schmegular bot lane. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. I'm calling it.
A lot of the tanky
Get ready to go stupid, bro.
Right? Rel, Nautilus, Alistar, already removed.
Get ready.
Fearless. Now the Leona locked in by G2 to pick up one of the ones that remains.
Yeah, and they don't even have the option of having like Braum or anything sort of counter engage afterwards either.
I'm down for Kaisa.
They're gonna go for the dive, a Nefiri dive and
I'm down for
Kaisa
Kaisa.
dive here. They're gonna go right past the Scion.
Draven's banned.
It's a full send comp for G2 here in the first 3 picks. What can Gam use to deal with it? Normally, into a comp like this, you would love to have something like Xayah to survive the dive. Unfortunately, Xayah was played in the last game, not available.
Just continue to build front to back here. Okay, so trying to get some pushing bottom lane. Caitlyn does have a decent amount of pairings still up, because as you said, most of the supports...
We're about to see Lux support.
...supports that were used, so you're thinking that Caitlyn Karma's got to get banned by G2. Caitlyn Lux, Renata's available, lots of range champions, poke champions to go with that Caitlyn. Try and punish that Kaisa early on.
I always do love Renata.
I'm trying to see what they're gonna pick.
The hostile takeover just feels ideal for those situations. Gam gonna ban out the Aatrox.
It's gonna be a tank.
A little bit up here in that top side as we are. Game 4,
it's gonna be a tank.
That's when Fearless really feels like it really.
Why am I seeing a Thresh?
Start hitting those pools pretty hard. Yone,
that's one of the other AD champs still up for mid.
Why am I seeing a Thresh on Gam's team?
A lot of the other ones that have been taken out.
And you gotta be so sharp when you're getting into these later games in Fearless, making sure you're thinking of every single
I see a green champ in the bot lane. There's gonna be a green champ in the bot lane.
One is all they need. So removing the
I don't know what supports are green. There's gonna be a green one.
Smolder is another AD mid option that is up. They have red 5 though for themselves. They have red 5, full counter pick for Aaron.
Mm.
So as soon as we
Maybe
see
that's the
poke- I was
craziness
assuming
I'm
Karma was
thinking
gonna
of.
get banned,
Zach.
just because the Caitlyn Karma poke is so annoying. That lane is brutal. Expecting the support pick to come in here.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
Caitlyn
ask.
partner.
You would have to think it's support here, right? Since you've already seen both picks for the enemy bot lane.
Are they going to go for it? So many options still available.
A little bit of time left to think.
Oh.
Honestly,
they're
I like
not
that.
gonna reveal it just quite yet.
Wow.
Could
Honestly, I
technically
like
be
that.
Galio,
That
full
could be
support too,
mid.
So flex here.
That
Flex
could be
Galio
mid.
On 4.
Of course, support Galio does lose some of the efficacy with the ult since you're positioned on one far end of the map early on. Harder to affect skirmishes, fights in the top side early on with the ultis.
Support on 5. I think it's going to be flexed, dependent on their 4 and 5.
Cho'Gath tank answer on the top side. Okay, oh, the Twisted Fate finally does come through. Left open so much at the beginning, and finally does come through. So they're putting the faith into Hansama and Skumon to carry this one. Nefiri and Kaisa, very big champs for them for the carry. Very comfortable, and the Silas does come in. Answer here for Eris. This is good
Well,
into the Twisted Fate.
No one's green, but you know,
Answer that global presence.
close enough.
These constant fights that have been over the side lanes is such a big tool to have.
Silas
Pike was
really good
green,
for following those
and he
plays.
has a
I
hook.
personally always love to see him picked into this Twisted Fate just
So
for
that one would have been okay.
This whole thing is, yeah, the kit by itself is pretty simplistic.
But-
isn't going to have any wow factor outside the ulti because so much of the power budget is in those big ult plays, and then Silas just yoinks it.
And they
I
have
did
the
say
advantage here,
tank.
too, with Galio ultimate, with
I'm not really happy with my prediction, though.
range, even though it's not
I really
global,
felt
you
like
can
we were
make
supposed to
lot
get a
of,
Thresh.
quicker rotations than the Cho'Gath can.
And even though when you look at Gam's comp, they don't have like
If
a
the
snap
skin is
big engage
green,
button, right? Like Sion is very telegraphed. Galio needs somebody else in there first.
then I'm okay with it.
Leona ulti as well. Just use it as an orbital laser with that.
I'll
AP
consider that a
ratio
prediction.
and start fights off like that. So let's go back
Let's
to my
see.
tried and true question. How are we feeling about
That's the
draft?
Scarl
I mean, I do feel
thing I was
pretty
talking
good
about earlier.
the G2 side, but Gam are hyped up after that win. You can see the smiles on their faces, rejuvenated after taking that win in the previous game. And they do have a lot of map mobility available to them here to answer. Kia definitely
my nice
good on
white
the Sion.
Okay, let's see what we got. Both supports running the Aftershock this time around. Summoner Spellbook for Caps in the mid lane on the
What
Twisted
color is
Fate.
Galio?
Both top laners, of course,
Definitely
going for the
blue.
grass stacks. This is a
But he's
meatball
kind of
battle. They're both
glowing
just gonna
like
clear the waves,
Thresh.
hitting each other whenever they get the
So
opportunity. Jungle Nefiri versus Lilia. Both of these junglers having a lot of damage to bring to the table.
I think
particularly if they get ahead, it
I
can be
think that's
such a
why
problem
the
for other.
interference
Definitely can. Nefiri looking here towards Raptors.
in the prediction,
Lilia, the Raptor Annihilator,
in my
but
future telling,
good for
you know?
invades as well. Oh, and they find one.
Not a good start here for Eris. Has to try to get away from this, flashing out before there's the opportunity. For
I know
Kura
that
to maybe
feels
come back
so
for
bad
G2
to have to
and
flash
take
that
him out.
early.
Caps will see the recall there. Not going to step up and try to interrupt it. Eris goes all the way back to base. He is going to be a little bit late.
That's
in the
pretty
mid lane.
bad.
Man, that mid lane is so gankable. Silas already has to trade health a lot for early waves. No flash available for the Silas. Caps here, full priority, and the minion dies out of experience range for Eris.
All right, so a little bit behind on that one. So G2 is going to get some value there. The early games so far for GAM, you can see kill death at 14, 1.38 gold difference. They have been up and slightly ahead in terms of Drake. So the earlies have been all right, but I think that's pretty accurate compared to what we've seen because GAM have been competitive in the early stages of the games.
Facts.
It's just been in those first two. It's the later stages. It's the macro movements where G2 was ahead. Now Hansama having a flash over the wall. Nice moves there from Elio, using the taunt to force the early summoner out of Hans.
Yeah, and using the extra move speed here, proccing his heal to push him up against the wall. Get that.
Yo,
flash
Ayo, thank
down
you so much
really
for the
early
raid.
on.
Now they'll crash
Hello,
the wave
everyone. Welcome
the
in.
turret, as we can see both junglers
Y'all are
moving
here for
towards this
game
bottom
4 of
side the
MSI.
map.
How are your
This could
games,
turn pretty
Ayo?
volatile pretty fast, We've seen both of these bottom lanes willing to try to make those level 3 dives throughout the series so far. Artemis and Elio just continuing.
Welcome in, welcome in.
On Labrov and Hans Sama.
My name is Reagan, or
Lane dominance.
Look at this though.
Miss Chim Chim.
To go for a gank. Skumon down there on Neferi getting
And I am a official co-streamer for MSI. This is an elimination match between G2 and GAM, which is EU versus Vietnam. So we're gonna see who gets to move on to the main stage for MSI or who goes home. If GAM wins this game, we go to game 5, where anybody can take the win. If G2 wins this game, that's it, and GAM goes home. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I appreciate you, fam. Thank you, thank you. And hope your games went well today.
Look at that, full combo, got the E. Actually, he didn't even have to do the trap. It was just the E plus the headshot.
Well, we know who he's rooting for.
Not like this. Now Eris has Elio and Levi right behind him here as he's looking to get this wave shoved up. A little bit of a bowling ball there from Levi, but Caps still not feeling enough pressure to break the freeze that he has here on the wave. He'll allow this one to stack up, try to keep this in a good position, exactly for what you were talking about earlier. You want to make this scary for Eris. He doesn't have a flash. Make him afraid to be in the lane.
Okay, a little fight back.
Jumped on Labrov and Skumon trying to make something happen. Skumon is investing.
I really like, oh my gosh, the emotes right now, y'all.
Yeah.
He's spamming them.
Pulling them right onto it. He ganks again. Not only
He's trying to get into their freaking mental. League of Legends is a mental game, y'all. He is locked in. He is locked in. He's not just playing physically. He's playing mentally. It's 4D chess. Let's go.
Levi just gets to eat up really good here.
And there we go. Once again,
let's go.
Is gonna be your target with
I rock with that, bro. I rock with that heavily.
Traps will not lock the Leona down for an additional amount of time. Hans not dealing as much damage in these scraps as he would like to, but he is maintaining farm.
I rock with that heavily. It's a mental game, exactly.
That got turned around.
Thank you. Have a great rest of your night. Thank you for the raid again. Appreciate you, love.
Broken Blade again having his biggest troubles last game so far in the series. Levi, though, in some danger now. Skumon going for the invade here, finding both Dark and Daggers onto the Lilia. Levi forced all the way out.
Studies show that when people flash emotes to disrespect, you play badly. Like, the person who's flashing the emote plays badly, or the people who you're playing against.
You stun the Cho'Gath, you turn it around and get the kill instead yourself.
Yeah, and so necessary there for Skumon. Do you want to use his purchase advantage?
Are they allowed to silence enemy emotes? Yeah. They are.
Bottom to go counter jungle and increase his camp
clear. They are indeed.
Skumon having the purchase goes for the chase.
Yep, Munchie.
Chases Levi down to push him off so that he can't just easily go into the Krugs.
Exactly.
So he doesn't fall super duper far behind. And he's able to steal away those Krugs and return to his side.
And one thing I want to point out, what we've seen so many times so far throughout this series, early advantage for Caps in terms of his presence in the lane, his ability to farm. He's up 2 waves.
Goodbye, Broken Blade. Enjoy your free vacation and one-way trip back to base. You can run all day, love. You're still going back to base.
Broken Blade's going to eat the apples. It heals him up enough. Now Labrov with rotation over. Kiaya cannot get the kill. And G2 even up the kill score. But a TP is coming in. What is GAM planning to do? That wasn't a TP. That was a Lilia Swirl Seed. They look the same with that skin.
Yep, right up the river. That was the Constellation Swirl Seed. High from the team.
They look the same, I swear.
And, yeah, for sure. And Broken Blade, even though he got so low, goes down, finds a honey fruit, buys enough time. The Twisted
I'm embarrassed.
Is there to save him. The team is there to save him from Kiaya, who had also run out of mana.
I'm embarrassed.
Kiaya really focused, tunnel visioned.
That wasn't just embarrassed for him, or embarrassing for him.
But
I'm embarrassed.
Around and goes back to favor of G2. Of course, they are able to get their.
I mean, if you think about it, there's no reason for Leona to be topside right now yet.
Is available for them. Skumon, take away that red buff. Labrov, rotate on over.
Hansama wasn't top yet.
They're getting Lebrov and Hans out of that abusive Caitlyn duo matchup down there in the bottom lane. Now it's up to Broken Blade to try to deal with that. Rupture, though, is not going to connect onto Artemis. More traps being placed
Honestly,
down.
Artemis, those traps were banger.
But Broken Blade is down to 400 HP, and now he's got to go all the way back home. The Cho'Gath,
Those traps were banger. It's just Broken Blade was dodging them.
The Caitlyn Galio. It makes
Respect
your
to
opponents
Broken Blade.
have to adapt and adjust to deal with the fact that there's so much pressure in this bottom lane. Now all these minions getting eaten by the turret, all of this extra money going over in terms of plate value to Artemis feels good for Gam to make up some of that gold difference that I was already talking about back in mid. Caps is naturally building for himself. He's farming better than Eris. He's also got the passive TF gold generation. He's going to be accelerated this game, but Artemis is even more so.
You can say that again.
Artemis is even more so.
Meanwhile,
Yo, thank you for the follow. H-Ray, hope you're having a good day today.
Artemis here. Can he do it on the Caitlyn? Of course, so good at keeping up the pressure. Has the BF sword now, working towards that Yuntal. The Twisted Fate, though, very, very painful to deal with. That's why Artemis has the cleanse, has had both summoners available to him. They have dealt with the pressure that has come their way from jungle.
Ooh, Caps.
Okay, is Caps in trouble here? Is Caps in trouble here?
Lullaby. Caps is put to sleep. Eris jumps in to join the fight. Ace in the hole to guarantee it, and Artemis gets a paycheck. Gam, find the enemy mid laner at precisely the right time.
I'm loving this Galio, man. I'm loving this Galio.
They attack the Twisted Fate.
And the emotes on top of it all, bro. Nah, bro.
Meanwhile,
I'm loving this Galio, bro.
but they take away the Raptors, and they can get the free push on mid.
Nicely done there from
They're learning.
Gam, guaranteeing.
Okay, but holy, I really don't like how it took them, what, 2 games to learn? Like, you don't want to be 0-2 and that's when you start performing, bro. But that's literally what Gam said, right? They said, like, that's when it turns on for them, is when their backs are against the wall. But I just don't like that. Like, that's not safe. That's such a scary thing to do.
Congratulations, sir. You're now the win condition. We need you as far ahead as possible.
And now, since Kiaya was already pushing in on the top side, they go for the early recalls here, switching it up.
Some people work better under pressure, but like one mistake and then it's all gone. One mistake and then it's all down the drain, dude.
And they've got the Galio rotating too.
All right.
It's like procrastination.
Broken Blade is pretty tanky here on the Cho'Gath,
but
at
with
least
money.
in terms of health. Resistances might not look that impressive. Now going to get taunted up. They wanted to see if that taunt might have been able to bring him closer.
One thing I don't play about
a little bit more damage will get it done.
Is my money.
That's the goal. As there's Broken Blade, though, getting the kill back on Kiaya to make it a 1-for-1 when the dust finally settles. Gam, they force the kill onto the tanky Cho'Gath. They get the ult out of the Twisted Fate at the same time. Kiaya was already dead by the time Cat
G2's still disrespecting how much vision Gam has.
Ends up being a waste.
Yeah, he does clean up with the minion waves up here, and he is going to go for the stop.
Oh, that's a huge taunt from Elio. If they can get a little bit more, the winds of war are blowing, and Caps is blown away. Gam picking up another one as the Swirl Seed flies in.
Guys, we're going to game 5.
Levi has made his way up, and they're going to continue.
We're going to game 5.
Forcing this further forward. Gam is playing around Artemis just beautifully.
Yeah, Caps thought Artemis was gone. He thought that Caitlyn was out of there.
We're going to game 5, bro.
They spring the trap, they get the kill. Plus, on the bottom side of the map, they're still able to rotate over to deal with the wave that Hansama had pushed up. Once again, it was Gam that were getting the early shove on these side turrets. Gam here being the one setting the pace.
Really
is MSI in Eastern or Western Canada? Western. Well. It's in Vancouver. So like, if this is Canada, it's over here, and then Montreal and Toronto are over here above New York.
As humanly possible. Broken Blade winning out in the trade for now. Kiaya, the problem with using these decimates against
Cho'Gath, that's crazy for me to know because I am
the channel, so you've got to be ready to spring it early away if the rupture's about
At
to hit you,
geography.
or if you think he's about to get the cooldown off on the scream. Flash for the eat. Broken Blade gets the solo kill.
I'm so confused with MSI's setup. What are you confused about? Let me
bottom side tower,
let
though,
me
in the meantime, taking
unconfuse
a
you.
beating, and Levi comes over just to make sure that they can push this one down. Make sure, even if Skumon goes for the gank, that they will have the numbers to answer. Next wave is coming, but already rotate over towards the Dragon. Broken Blade, though, jeez. That Cho'Gath is hulking out this game, getting another kill onto Kiaya, being able to push the wave in. He forces the teleport out from Kiaya too, so now teleport advantage from G2.
Look at the damage Artemis puts out.
Artemis is pumping out autos. Do you hear me?
Twisted Fate ulti coming in. Here's Eris. There goes LeBron. There goes Hans. There goes the turret. But here comes Broken Blade.
Look at the traps, bro. Look at the headshots. Look at the spacing. Look at.
But he ain't eating today. Gam, just slam him.
That teleport advantage turned into another delivery. Flowers.
When I grow up, I want to be like Artemis.
Too quick, and it is all thanks to Eris. He steals a twisted.
When I grow up,
he rotates
I
down,
want my
they
ADC
push
to
on,
look just like Artemis,
they get
bro.
the tower, they get the Dragon.
And now Elio and Eris, they're looking at caps. Yes, there's the gold card onto Elio, but it doesn't matter. Elio will just buffer through it there with a Justice Punch.
Why do I feel like Gam is doing all this? They're going to win this game, and then in game 5, their draft is going to be hot donkey dookie, bro. Why do I feel like that?
The rotation down from Silas. Eris
Why am I getting
steals
those
the ulti,
tingly
is able to
senses?
get the extra kills. Plus, they finish off the tower. By the time this teleport completes, it's just Cho'Gath food.
Broken Blade's maybe thinking he can get in there. Maybe you get a feast burst kill on the Artemis. It looked like, according to the UI, there wasn't even a cooldown for it,
get
though.
hype.
He just gets chain CC'd, beat down, and you could hear the excitement in the game.
Welcome back. Welcome back. I rebuke it. Please don't tell me that's in the script.
3,000 gold,
Oh
4
no,
kills.
man.
This is an amazing
That's what I'm
start for
feeling, bro.
Gam. 14 minutes in.
Sadly, I feel the same way. No, like what? Like it's like it feels so prominent that like that's about to happen, dude.
Something really switched. They're the ones now pushing
Okay,
the tempo, pushing the
Kaylin,
plays,
talk about
forcing
it.
G2 to react to them.
Talk about it.
And the slow reaction just turned into extra.
'Cause, yeah, his solution was absolutely
It also
fantastic.
resulted in, of course, Kiai.
No, the game's not over. One thing about Gam, they will throw an early game
He did a
lead.
lot of extra damage to that topside turret. That thing has been softened up. So not only did they get the bottom side one, but the top side one
No shade, of
barely
course.
standing there, and Kiai stacking up, still
Just
has
keeping
the
it a
CS
buck.
lead.
So I will say, for G2, yes, it's good to shut down Kiaya to prevent him from becoming a monster. It's not good when the only kills you have this game are on that Scion. No one else on GAM has fallen yet.
Yeah, and this game for GAM is going so well. The bottom lane, really, really big stars. With how they were able to deal with the 2v3, coming out with advantages multiple times.
Once again, I feel like every time we see Hans on the same screen as Artemis, Hans has no more than half a health bar for any amount of time. The range on the Caitlyn's so oppressive, and he's approaching that second item power spike as well as the Rift Herald
That could be true, Kat. That could be true.
One of the two big
I want to
stars that
see
they
the
wanted to pick
famous
up and
Levi
add to this
Shavana,
GAM
bro.
team with this year. Okay.
Let's see how it works here.
Off here is pretty close.
Neither one of the top laners has a teleport to join this fight. Gam with total control over the top side. River Gam with a 3,000 gold lead as a team.
Alright.
About 2,500 of
Gam's
that on
running
Artemis
away with it, y'all.
specifically. And if the Caitlyn's there, G2 shouldn't care. Just walk away, let them have it. Sorry for getting in your way, my bad. And you just let it go. Now Gam have yet another resource to use to build this gold lead, and they will use that resource immediately. Dark and Dagger hits Artemis, but just one dagger isn't going to be a massive threat. Herald's about to charge, and there we go. Tier 1
Why does
turret
Hans
down
give
in the
such
mid lane.
different
That's 2
energy
turrets for
than
Gam
Han
now.
Samo?
Priority
Is it possibly
continues
that
for
you're
them.
thinking
Broken
of
Blade
like,
actually walking
isn't
up the
there like a
river.
Han
What is the
Solo
play
or
from
something?
G2 right now? Actually, it's already called out though.
From
You see
Star
those,
Wars?
Those back pings. Yeah, Kiaya pinging. Broken
Maybe
Blade
that's
can run
why
right now.
what you're thinking of?
Careful, Artemis. Don't step up. Don't put that gold bounty on your head at risk.
Yeah, that's a massive bounty, almost 600, and we're only 16 minutes into the game. Infinity Edge just purchased for Artemis, but just as important, Kobe, Mikhail's Crucible, first item here for Elio. Azael talks about this item a lot. I completely agree with him. I think it's one of the best items you can purchase on support, especially when you have one person on the team who's so
It's the
fed.
dude from
Especially when you're playing
Frozen.
against Twisted Fate, buddy.
Yeah.
you better be getting me a Mikhail's.
I don't know
plus-
too many people from Frozen.
Mikhail's,
Not gonna cap.
plus the cleanse, so you can deal
I
with Twisted
hate
Fate,
that movie with
deal with the
passion.
Leona. Getting more and more answers here, but the dive.
Okay, Eris getting dove, tries to use the ulti to defend himself. Immediately, Elio comes crashing in. He wants to find a taunt, but
He's
he
now
doesn't
in the
find
middle of
anybody.
5.
Now
Now it's a
Kiaya's shown up.
2v5.
G2, they still got a 5v2. The turret is about to fall. Kiaya in danger as Elio tries to get away. Kiaya's fully running. Gam caught off guard. They'll lose 2 plus a turret, and G2 aren't done yet. Kiaya
The
trying to stop the
Scion
back on
ulting
Caps.
out, y'all.
This is a big punch
I
back coming out
cannot
of
breathe.
G2. Now Gam are going to at least get the tier 2 in the mid lane as
No,
a
they did
trade,
not
but
have
the
to do
problem
that
is,
at all.
Broken Blade's taking the same thing up
Galio
there in
dies.
top.
Okay,
This
cool.
was a
Bye.
massive play for
Nobody
G2.
else
That
needed
tier
to
2
die
turret
there.
Still standing. They're not going to be able to force that down just yet on the G2 side.
Yeah, classic G2 play, overloading the side outer turret. Caps on down here, does see that Bambi has taken the Krugs already and has left the area. Yep, Dragon spawning fairly soon here, but that was a nice bit of
2 TPs,
gold here
holy.
back
2
for
TPs,
G2
not just 1
before
TP,
the
2.
Dragon. They go and they spend that gold after their kills, after
Oh,
their tower
JK.
that they've gotten.
It was just an ult and a TP.
Gam
My bad.
spent some resources in kind of
Tomato,
half-heartedly
tomato.
defending that.
Yeah.
They
It's
used
not
the Galio
tomato,
ult
but you know
as
what I
well as
mean.
the teleport from Kiaya, while not committing
Yeah, Gam.
Artemis himself,
Make
of
more
course.
plays
Artemis
like
pushed
that.
down mid lane.
Woo.
And the Mikhail's Crucible was also used by Elio. That cooldown still has about half remaining on it. Gam going after their 3rd Drake of the game. This would bring them to Soul Point. They lost about 1,000 of their 3,000 gold lead, but look at the Caitlyn traps beautifully placed on the ramp. If Skumon wants to go in to try to contest this, it is a one-way trip there for the dog. He decides discretion is the better part of valor today. That is 3 Drakes for Gam.
They're going
Okay.
for the Silas right now. Artemis,
Mountain Soul on the
Eris,
horizon.
Wise teleport out.
Yeah.
They were going for a little trap play on the split pusher. Good teleport there from Eris to escape the rotation.
All right, so let's check in.
I wish I could TP IRL like that.
We know
Imagine pressing a button and you go literally across the world.
And Elio both. But over on
Crazy
the other side,
work.
Broken Blade
That
still
man
has a
went
modest
from
lead
top
over
to
Kiaya
bot
in the
in 1
meatball
second.
battle. And mid lane, Caps, as we expected, he has higher farm. He has the natural gold generation of the Twisted Fate passive, so he's pretty strong now as well. His Rod of Ages is 2 stacks away from being completed for the extra level that's going to earn him. He also has
The
the Lich Bane
technology's
already
almost
done.
there,
If
is
you're
it?
G2, you're looking for Caps to find a play, to facilitate
Is it?
coming back into this game.
Yeah, and
That'd be
G2
dope,
also,
though.
they're really looking for Han Sama to get any sort of money they can on him. Because the Kaisa
That'd be kind of
was
scary
put
though,
behind in
thinking
this
of it.
game,
Like
really
going that
trying
fast.
to, they need
How does
some more
your
money on that
atoms
Kaisa to
not get
actually have
messed
the
up,
threat
you know?
to go into the back line.
I like watching people play around these silly Otacon walls. Kiaya gets 1 knock up there with a Decimate. Broken Blade trades back with a knock up of his own. Elio's going to make his way up here. It might be big battle time here around the Otacon pit. Caps has his ulti ready to join if he needs to. His Summoner Spellbook has switched over to Exhaust on the Twisted Fate. Eris does not have his own teleport ready, but you will see him likely try to steal Caps's if he sees that Twisted Fate on the screen.
How's
Broken
Cap still
Blade gonna continue
1.5K
to
gold
maintain
up?
priority here in these
It's
side
insane.
lanes with his lead on this Cho'Gath.
He's had to
Kiaya
have
will be able
gotten, like,
immediately
shut down
respond, but it does
gold.
mean that Broken Blade always has first move for joining any of these other fights.
Because, yeah, the 20 CS is equivalent to
stopping
what?
Kiaya
Like
from
a
back.
kill and a half? He's had to have gotten shut down gold from
Beefcake
somebody.
versus Beefcake up here. Again, sometimes though the early move that you're talking about here.
Oh,
with the
TF gold
ultimate,
passive.
Kiaya here
Holy
can look
frick,
for a
dude.
lot,
That's so
of these
much.
angles to try and punish a pushing Kaisa. Like anytime, kind of like this, if they have people in
That's
position,
so much gold.
trying to punish that Kaisa. If you are extended in mid lane, knowing that they don't have their outer tower for defense, that's where Gam can try
Yeah,
and utilize
he got the
their
kill
Scion
on,
ultimate, their Galio ultimate here to
on
really
Eris,
open up
right?
space for the Lilia follow-up.
Honestly,
Who
this past
would have been
sequence, not
2-0,
too
so
bad
probably
for
had to
G2.
have
What was
some
once
type
a
of
3,000 gold lead and
shutdown
change
bounty,
is
right?
now just about 1,500, so it's been cut down by half. Nicely done from them, not allowing GAM to build their own lead up even further. GAM with control over the Otacon pit, though, as G2 make their approach. Broken Blade and Lebrov going to lead the charge on this
honestly,
one as Kiaya goes back to base.
And I don't know if Caitlyn will be able to deal with him.
As well. Lots of deep wards for GAM.
I think it'll be very interesting to see her itemization this game.
Okay. Taunt channeled from Elio. Not going to find anything
Because
with
not
that
only
one.
does she have to deal with Cho'Gath, but she'll also have to deal with Leona. That's a lot of tanky and HP. And like Caitlyn doesn't build board.
Out of the healing on that one.
You can get her LDR, but
but he gets stunned up, followed up by the Leona ulti, but where's the rest of it? Eris stealing the Leona ulti now as Lebrov is down to half HP. Broken Blade taking a lot of damage from Artemis back over the wall. The Silas Leona ult doesn't hit any targets. They force the flashback out of Hans. GAM have control over the river, but Elio has to McHale's himself to get away. Otherwise, he's vulnerable to the feast of Broken Blade. Damaged health bars on Elio and Levi, but also on Broken Blade and the bottom lane of G2. However, that means GAM is forced out of the topside river. G2's going to move back up there, clear out some of the vision, and look to control Otacon.
Yeah, Levi went for the flash play, and they got everything out of Hansama. The cleanse down, the flash down for the Kaisa. One of the big carries there for the G2.
Are you cheering for one team over the other or no preference? I am cheering for G2 technically because I chose them in my pick'ems, like I predicted that they would win. However, I do think GAM winning would be fun.
Caitlyn traps. There are pretty big advantages to arriving very early to this objective. Looks like G2, though, they've already got Lebrov heading over to set up their vision. Trying to deal with that mid wave. You have to be so careful, though. All these AD carries on mid waves.
Why did Leona ult her own Cho'Gath, and why did he flash it?
Sometimes when they don't have summoner spells, but Hans does back off. He does pay respect.
Eris stealing away the
it was
Cho'Gath
Silas's
beast
ult.
for big burst potential
It's
here on the
stolen.
Silas. Now, let's see how this fight shakes out with all the resources that are now back up after the last scrap. You can see Levi has 5 seconds left on the Lilting Lullaby.
All right, he joined up with the
do not want
team.
to fight without the Lilia ulti. It's a massive tool to not have available. Caps with a little bit of poke there onto Eris, but Artemis responding with some of his own there through Ace in the Hall. Levi starting up the Drake. Kiaya here on the front line. Traps being placed down at the entryway
those
to the
traps
Dragon
need
Pit
to be
itself.
down, baby.
Artemis needs to be so mindful of his positioning. He is the key for both teams in this. If G2 can pick off the Caitlyn, that's their green light. If GAM can
Leona
protect
ult
him,
is
they can
up.
steamroll a fight. The Crab is going to be the first part of the fight. Eris moves in, scaring G2 back. Crab going to be claimed by G2, but now the fight starts off. A lot of damage on Lebrov as he tries to flash away, but a big multi-man sleep coming up from Levi. Kiai is in a little bit of danger, but G2 are already losing multiple members. Broken Blade tries to get away.
Mountain
The
Soul
Swirl
over
Seed
the game.
tags him, but it doesn't matter. The Mountain Drake, the Mountain Soul, Broken Blade,
Silver Scrapes.
all claimed by GAM.
And everything is still up on the map. You can get Baron, you can get Otacon flowers, everything for GAM. They are going to reap the rewards of that team fight. That is huge. GAM pushing us
Queue up
towards
Silver
a
Scrapes, bro.
reverse sweep flowers when all of Vietnam is watching. GAM stand tall.
The MasterCard priceless moment here as the soul is claimed by GAM. Let's see it again.
So the Swirl Sweep, it hits Lebrov and Skumon, and they put him to sleep. Skumon going to sleep while Kiaya tries to play on the front line, pops up Broken Blade. They just burst down Lebrov while the rest of G2 were forced up on the opposite side. Really good focus there from GAM, taking down that
Where
front line,
even
and
was
from
Caps
there,
during
there's
that
no
fight?
escape. Broken Blade also going to fall.
Am I
Front
tripping or
line
was Homeboy not there?
destroyed. GAM get their soul, and what did they get in the aftermath? So much was left up on that map.
Well,
there you go. Otacon first.
Yeah, the Baron is still alive. Otacon is the easier objective to take, but remember,
was in the
this
back.
thing can
Yeah, I
still
didn't
shred
see him,
your
like,
resistances if you're not
pumping
paying
out
proper
any
respect
types
to
of
the enemy
damage.
team showing up. GAM still putting the DPS into it. Broken Blade over the wall. Doesn't look like he's going to go for any kind of
I
a
miss
steal.
Furia, yeah.
and Eris both backing away now.
I
Dragon
know.
Soul, Mountain style, plus Otacon over to GAM. Baron still alive on the map, still a 3,500 gold lead.
So they got Otacon, they got Mount Soul.
Mid lane tier 1, G2.
They're losing
gonna force
mid.
that one down. Caps providing the damage. Kiaya goes in for the initiation, doesn't find what he's looking for, but he does zone Caps away. Hansama looking for Artemis, who flashes back to try to get to safety. Artemis still
One
bleeding
man sleep
to the
on
Dark and
Leona,
daggers.
not worried.
G2 wanted to make something happen there, but they don't quite find it. Now LeBron and Skumon taking a ton of damage as Kiaya continues chasing after Broken Blade. Eris zoning Caps out of the fight, so TF cannot join. Broken Blade's knocked up into the air.
But Levi's
and Artemis is locked
cracked.
and loaded. Damn, find another one with the front line of G2 hurting now. Broken Blade down. Lebrov critically injured. Gam once again have control.
Yeah, they chased them off. Neither of the carries there could do any damage. The Kaisa was out on the outside too. They're gonna chase him down. Twisted Fate ulti stolen.
Okay, Eris jumps in, but he had already used Abscond Abduct right before using the ulti, so he didn't have any CC immediately available. Doesn't get a lot of value out of that stolen ulti, but Gam will at least steal away the red buff, the team-wide red buff from their opponents, and now they'll head on back.
Gam front to back is just too strong. Artemis
How do y'all feel about Silas as a champion with his ultimate?
So powerful.
Do y'all think being able to steal people's ultimates is BS?
Really meaning they can just destroy your front line.
How do y'all
and
feel about
walk
that?
forward towards you. Kaisa can't really get angles in there. So short range. No real opportunities there. Too far behind.
You think it's fine?
This game has been so much about
It's funny.
that bottom lane. And
So do y'all feel the same way about Viego?
Really showing up for Gam.
100% kill participation on the Caitlyn, 90% kill participation.
Kilgoth's literally big for no reason. How much HP does he have? That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't think they have the overlay.
Gam still has to keep playing this clean. That gold lead hasn't really ever gone past this point very much. G2 have managed to keep the game close, so we're still looking for that moment from Gam that really breaks things open. The Elder is spawning in 2.5 minutes. Baron is still alive on the map, and the important thing to also note is those little golden barriers alongside the edge of all the objectives. If G2 does win a fight, if they find Artemis, that one time, one play can flip the game on its head.
Take some gold back, try and make use of the bounty system is their hope, for sure. But the power of this Mountain Soul as well, just, yeah, man, it is insane for the front line here. Double Mountain Dragons as well as the Soul on top, plus the advantage of having the super long range Caitlyn here, being so far ahead, is just a recipe here for Gam. Setting up, standard objective, go front to back.
Death Ray.
Wait a second.
Yeah, so if you ult and then Silas ults you and uses it on you, it stops you, yeah?
Elio, the Galio, absolutely on point all game.
Yo, Q Silver Scrapes, bro.
Just got old Yellard, and it's time for Gam to head to the Baron.
The vision control here for Gam does force the check from G2, and you're thinking, oh, he's gonna be able to press W, go untargetable. But Elio doesn't even let him. Springs the trap so quickly. They get Skumont, they get the Baron. Caps trying to split push back there.
Yeah, you're going to see Broken Blade and Caps. They use the Twisted Fate
Yo, check Skew's PayPal. I'm so serious. That's the second time.
G2 is going to get that objective bounty down there in the bottom lane to at least get some kind of a consolation prize. But the Baron now on the side of Gam with 45 seconds until the Elder spawns.
I want to see the vision of that replay. Elio doing a good job up on the corner there of the wall to see what it looked
Alex.
like.
So Alex, you rooting for G2?
Because now Gam, with the Baron, with the Mountain Soul, with the Otacon already taken, everything in their arsenal poised to push us to Silver Scrapes, push us to a Game 5 in our last series of play-ins.
Oh, Hansama with the flash away. If he didn't hit that, he was immediately dead to the follow-up taunt from Elio. And now
I feel like Hansama hasn't really been able to like play the game. He has to be so cautious.
It couldn't be worse for G2. The Elder is spawning. Both of their carries just spent their flashes. The health bars are injured, and Gam has total control over the Drake pit with Lebrov running
they're not
towards
gonna have
the
a support,
enemy base.
which
Kiaya
means
will
no
hunt him
tank.
down as as
No
Gam already
CC.
starts up the Elder. Keep your eyes on Skumon. A full send Elder steal could be the only chance G2
Yeah, he
really
has to
here.
steal
They're
it
gonna
here,
place the
dude.
ward over the wall, but it's
He
blocked
has
by
to
the
steal
control
it.
ward. Now Gam, they're gonna pull off. They'll go after Lavrov instead. They know if they kill him off and they have a 5v4, it'll be so much easier to take the Elder fight guaranteed. Decimate with the stun. Justice Punch gets it done. Artemis goes godlike.
Skew has to steal it. He can't let them have it.
Advantage for the next 30 seconds. G2 still
He
scrambling
cannot
to
let
get
them
into a
have it.
position here, but there's still no flashes on Hans and Caps. They've managed to heal
Broken
up,
Blade
but
can
that's
flash
not
E,
enough.
right?
Broken Blade with a rupture over the wall, just trying to look around, see what's happening. Eris and Kiaya approaching
JK,
from
he's
the
gonna be
side.
deceased.
Kiaya's got so much of a shield, nobody can even break it. Eris stealing away the killer instinct. Now it's 2 dead on G2.
Skew, you gotta get in there, bro.
HP,
This is game if you don't.
should be able to secure this here. Caps going
That's
in for the
game.
hero moment, but it ain't gonna happen. Instead, he just teleports
That's gotta
to
be
the other
game.
side of the
Artemis
rift.
is
Gam
legendary.
with a 6,000 gold lead, with a Mountain Soul, with Otacon, with the Elder, with a man advantage for 25 seconds, marching towards the G2 base. They're coming for that base. They're going
Hey,
to
do you
destroy this
remember
tower
when
ever so
somebody
quickly.
asked earlier,
G2 have to pray right now with the Elder Dragon
can
and
Gam
everything
reverse sweep?
at their backs.
And I
Gam are
said,
going for
they
it.
can.
There's still 10 seconds on
Is it
Broken
likely?
Blade.
That's a different
Gam
question.
goes straight in. Han Sama's already going to be under pressure. Eris continues the dive. G2 continue to
Bestie.
retreat. They can pray if they want, but God's not listening. Gam force down the Nexus turrets. They make their way to the Nexus, and after starting at a 0-2
It looks like
deficit,
it might just be
Gam will take us to Game 5,
a
and
reverse
Silver
sweep.
scrapes.
Look at those smiles
Oh, I
on the Gam
know y'all
players.
shaking, bruh.
This team, they really are like a family.
I
They are
know
so
you shaking.
close. They have so much pressure with all the fan base of Vietnam behind them, watching, and they're doing them proud, pushing us to a game number 5.
We got us a series
This
on
is
our
now, out of
hands,
the 5
ladies and
series that we have
gentlemen.
got in play-in stage of MSI 2025.
We got a
3 of
series
those
on our
have gone
hands.
the full distance. It's only been 3 days here at this event, Kobe, and I am already loving this new MSI format. Gam is taking us to Silver Scrapes. Somebody send a medic to check on Lore. Analyst, are you all right?
Raz and I are great. We're chilling.
Yeah, we're vibing.
We're enjoying the games.
Having a great time.
Seeing the sights. Taking it all in.
Speech. This has been amazing. 3 days, 3 best of 5s, 3 game 5s. How are you feeling, Laura?
I'm feeling great. We're getting a game 5. We're getting a game 5, and honestly, that's all I care about. Guys, can we please talk about the god of the hunt himself, Artemis, this game? What a legend.
Has been
I have
on
been
fire.
singing
this was
the
coming
song
from, honestly, the
of
Corki game was incredible.
Artemis's
Him and
skill.
Elio have had
Truly.
an amazing laning phase so
All
far.
of
They really
MSI.
have. I do think throughout the series,
How
they
are
have
we just
significantly
now
outperformed Hansama and
praising
LeBron.
him,
They have
dude?
been such a difference
This
maker.
man has been
Elio has been so confident in a lot of these plays. Not only are
confident.
they outplaying in that 2v3, I
He's
love the trap that they
been
actually set for Caps, where he
disciplined.
shows up,
He's been
hits the
pumping
flash
out
zone of the
damage.
brush,
He's
getting
been
picks there.
spacing.
They were looking for dives.
But
They
it's
were
always
pushing
been
their
talk of
advantage.
Levi,
They're
Levi,
moving
Levi,
people
Levi.
around
Now,
the
don't
map,
get me
taking
wrong,
towers,
Levi be
making
putting it
plays,
down.
getting kills.
Don't
This
get me
is
wrong,
just
Levi
such
been putting it
confident
down.
Stuff from this bot
But
lane that I think was not expected to really
Artemis
accomplish that much.
has
Even at the
always been
beginning of
there.
the reel, when you
Levi
saw
has
LeBron
had games
try
where
and
he
get the engage off 'cause
0-6.
Skumon was coming and he gets killed off that. There was a reason why Skumon was coming. Because the heal taunt
Artemis
level
has
2
not.
to be able to burn.
I just want to put that out there.
Flash off of Hansama, and on top of
I just
want to
put that out there. Artemis been that guy. He's been very
I
consistent.
feel you. The European fans, if they're still up watching this, we all
Yeah,
feel you.
yeah.
God, it feels good.
Give
to be
him
living
a
up that
massage.
instant right now because
Okay?
think about it.
I
2
want a
hours
Snickers,
ago,
goddamn.
led
Where did he get that
2-0
from?
against G2. It takes so much to come back in series like this.
It really is. And this has to be
Yeah.
my favorite play-ins at MSI.
I kinda wanna play
'Cause
Caitlyn.
I would never have expected this, especially just thinking about a reverse sweep. We saw the Nunu game, and I was like, yeah, like...
Cap sweating? Just a little bit, bro. He looks stressed.
But the vibe, they kept the vibe alive.
Absolutely. I mean, these are two teams
Don't
that
cry, my
with
brother.
if you're looking at pre-tournament
That's key, yeah,
expectations,
yeah, yeah.
G2
Yeah,
is supposed
yeah.
to be slamming Gam, slamming Furia, both of those series have gone 5 games. G2 did win the first one. We don't know. They could still win this one, and everything can kind of go to chalk as far as the standings are concerned. But they definitely have not gone to chalk as far as how the games have played out. G2 has been pushed to the limit by both of these squads.
Why does Caps look like he's in shock?
I would have never
He's like, yo,
believed. If you would have told me
how are we here?
It's like, okay, they dragged them into the mud. It was a really
Caps looks like
fight win, something to that nature. They're beating them.
I don't know what happened, bro. Like,
bot lane fairly consistently.
like I'm out here tearing them up.
When you watch that Elder fight, it felt
I don't
like
know
they
what else
had
I gotta
it all
do,
under
man.
control, even baiting the Cho'Gath in, recognizing he
No,
wanted to go for a piece or
literally on
something.
blue.
No, they baited him in, took the fight. They're playing smart.
What matters in moments like this when you're getting into game 5?
All right, y'all.
You see the
Be right
teams
back.
backstage
I'm gonna go
getting ready.
pee
Is
as
it about
we prep
preparation?
and get
I
ready
doubt
for
it.
Silver
Drafts, we're in jealous
Scrapes.
draft. So
Game
what do you wanna
5.
bring to the table?
We got
What
a
is it
banger
gonna
on our
come
hands.
down
I'll be
to
right back, y'all.
Here in this last game and game 5 between these two teams.
I mean, if we're just talking about it, like, just first of all, just take a look at the graph. I mean, this kind of hits.
Oh my God.
40
out to 10,000.
That is a beefy Caitlyn.
40K. And anytime there is any CC being set
That is
up, like
crazy.
the Caitlyn combos are crisp from Artemis. So if I'm taking a look at what, if for GAM, what needs to
All
be
right,
done.
you're the game enjoyer, which is funny because you predicted G2 3-0.
This is, I guess, a flip-flop,
Classic Raz,
guys. You caught me on
classic
the
Raz here.
flip-flop. How do you? I wanted to
It
sift
was
over
actually
it.
3-0, then 3-1,
All right,
then 3-0.
all right.
God, the confidence was getting strong.
You're
I was
the League of
talking about
Legends
how to
enjoyer. We'll leave
comment.
it there.
I was feeling myself. Now I'm the GAM representative,
All
a
right.
fraud. Let's start with it. First, me, I have 3 points. I'm just going to make it very clear. Play to your sides, Kiaya and Artemis. They have been very strong. I feel like the mid lane gap has been there from the G2 side. I'll go to the next one, which is strong, engaged tank. If you're team fighting, they are team fighting better. And I think it makes it so much clearer to play front to back, and I think it's been successful even with Sion's playing from behind. He was very crucial. Keep the vibe alive, keep the confidence. Right now, if you believe in momentum, if you believe in on that, you're talking about them singing like Backstreet Boys or something.
Yeah, I mean, they were vibing straight off the bat, honestly, and it shows now.
They absolutely have the
Azael,
vibe.
what do you have for me?
G2, I've got my 3 win conditions right here.
All right.
They are pretty simple. It is that man on the screen. Caps, Caps, Caps. He has been the one, I think, that has been playing the best today on the squad. I want you to give him whatever he wants.
All right.
Let the man play Vayne mid. Let the man blind pick Yone. I don't care. Whatever he wants, give it to him. Feed him your resources. Play towards him. It's got to be Caps.
All right, we'll talk more about this on the other side of the break. It is Silver Scrapes one last time, one more time here at MSI 2025 playing. Turn up Silver Scrapes. We'll see you right after this.
All right. They silver scraping. Game needs another lane dominant ADC. Samira. I really don't know who else to pick, low-key. Samira Tariq, I'd love. Did your webcam shrink? No, I just use a different lens now. Boo, JT. I feel like JINX is too risky to play. I feel like JINX is way too risky to play because if they just like kill JINX, then there's no point. What did he just tweet?
Stolen Twisted Fate ulti coming in. Here's Harris. There goes LeBron. There goes Hans. There goes the turret. But here comes Broken Blade.
Crazy
He's in the
name.
middle of 4. Cho'Gath, he might be hungry, but he ain't eating today.
Is this him?
Kiya's in a little bit of danger, but G2 are already losing multiple members. Broken Blade tries to get away. The Swirl Seed tags him, but it doesn't matter. The Mountain Drake, the Mountain Soul. Han Sama's already going to be under pressure.
Scam game playing this series is to get to 29 minutes and wait for Schemon to turn into 2016 pattern 1. Oh
Vancouver, are
my
you
gosh.
not entertained? Here it is, game 5 once again at
Oh my
MSI playing
gosh.
in 2025. And guys, think about this. 2 hours ago, it
He
looked
had
like
to
the
do-
most one-sided series
Tyler
I've
went out
ever
here
seen.
catching
G2 was
strays,
dominating.
bro.
It was finally the G2 that we were promised, and we're here.
He
Game
insulted
5,
everybody.
GAM, one game away
Nah, they
from
played
giving us
Jin.
GAM time once
They
again
played
and
Jin.
reaching the main event.
And I was all aboard the train for G2. I was a believer that they had kind of fixed a lot of their problems that we saw in the previous days, but you can see right
They're
in front of you.
Look at them.
They're excited. Everything that they have been working on all split long up until this
Oh,
point,
they lit,
they're
bro.
realizing a best of 5, they're one game away of making history.
And I mean, you just have to love it. They talk so much about putting the team above the individual, about believing
Cap's
in
going to
each
go
other,
Ari or
working
Victor.
towards this
It
common
had
goal.
to be
And
Victor
they're seeing the
because
results. They weren't even supposed to qualify for MSI based on
it
playoff
was
expectations in the
emo on
LCP.
Ari already.
And they are on the brink of what I think would be the biggest upset, the biggest series win in Vietnam history for
I
League
agree.
of Legends. It is
Oh, they
crazy to be able to take down
hype!
G2 here would mean so
Period!
much.
To expand on that, because they are their own hype, and the fact that they were 4th seed in their own
I
region,
love
they
seeing
make it
them
through
hype,
instead of
bro.
Talon. That was a big storyline. They had made a lot of improvements to make that to get that done. They come to this event. A lot of the focus was like, Furia looks amazing, right? They expect the Furia to come out against them and be able to take that win. And they're just at every point proving
He
the
will
doubters
go
wrong.
crazy.
And I just think for G2 on the other side, there is such an immense amount of pressure on these players now. They made the changes with the roster with the intent
Dude.
of having more success internationally. And
Even
that
though
has got to
my
be weighing on
pick'ems
their
will
minds.
suffer.
They're on the brink of getting reverse swept. They can still
Bro, I think I want GAM to win.
win this series.
Hey!
They can accomplish.
And the crowd goes wild for GAM here. Of course, they have had the support of Vancouver and of the arena. And the
No,
fans,
him
they're
grabbing
just
them,
chilling.
like, yeah,
they're just
period, bro.
meditating on stage. Something I really
Yeah,
want to
get
ask you
into
guys
the
ahead of
zone.
this last
Guys,
game.
I think I'm
Who has the
dude,
momentum?
the way I
Who is
flip
gonna
flop.
take it?
The
You gotta
way
think
I'm
about
cheering for
GAM.
GAM right now, bro.
Momentum-wise, they
Upset of
absolutely
the
have
century.
momentum. But I mean, G2, they have so much experience, especially when you're looking at guys like Caps, like Hans, like
I think I
Broken
want
Blade, who
GAM to
have been here
win.
so many times before. The
I did
momentum's
not
on
see it,
the
Derek.
side of GAM, but one good play
Who
for
did the
G2
most?
could really
Who
get
did the
ball
most
rolling.
damage? Yeah, I think I
and
might
when
have
stress
been
is piling on that, you need
using
the
the
veterans
restroom
of
real quick.
BB, Caps, and hell, Dylan Falco to be able to get them calm and focused, because it was looking so good. Remind them what was working in the first 2 games of the
How much
series.
damage
It
did he
felt
do?
Clean. And I think as long as you can, I feel like empowering Hans for me is the way to go. That laning phase was rough. I kind of expected it to be when you look at the Kai'Sa
You
versus
already know
Caitlyn.
who I think they should be
Wow.
Cabs.
No, I love
It
that
all
for him.
comes down to this one last game to prove it all. One last game to prove that you have what it takes to reach the
Let's
main
go,
event.
GAM!
Casters, over to you for GAM versus G2.
Thank you so much, Lord. Thank you so much, Analyst Desk. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for what is now guaranteed to be the final game of the play-in stage for MSI 2020.
I think it's game time, bro.
G2 started strong. Then GAM fought back just as powerfully. We're now going to game 5. For one of these teams, it's a ticket to the main stage. For the other, it's a long plane ride home.
And GAM have been just riding this momentum. I mean, in LCP playoffs, they had to play best of 5 after best of 5 after best of 5. They upset Talon. And now here, can they ride this momentum for a full reverse sweep over G2? This
I thought it was going to be a 3-0
so huge.
I thought it was going to be a quick, well, maybe not a quick 3-0, but I thought it was going to be a 3-0.
With all the fans
I wanted a 3-1,
G2 though,
and we're getting a 3-2.
To the brink. They need to lock it down. Europe.
All right, guys, give me champ predictions.
Very critically, hyper.
Give me champ predictions. Who y'all think we gonna see?
All right,
on either side. Either side. Who y'all think we gonna see?
These are the usual suspects throughout this series so far. Nocturne, Gwen, Rumble remain banned
Low-key,
by
I'm surprised
G2
we haven't seen
every
Kalista.
game. The Nocturne and the Rumble every single time in that first 3.
Ooh,
Over
Gary.
on the other side, Maokai, Azir, and the Hansama trademark Draven are the targets for GAM.
Due to unfortunate circumstances, I don't think Artemis is going to be able to play the game.
For caps.
Okay, so AD jungles to pair with the Annie do get kind of thin when you get to game number 5. We still have like
I did not know that, Derek. What the heck?
That was kind of hovered before an option. Maybe you want to do a Tarzan cosplay. We'll see what they end up going for there on the side of G2.
For game 5
Meanwhile,
best.
GAM's response to the Annie outrange here. Orianna in mid lane. And the insta Vi follow
Okay, y'all said Orianna.
We've got Vi combo with Shockwave delivery.
Y'all kind of on it. Y'all kind of on it.
Remember, last game in the second half of the bans, the Orianna was removed, I believe, by G2.
Levi went like 0-7 on Vi
Time around.
last time he played it. I just want to point that out.
The 1-2 from GAM. All right, what's it going to be, Skewmont? That was one of the ones we were talking about that is still left up. That is a potent duo. Levi himself used it this tournament.
Yep. You go in.
Big kill pressure. Big burst.
Yeah. Annie burst down the initial target. Viego possesses.
Yo, I'm excited for ADC picks, bro.
Races. They're also going to go ahead, complete the top side here.
All the ADCs are picked.
Locking in the blind Cassante for Broken Blade. What will be
Levi
the
should have taken
answer
Viego 100%.
here from GAM to deal with that? What does Kiaya have now that the pools are so worn down? This could be one that I wouldn't be surprised, and there it is, the lock on the Aatrox for Kiaya.
Yeah, this is nerfed Cassante and buffed
Only thing left is bot lane, bro.
The extra healing here for Aatrox. We'll see about this top lane matchup, but looks like they're making some very similar choices there. A lot of good all-in combos.
And you can see another one of those respect bands, another one of those pocket pick bands.
Seraphine, the Ashe Seraphine.
It's the Draven in the first set. It's the Blitzcrank of Lebrov here in the second half of the ban phase, as Renata will be the ban from the side of G2. Both sides having drafted both their solo lanes and their junglers. It's all about the bottom lanes here in the second half of the draft.
Send out your Samira or Jinx
supports for the first ban for both sides.
Energy, guys.
And Kalista is
Send
still
it
up,
out.
so they ban away the Renata.
Send it out to Vancouver.
Thinking about some of the
I don't care who picks it, just one of y'all.
Pairings for them here.
Samira or Jinx.
I like the Ezreal ban from GAM. That champion can be very effective against
I like the
Vi in
Ezreal ban.
particular. You lock onto
Nice.
him, he arcane shifts, all of a sudden you're somewhere you
Samira
really
or
don't
Jinx.
want to be.
Yeah, it's too safe, too safe. Can't have that. Can't have
Wait,
that
Derek,
going
I didn't
over
do
to
all of that.
G2.
I only was able to pick
Now, what is G2's final ban going to be
who
here?
was
When you
going
look
to
at
advance.
Marksman, we're really
Was
deep
that
now,
an
Cody.
option,
We've
Derek?
got the ban on Draven and Ezreal. We've got 8 champions already removed through
Samira or
Fearless.
Jinx.
Bard is your final ban now.
Samira
Zipper
or
2
Jinx.
with the move speed is still available, still an
Samira
option.
or Jinx.
Okay.
You can always go for Jinx if you want to scale for team fights. And Jinx does work really well with burst combos like Viego
Samira
Annie
or
to try and
Jinx.
get that excited passive going.
Right.
So that could be an option for G2.
Samira or Jinx.
GAM thinking about this. They will have the last pick of the draft. I would assume that will go to their support.
There's that
Callista.
That's the
okay.
Callista we were looking for with the Renata banned. They don't care the Renata is banned.
But what will they pair with it?
Something for some lane dominance here, some engage.
Also feels better to play Callista when Caitlyn is banned as one of the potential options, but Ashe is one of those champions that's still available.
Samira
Ashe
or
is something
Jinx.
that we see a lot of teams pick
Samira
into
or
Callista
Jinx.
with the slows. It's still available right now, but so is that Smolder, so is Senna, and that'll be the answer from it's Senna Tom
Wow,
for
they
G2.
insta-locked
Ooh,
that.
the safety of the Tom Kench here to complement the Senna. One of our classic
I don't
combinations when you see the Vi coming
know.
towards you. They're gonna have some options now. All right, what's it gonna be? Oh man, they are offering some aggressive stuff.
That would be a full send if that was support Elise.
Oh.
Now let's see. Seraphine, final pick.
I just want to say I do like that we're seeing more Seraphine in pro play.
Yeah, past the great
I really
health,
do.
but they go with the power of the Senna. Very strong.
I really
here
do like that
for
we're seeing
lane
her more.
with the poke damage, and does get to be very useful for team fights later on when you need some extra shields to deal with some burst damage. If the Annie Viego is getting to be too much.
Okay, but G2
maybe
breaking
that
out the
extra
two
breakpoint,
best black
shields from
baddies in
Seraphine,
league.
shields from the Orianna. Of course, self shields from Vi as well, but
I'll allow
we're
it.
building into it. Honestly,
But
Flowers,
Mel
I
is
think this
currently not in the game. I just want to
draft to
say.
me looks pretty close.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I just want to say we have to honorable mention
I've asked it
her if
every
we're talking
game.
about
It's going to come down to play. It's going to
beautiful
come down to
best black
execution.
baddies in the game. I just,
Caps here on the Annie. He's been
her name
so
has to be in the
critical.
conversation
If you
if
remember
we say
all
those
the way back
words.
to the first two
But
games
yes,
for G2,
love Senna,
Caps, pivotal,
love
but now on
Cassante.
Annie here, such a playmaking champion. So many
I
burst
don't.
possibilities.
Especially,
I don't know
again, with that combination with Viego. Viego needs to
comp
be
I
able to
love.
reset so much of the character's
Mel is just
power
straight up
is
queen.
budgeted
Okay.
into the ability to
Valid.
reset. If he just goes in, can't find that first
All right,
one,
Derek.
life is tough. He'll be
I will
relying
see
on
you
Caps
later.
to set that up and allow him to pop off.
Ooh.
And honestly, I think I might be even
Mel
leaning
is
more towards the
ruler
Gam side
of
of the
Baddie
draft now,
Nation.
Flowers.
Facts.
With how Artemis played last time around, them
Yo, I
having
think I want
the
Gam to win,
Callista
low-key.
plus the Seraphine down
I just
here,
feel like that upset would
that is
be
going to be
legendary.
guaranteed priority for Gam.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see how it plays out down here, because G2 once again they're going to rely a lot on Caps plus Skumont here. Senna has to scale up, and she scales slower than she previously did with the nerf to the Soul generation.
Okay, grasp on both top laners for the early laning power. Airy for the Seraphine, Summoner Spellbook for
All right,
the
Jerks,
top,
have a
playing for
great
that extra
dinner.
utility
Thank you for
as
watching
the game
with
goes
me.
forward. Everything else pretty standard stuff. Just some cautious checking
Yeah,
of
I'm
the
down for a
brushes
Gam win.
here at level 1. And here we have on the screen
But I'm
time
also
spent
down
in a
for-
major deficit for Gam. Half the time they were in a major deficit versus BLG, but in this series and versus Furia, 14%
I'm also down
shakes
for
out to
G2 to
roughly
keep my pick'ems
1/7
alive.
of the time for Gam, which means 6/7 of the time they're either close or they're ahead.
I'm just impressed how quick they got that Photoshop of the kiss up
Yeah,
here and ready
that
for
was-
the graphic.
that was pretty slick.
Because that's how this series started. But we'll see how it ends very shortly here. All right, Artemis and Elio.
I forgot.
Just
Europe is probably
stars
staying
in
up
the
till
previous
5 a.m.
game.
for
Yeah,
this
massive carries,
this series,
massive
bro.
honors to both of
Literally,
them.
that was me.
I mean, remember how it started off?
When
Skumon
MSI
the
was
one
in China last
passing
year.
bottom very early
Yeah, they
to
straight
try
up
to
2v3.
gank. And then they just turn it around. They kill
Literally,
the
that
bottom,
was
they go
me
right
when
back
it was in
to
China.
pressuring and
But like,
farming.
it's only
Back
8
here in
p.m.
mid
right
lane,
now for
Annie
me.
and
God, I
Orianna,
love
two
this.
very traditional
Now,
mage
Worlds?
champions to go head to head here.
Worlds, I'm going
Tri-lane
to
Cam going to give us a look at a little bit of everything, with mid
suffer.
lane being the one trading the most heavily here early on. Obviously, at level 1, auto attacks compromise a lot of your damage, and Orianna's Clockwork Windup gives her a distinct advantage in those trades compared to a lot of other champions. Cap's doing a good job there. They're using the stun to guarantee the electrocute proc.
I think there should be a lot of early
I know they'd
Caps
be
plus
sick
Skumon's
if
combinations.
they stay up till
because,
5 a.m.
and-
to watch
he's
their
coming
Pride of the
already,
Real
level
Legion
3
get
here.
reverse swept.
3 camps into the combination. They
Whew.
want to
What
at least
time
get
is
the
it in
flash.
Vietnam?
Did you get a
Hey
stun?
Siri, what time is it in Vietnam?
Charging it up. Yeah, I can't see the
It
buff
is
counter thing.
10:40 a.m. right now,
Harris just
so
continues
they're
to
pretty
Got it under his
killing.
head there. 3.
Okay, staying
And this has
very
been on
far
for
back.
3 hours, so
Oh yeah, it's under the health
it
bar now.
started at
I'm
like
stupid.
7
I'm living
a.m.
in 2009. Man. I'm a dummy. Caps finds some Some quick damage there, but again,
Right, Naku?
about the same amount of health for both mid laners, and Eris is going to play so cautiously. So Scumon's time spent hovering around this mid lane puts him about one camp behind Levi or so. TP right
Really,
back
Alex?
onto the face of Caps.
You didn't like the
from
Tristana
Eris.
pick?
Levi
I like the Annie
not
pick.
going to be shadowing this
I
one,
think
just
Annie's really
instead
strong.
taking his own blue buff. Eris honestly losing a ton of HP on this teleport return. He returns to lane, and now he's back to the same amount of HP that he was at when he recalled home. Bit of a mistake there from Eris early on, trying to maybe put some pressure onto Caps, but that many minions at level 3, those hurt.
Yep, minions definitely hurt early on into the game, especially a full wave of them. Caps now teleporting back with his purchase, and he's got his boots.
Okay.
Big here for the Annie. Try and make some of these roaming plays. On the rise, he was able to get his own leads in mid and then transfer it to the rest of the team.
So both mid laners are thinking about the potential jungle fight for the topside Crab, but it looks like Scumon's just going to get control over it himself instead. Top lane control does go over to Kiaya on the Aatrox here early.
Issue
Levi's
here
going to go
is-
ahead and take his first recall. Bottom side, LeBron and Hans taking some big damage from those Seraphine high notes.
So we've got
Issue
some numbers
here
to back
is,
up
I
what
feel
you
like
saw
when
with your
given a
very own
lead,
eyes
DMs
in the
bot and
previous
jungle
game.
have higher carry
Alright,
potential than G2s.
1252
I trust Caps or Broken Blade to be safe at carry options for
for the
G2.
Caitlyn. I believe it was just over 40K for the entire game.
That's fair.
And
40% of the team's damage.
And it wasn't just how much he was doing. They kept down the Kai'Sa so
I would also
heavily.
throw top lane in there.
Barely
I
got
think
anything
Kiaya
in
can
that
carry.
with the AD Kai'Sa.
Only person I don't trust is mid Loki.
Eris and Caps just continuing to trade back and forth so frequently. Caps constantly priming these stuns, trying to get those quick electrocute trades on the Eris.
And Eris trying to space him on the Orianna. Get those chunks. Keep him out of range. Use the slows. Even with the move speed of the boots.
And that's really what it's all about with this matchup.
No,
right?
that's
Orianna
not
does have the
Project.
superior range, but it's pretty close.
JK,
If
that's
you step
Project.
just a little bit too far forward and Caps gets off the stun, he's
is.
gonna win those trades.
Right, Levi's hovering so
Levi's
much.
Vi
They
has
know
been
this
atrocious.
This is really the only area that G2 want to play early. And so he's hovering
JT.
so much to make sure
Who are you playing?
nothing goes too heavily wrong. But Caps, once again, generates his own CS lead
Yeah.
with the threat.
Plus 10. Huge. Eris once again taking a recall. As now it'll be Elio
what was
and
your team and
Artemis
what was the enemy team?
moving towards the mid lane, towards this topside river here. Levi coming around. Flash Vault Breaker. Seraphine tries to follow. Levi ends up taking a ton of damage there. Cam hoping to find Caps.
Y'all want me to turn this
unawares,
off
but it does
after that
not
play?
work.
Yeah, Artemis also used his flash to
Y'all
go for
want
the
me to turn
Q
it off?
snipe to finish off that kill. So Caps survives. He evades all of it. That is 4 flashes down now.
Can we just go to sleep?
For the
'Cause
side of
I think
Gam.
my eyes are burning.
Big value for
I might have
Caps
to go,
here,
like, wash my eyes
surviving
out.
the attempted play.
Yeah, massive 3 flashes
Like, I
to
wanna
not get
physically
anything
take
but
my
the Caps
eyeballs
flash in return.
out of
That
my-
is a huge
out of my eye
net
sockets.
positive for
3
G2.
flashes.
6 minutes
and
into the
did
game.
you count how many
Gam
missed
thought they
skill
might be able
shots
to
there
catch
were?
him by
Holy.
surprise, but
Did you-
Caps is ready
I
for
think
it.
we had a
Levi
missed
now just trying
Seraphine
to
root.
go back to, oh my goodness, LeBron
I think
just
we
stole it
missed
away with the lick.
a Callista Q.
Look here, Tom Ketch.
I think
having
we
some
also
fun.
missed a Seraphine Q, if I'm tripping.
And
There was just a
Wards
lot.
here as well. So not
There was
only
just a
just
lot
fun,
not there.
frog on frog
Violence.
action.
They
But,
need to.
also the deep
Does
wards.
Gam need to be reminded that this
over
is
the
an
top
elimination
side.
match? Like,
Yup,
this is the last
Scummon
game because they need to turn
getting
that pressure
secure
thing back
himself that
on.
first Drake
The
for
pressure
G2
cooker.
as well. LeBron
'Cause
jumps
that's
in there,
when they
goes for an missile
perform.
dive,
They
but
need
he
to
gets
remember
rooted
that
up.
there's
Artemis has to
pressure.
be careful jumping that far in. They're still in a 2v3 here. LeBron has thick skin primed and ready to pop, but instead just going to allow it to use the regeneration instead.
Yeah, they
Checking
need to
back
lock
up
in.
on the top lane here. It is a very
I don't wanna
slight
see no more
farm
plays
lead
like
for
that.
Kiaya,
We
but
playing for
not
real.
a ton. Again, this is,
Put
I
on
feel
for
like
your
kind
country,
of the goal
bro.
for Broken Blade. As long as you keep it close,
Put
hey,
on,
you're
represent.
doing fine. This is the big piece on the chessboard for Gam, and being able to answer him and just stay close, stay competitive, that's solid.
Yeah, and Kiaya here as Aatrox.
I would have loved a JINX more, but Callista has more mobility.
Well, that can really enable you
JINX
in
is
some of the team fights
very
later.
immobile.
Definitely has huge
But she also
potential
scales really well.
for later on once they do get to those
Callista doesn't scale very
skirmishes and
well.
team fight phases.
Back in mid. Caps continuing to build those farm leads, as Caps does. Artemis and Elio having a much more normal lane phase here in Game 5 compared to the absolute domination of
They
game
did
number
bench
4.
Emo
Levi, with level
after
6,
game
though,
2.
coming down bottom lane. He's going to walk right
Game
over top
1,
of a
I don't
control
really
ward,
think
so
was his
G2's going
fault,
to
but
be
game 2,
very aware
he was
of what Gam
struggling.
might have been thinking about. Levi will clear that out, move back into the jungle. You can
And then
see
game
the
3
blue
is when
buff
they
for
put
Gam about
Eris
to
in.
respawn. Similar story
And they
for the
won,
red on
and
the
then
side of
game
G2,
4
but
they won,
Skewmon,
so they're like,
honestly,
hey, we keeping
having a really
Eris
solid
in.
early game here on the Viego too. He's still staying ahead of Levi in terms of tempo with his farm. He's also going to fully clear both the grubs, and remember that he already got the first Drake.
Yeah, he's afforded a lot of freedom because Gam have been so focused and worried about mid lane. Because they have to deal with mid lane, everyone on Gam so worried about Caps.
Whenever
They're
I
spending
see
so many resources
a
from Gam
Seraphine
towards that mid lane, and they
do
were
something like
unable,
that,
to actually
I'm
get
like,
the kill
dang,
onto
I
Caps.
wish
And
my
so
girly
it has
pops,
afforded
because like
Skewmon a
I know
lot
y'all
of
know how to
freedom there
play
to
Sarah.
grab objectives for the
I
team
wish my girly pops could
his
just like
focus
get them right,
on the
just like
farming
for one game, bro.
just like
Because I know y'all
leaving
would
it in your
teach
mind,
him the
leaving it
ins and the
threatening.
outs,
Oh,
bro.
maybe I'm camping mid,
I'm just like,
but
dang, man. If
not
only you knew.
since the super early minutes.
If
Right,
only
Elio's
you
gonna pass through
freaking knew.
here. Seraphine ulti also very, very powerful in one of these fights. You know, if you have Tom Kench, if you have Viego and Cassante all going in this big melee ball, Annie's also a pretty short-range mage.
Yeah,
a big
no, 'cause,
Seraphine
like,
ulti into a big Orianna
bro,
ulti
what even?
could be a massive wombo combo. Kiaya, nice sidestep there from the third and Tofo strike, making sure he doesn't get knocked back into the turret. The Cassante special that we've seen so many times. You get knocked back, you get pathmakered, you get all outed, all of a sudden you're underneath a turret with no way out. Kiaya won't be caught by that trap, but Skewmon coming in mid lane here, finds a nice stun on Eris. There's the follow-up from Caps. Shockwave isn't gonna do a whole lot. It's first blood over to Skewmon.
And there were just seconds left on the flash timer. Skewmon chooses his moment wisely. Finally goes for that play that we're looking for, the Annie collaboration with Viego, just seconds before Ares
You think that's what it is,
able
Walrus?
to get his flash back. They get
They're back in their nerves.
And I misspoke. That was Caps taking the credit for the kill. This is the guy that Gam committed 3 flashes to try to set behind. Now he's ahead anyway. G2 about at a 1,000 gold lead now, with the vast majority of that
Hopefully
being on
Kiaya is
Caps
all they
himself.
need, bro.
This is exactly where they want to be in the early
Hopefully
game.
Kiaya
You've got
is
the
all
first
they
set of
need, 'cause
grubs,
it's all they
you've
got right
the
now.
first Drake, you've got the first kill, and it's on Caps Annie, and he's up almost 3 waves of farm again.
The gold deficit in bot lane isn't too bad though.
A huge focus.
It's only like
but here it is once again.
a couple minions.
Skewmon goes for
So
the flash. Able to get the full combo. And again, look at that flash timer. Just the slivers were still ticking up. Timed it so well.
dude, I know they're both like, I know both of their booty cheeks are clenching.
Top side for
I just know.
Skewmon once again trying to make the difference. Kiaya misses the
Kiaya.
Q2, goes in for the Q3 onto the Viego. Continues trying to
I
make a
don't
little
think
bit of
it's
extra
gonna be
distance
enough.
with the third, and Tofo Strike's gonna find him this time. Broken Blade gets a kill. Both G2 solo laners on the board.
Skewmon is activated here. Viego getting in the action and getting those kills for his solo laners. Broken Blade cashes in even more. The timing of it, they get to push the wave. 2 turret plates on top of a kill. So much influx of gold here for G2.
G2 in the early game, in game number 5, backs against the wall, knowing if they lose this one, they're out in the play-ins for Europe's most accomplished team of all time. That is just not hitting the standard, and they're throwing it all here in game 5.
It's the
into
most
mix
accomplished
to
team of
make
all time,
sure
but
that Gam doesn't
it's a
take
new
that spot from them.
team.
They have
It's not the same team that accomplished all of those
They
things.
continue though. They
There's
do have
2
a
new players
dragon
on that
up, and
roster
Gam
that are still
positioning
getting
here for the
accumulated,
fight.
that are still synergizing,
Skewmon
that are
already
still
with the Trinity Force,
like
has been the
learning how to
facilitator of
synergize
both
with that
kills
team.
thus far. Gam, they'll use the smite to secure the Scuttle Crab, but they've got to
So it's
respect
not the
Caps.
same team.
The Annie with the flash and the Tibbers can spell disaster very easily. Kiaya trying to get away from Broken Blade. He's already got the Iceborne Gauntlet completed. Kiaya still has components. He does not want to fight this. The turret already shot him another time. Kiaya with the flash away. The Dawning Shadow doesn't find the mark.
I'm surprised Broken Blade didn't chase for that, because nobody else could stop them.
Second Drake this game. That is 3 neutral objectives for G2. They're at 2 kills. If they get 1 more kill, they'll secure the boots as well.
Yeah. All things really going for G2. Of course, since Levi used his smite to go for that crab,
this does look like a scared Gam.
Afterwards, and Levi, after covering
this looks like a folding under the pressure Gam.
Trying to put a stop to Broken Blade's push here. And all this extra
Maybe not
gold
folding under the
through.
pressure, but scared to make a mistake, and playing scared is not going to help you win.
Here on the Aatrox, still just the difference between
the Gam that we saw in the past 2 games were aggressive. They were going in. They were fighting.
This Aatrox
this Gam is scared.
Provides himself
Am I tripping or?
Route here, as now the World Ender is popped. Broken Blade trying to use the Pathmaker, but that means the Vi ulti has the opportunity to go back in. But Skumon's also here. Broken Blade with another shield. Gam finds the first kill, but now Kiaya's got to make sure he doesn't fall. Skumon with the defensive ulti back over the wall.
Mountain Soul again. That's good.
Gam get their first kill of the game, punishing Broken Blade.
Exactly what you were talking about, Flowers. He wanted to
No,
use his
one
item
thing I
advantage
noticed, JT,
for the
is
1v1,
Broken
but it was
Blade
not a
knows how to
1v1.
sidestep.
Levi had just been
Like, that
on
man
that
can
top
bob and
side.
weave for real.
So he doesn't respect it, but now
I respect that heavily.
Immediate flash over the wall as Lebrov with a nice abyssal dive forces the summoner spell out of the otherwise immobile mid laner of Gam. But this whole time, because Lebrov and Hans were rotated up to the top side of the map towards all this scrapping, it meant that Artemis and Elio could get the bottom lane turret first. That's going to give them first turret credit. So now we're in a contest for those boots. It's 2 kills for Gam or 1 kill for G2 to earn them, as Hans Sama is at least going to retake the gold lead, taking down the tier 1 turret and top side.
Yeah, G2 there. They were looking for a big topside play because they just got a bunch of completed items too. The Malignant's also done for caps. So they're trying to find some picks for themselves over through the jungle. So they overload up top side of the map, forcing that turret. But here's another look at it. Broken Blade had gone for the ulti. But of course, Levi, who had just cleared on the top minions, had gone over to Krugs. He's the first jungler to arrive, so they get the extra time. And despite the item completed there from Broken Blade, the kill is completed for Gam.
Whenever we come back from those replays,
yeah,
I always have to just
see them bow out like this. I want to see something
instantly
crazy.
going to be fighting. We've seen such aggressive plays from both teams so far in this series, and now it's G2 with the Rift Herald having only just spawned with control over the topside river. Skumon and Caps going after the objective. Elio and Artemis stepping up here towards Hans and Lebrov, but this Tom Kench is such a great denial pick against Vi.
Yeah, and because they had rotated their duo over early and sacrificed their bottom lane, they have a lot of those deep wards laying behind too to try and see where Gam were moving up, but not going to result in anything further than the Rift Herald. They accrue the objective as well.
All right, where do we go from here, Mr. Kobe? Because G2 still have a lead in pretty much every direction.
I would say Rift Herald towards mid tower.
Okay.
It's not quite going to get it right now, but using that thing, it already is fairly low.
Lebrov gets rooted up there by the Seraphine, forced to flash out. Now they're ready to follow it, but that's a Seraphine ulti. They're throwing the whole kitchen sink at Tom Kench. He gets away with an abyssal dive.
So
a little bit more damage is still required. Levi's still going in.
I'm glad they got him.
Artemis secures the kill. Gam spent
but like they do that a lot. They'll throw everything
yeah,
at the tank support and then have nothing left to give for a real fight.
Replaced vision up in the jungle, but Gam just snaps shut. They're not going to let that go through.
Yeah,
they're not going to let that fly. Seraphine ult, Vi ult. Well,
we've seen a Seraphine every day thus far.
Fly trap. Not going to let that frog in there.
Nope.
Kiaya. He gets to farm this big
really
wave.
Did
that's
potentially
good.
like
Picking
that's so much CC, that's so much damage
that, lead. Make
that he
sure
just
that
gets
he's
to
a
tank.
Side lane threat. This is
that
the
not
guy.
crazy?
This is the win condition in so many Gam games. He drops the Aatrox in game number 5. We know that this is a character that can 1v9 if he gets fed, and I'm pretty sure Gam wants him to be able to do that.
And there is going to be tons of healing on this team, since they do have the double Sundered Skies, plus Aatrox himself, plus Blade of Ruin, plus the Seraphine on their team.
Let's go, Gam.
Seraphine plus Orianna shields, so lots of synergistic team fighting for them. On the other side, of course, Hanstama here, stacking up the Senna. Slower now than previously, but also going to add the enchanting to his team. And they do that Rift-tailed play. Even if it was delayed by Lebrov going down for the vision, they still pull it off. They still get their goal.
Can he get the Herald down to the turret? Nice drifting from Skewmon there,
well
crashing
done,
the Herald into the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane to guarantee they get that one as well. G2 with a slight gold lead. Gam's not going to let him just take this third
Whoever
Drake
gets
in the
the
game,
next
though.
kill gets
Gam ready to move
feeds.
up and try to fight. They've caught Cabs. He's in some danger, but the blast cone gets him away.
Whoever
G2
gets
mid laner
the
with half
next
HP.
kill gets
Dragon
feeds, and
resetting
probably
losing
Dragon.
patience. G2 still with control over the bot
Depending
side
on
river.
how that fight
Keep your eyes
goes.
on Cabs. Gam trying to move up, apply a little bit of pressure. The Dragon down to half. Attacking Gam now, putting a little bit of damage into the health bars. Broken Blade's got a lot of spears in his back. Chunk down to half himself. But remember, if he goes all out, he can still try to regenerate a lot of HP. G2 decides against it. They don't want to potentially throw the lead here. They give the Mountain Drake over. Seraphine ulti into the Tri-Brush only finds Broken Blade as he path makes out. Dust settles, nobody dead.
But Gam have an easy route towards mid. So even though the Rift Road was used to take down their mid tower, not only do they get the objective by forcing them out, they also can turn it into some gold as well.
Gam about to tie this game up. It is 3 turrets to 3, 2 Drakes to 1, still 2 kills to 2. The next kill determines the boots. It's a battle for the boots.
Battle for the boots. And their team fight is
Battle
looking
for
good
the
for
boots.
Gam. Very scary for G2 to go into, especially since Caps no flash.
No, like
They put
it's
their
actually
sights on
pretty
him,
close,
even though they didn't
Holy.
get the kill onto the Annie. Getting the flash down, taking away the key summoner spell for the key player
Nah,
on G2.
nobody wants
Also,
to
a
just roll
critical
over
key
here.
item about to be completed
They're
here in the
serious.
mid lane for Gam. Eris nearly has the fully charged Seraph's Embrace, needs to cast
Alright,
another
bet,
spell or
Drake's.
2, and then that extra shield could very well be the difference between a full burst combo and a Viego reset, or barely staying alive, hanging on for that shield battery in the Seraphine to keep you alive and keep the fight going. Once that completes, obviously he's going to be feeling more comfortable as Kiaya and Broken Blade are set up here in
Being
the
a
bottom
tank
lane.
in this situation,
Kiaya with
what do
his
you
Sundered
do?
Sky now feeling
gotta
a lot
tank,
better
but don't.
about that 1v1.
You just gotta stand in
against
front
the
of your
Iceborne
carries
Gauntlet
to
of
make
the
sure you
Cassante
absorb
of Broken
all
Blade.
of those skill
Otacon
shots so that they
spawning, as you
don't.
can see in the bottom right part of your screen.
True.
He is in the top side of the map this game. Man, it's
just
a
gotta
100 gold
protect.
difference. It doesn't even matter. Both these teams ready to go. Nice interrupt there on the Q3. Broken Blade not going to allow Kiaya to get that big source of damage. Levi just jumps over the wall here with a ball breaker immediately, but it's only Lebrov waiting on him. Now it might be trouble for Gam. Levi has to try to retreat back over the wall now as Artemis
I don't
also
think it's
does
trouble
the
for
same.
Gam.
Caps rotates down as Gam disengages. Levi does not have a fearful bone in his body.
Dude,
Yes,
my
he
booty
does
cheeks would be
not.
so
He
clinched
is all in
if I
all the
get
time,
Senna,
constantly
like the
looking
Senna
for
root on me,
plays, playing with fire
bro.
sometimes.
And like,
Yeah,
I know they were all like
but, got a little
disengaged,
hot back
disengaged,
there.
They're able
disengaged.
to escape.
I know my booty cheeks would be clenched, like,
Kiaya using the Q3
Gotta get out,
that
gotta
time,
get out.
finds it onto Broken
Bro,
Blade.
like-
Pathmaker does not interrupt, but Skewmon, he's so
I
strong
bet
on
they,
this
like,
Viego.
the nerves
He's
are for
slowing
real
down
right
the
now,
Otacon
dude.
for a little while. It's down to 30%
Because you don't
HP
want to be
when
the
Caps
one that
moves up
gives
to
over
help
that
him.
feats. You don't want to be the
G2
one to give over that
easily
edge to
secure this
G2
Otacon for themselves.
and start that
And
snowball
Kobe,
rolling.
Although the gold is as close as it is, now if we look at the total amount of flower petals claimed by G2, 27 versus 1. That is a massive amount of adaptive force that G2 has that's just very subtle.
Plus, you see the level leads for a lot of the members on the team right now, and Caps finishing the magic penetration here. Void Staff plus Malignance for the Annie. Splash is still on cooldown, so still doesn't have the big playmaking, but yeah, Gam make the call. Just keep on farming for themselves. They want to get to their big synergy 5-on-5 fight.
Also, High Noon Senna.
Use of all their shields and healing.
I feel like this is by
I just want to
far
go ahead and
the
give her
slowest game
tens
we have had
while
today.
we're all here.
Both teams
You know what I'm saying?
know what's on the line.
just wanted
The
to give
fact
her
that
her
we
tens
we
real
had
quick.
Otacon claimed before the empowered boots.
No,
That is
literally,
how few
JT.
kills are in this game. As neither side
Yeah, you
wants
can
to make
feel
that
it. You
fatal
can
mistake
literally feel
that
people
doesn't
playing more
just end the
cautiously.
game, that doesn't just end the series, that ends their run at MSI. Still the 3 grubs. 4G2 gives them that extra pushing power. Again,
Should have
we
been
go back
Winter
to the
Blessed.
first 2 games
Would have
that
also been
G2
acceptable.
won. It was a macro diff. it was Gam constantly taking bad trades.
A lot of the Cinemains, or at least a lot of the pro players, they have so much respect for Hein and Cinna, but they don't really rock with Winter Bliss. I find it very perplexing.
Throughout the game, the highest gold difference was about plus 1,000 for G2 back around 12 minutes into the game. We're 10 minutes later now, and it's still on a knife's edge.
Just got alerted from stats. The G2 pedal advantage currently around 500 gold worth of stats.
Is that per player or is that for the whole team?
If you converted them. They said it was for the team.
Okay. Broken Blade about to walk right into the waiting arms of Gam, but now he's ready to go all out. It doesn't work though. A nice buffer from Levi to get away from it. Seraphine ulti hits too, but they're putting all the damage into LeBron. The Tom Kent's trying to get away over the wall, but the Dawning Shadow fires back into Gam. How is no one dead?
No one died.
Because they've got the flashes to escape, LeBron used both summoner spells to get out of that one alive. The Seraphine team-fighting prowess, though, did see a little glimpse of it, Gam. They still have the inside route towards the Dragon, but G2 moving in to take the vision.
Okay, last time, that fight, it wasn't the Levi ulti that buffered through the Cassante ult. It was the Callista ult saving the Seraphine.
Broken Blade has no ult right now.
River now. Kiaya could be in a
But
little bit of danger, dodges away from the center. Now
Callista.
Broken Blade taking some damage. Important update, it is also 500 gold per player with those flowers. It's about a 3,000 gold lead in effective stats for G2.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of power.
That is much more flower power. Okay, so Hansama had just run out of mana, though, so G2 running out of a little bit of steam there. No mana left on him, has to retreat.
Wow, so they're just going to give Dragon.
Should be the objective win there for Gam then.
Oh my gosh,
and the timer favors Gam
dude.
here as well. 24 minutes and 15 seconds on the
This
clock
is
means that there's no chance
intense.
for G2 to try to trade something across the map
Also,
there in the Baron
Axon,
pit. Still
thank
not
you so much
spawned
for the
yet.
follow.
Monacon
Hope you're having a good
obviously
day
already
today.
taken. Now, 2 Drakes to 2, 2 kills to 2, 3 turrets to 3. Everything is so close except for those flower petals. Again, it's about a 2,500 gold total team value in adaptive force for G2 through those. Second items completed in a lot of different spots now. You already mentioned the Void Staff for Caps. We have
Yeah, the
Leandries
petals
for Eris. Unending Despair on Broken Blade.
is a pretty
Shojin
nice
on Kiaya.
bonus.
I want to point out, too, with the Otacon, it's not just this flower power, but the actually on-kill effect. When you're running the Annie Viego burst that's looking to try and grab one of those kills really quickly, that extra slow, that extra damage, if they can actually burst the target down, could be super meaningful to their team fight.
What a game 5.
No, truly.
So much tension building here during all of these lulls. When they're going back, trying to farm. The only big objective up on the map is Baron. It's not something you start lightly, trying to clear out some of the vision.
It's like watching a really dramatic, like 3-hour movie. You've got to spend the first 2 hours with the exposition. Now Hansama getting
caught out.
No Tom Kench nearby. Hans has to flash to get away from it. Now the follow-up charm at Skewmon.
Oh
There's
my
the save.
gosh,
LeBron
save
keeps
after
his jungler alive with the
save.
Dawning Shadow over
Okay,
the top.
now they
Levi
gotta,
is
they
reinforcing
kind of
the
got to
shield. Broken Blade wants
disengage.
to make his entrance.
Oriana
He's
is
gonna go
not
all
there,
out.
but
Kiara
neither is
flashing away
Annie.
as well. Another fight, another multi-ulti from both teams, and nobody's dead.
That right there is a perfect example of how Gam had no fear. They full sent there.
frick?
Eris had no teleport. Caps did have teleport. That was dangerous. They saw a target that they wanted. They saw Hansama. They got the flash out of that Senna.
But now,
see if it's worth.
I'm trusting in Skew to run it down for us. No, actually, you got 3 minutes until he runs it down, fam. You got 3 minutes.
Tier 2 turret here in the bottom lane. The play ultimately favors
I don't think I've ever seen a feat.
Yes, it costs Hans ult. It costs the Tom Kench ulti. It costs
like
Hans flash. But that's resources in G2's
15
pocket
minutes,
now
bro.
that they will be able to spend 1.5 thousand gold lead there on the scoreboard. There's a control ward in the Baron pit from Gam. But what can they get? Skewmon going to step up here through the harrowing path, but Gam are not going to give him an opportunity to find anything.
Yo, this is actually nerve-wracking, bro. Like this is actually a little bit nerve-wracking. I'm not gonna lie.
So many critical factors here. Can they actually make use of the flash that they blew on Hansama? That champion is hard to pick off, especially if the Tom Kench is hovering, if Lebrov is close by.
Now, important to note, There is grievous wounds on 2 champions on the side of G2. However, it is not proactive grievous wounds, it is only reactive grievous wounds. Both are bramble vests. If those champions are not being attacked, it does not matter. Hansama, though, does have executioners to try to apply that debuff. Levi,
exactly
breaker over the wall, trying to stay
like,
safe
G2
as
is my
G2
pick'ems,
invades
but
the jungle
I think I want
of
the
Gam.
underdog to win at this
And
point.
it feels like G2 are fully
Like,
in the driver's seat
I
right
want
now.
to see
They're the
somebody's
ones
country get
looking
put
for
on for real,
opportunities. They're the ones
especially a
trying to
minor
catch Gam.
region.
Yeah, and they're the ones with the Senna constantly stacking here. You can definitely see
Like,
the
I think
effects,
I
though,
want,
of the nerf not stacking.
I want that for them.
Quite
like,
as
I want to
fast,
see their
for
happiness
sure.
for real.
Only 76 stacks there for Hansama.
That would literally be history made. I don't think they've ever made it out of
That
play-ins.
range, that power here.
Ever.
To add more options to their play.
I don't think they've ever made it to the
Later
main
on,
stage.
Caps, of course, in the side lane once again.
Ever.
And
It's what is the latest that boots have been claimed in a professional game?
I feel like we're getting there. I feel like we are there, maybe.
It's 28.5 minutes.
That's
no one
insane.
has empowered boots yet in the game.
And because they split dragons 2-2, this next one isn't even the critical dragon. So
Gam is Vietnam,
if they feel
but
like
they're
they have
from
a bad approach, a
LCP.
bad angle to the fight,
you don't have to go.
Exactly. They
They
don't have to go.
combined
They
a lot
don't have the
of
full send on this
regions,
one. So we
this
could
past
be
year.
in for a lot more lulls.
Yeah.
Okay, Skumon gonna step up again. The harrowing path allowing him to approach close enough to see what Gam is doing without putting himself in mortal danger. Death ball for both teams here in mid lane.
And the pressure is just so big. In an elimination match here on the international stage, you don't want to be the one to make the critical mistake. But you also have to have that killer instinct.
Yeah.
If an opportunity
Like, you can't be scared.
exposes itself,
You have to be able to go in.
pull the trigger, to go for
Personally,
the
if
kill.
it was me, I would have died at least 17 times by now.
Abyssal dive from LeBron. Kiai
That's
doing
it.
target. G2 have already got
That's
him.
it.
Feet of warfare for G2.
That's not
Kiai
game, but that's
down.
feats,
Gam on the
obviously.
retreat. A nice knockback onto Elio, but Broken Blade has gone very
It's just
far
one death.
forward.
It's
He
just one
uses the
death.
Pathmaker to get himself
It feels
back out.
bad.
That is a massive pick from G2
It feels
Esports.
bad.
Caps does it. They go for
They
the
do
burst.
get
They get
Dragon
the kill.
from this
The
as well.
Aatrox is down.
But, like,
G2 will
it's
get
not
Dragon
game
number
ending.
3.
All right, there it is. And
It's
I
not
just got
game
updated.
ending.
That is the second longest timer
Are
to
they gonna try
claim the
Baron?
blessing
Oh,
of
they just
Noxus,
said
which is the
Vision.
boots, across all
They're gonna
tier
do
1
Baron.
regions in Split 2. The longest one was 31 minutes, but we don't have time
Oh,
for
JK.
that.
They're not
Caps has
doing
been
Baron.
caught out. Levi goes in for him, but LeBron's got the save.
Oh,
Tom Kinch against Vi. He's
this
made for
though.
this. Beautiful counter from G2, and the game is blown wide open.
This though,
Hansama
because now
with a kill.
they get Baron.
With another, and G2 are about to take the Baron.
Caps doing it. G2, they're going to get the Baron. That will put an end to the stalemate. They will push in.
This game was so close for
That's-
so long, for 29 minutes.
See, the
They
Aatrox
stared each
death
other
wasn't
down,
game
and
ending.
when push came to shove,
Them getting
who steps
Dragon
up?
wasn't game ending.
G2 wearing purple now. Lots of extra standing
right
gold
there.
secondary towers in mid and top side for them to go take.
That
Here's
one right
another
there,
look at
I
it.
cannot
Those
see the
LeBron
same.
started out as they were hitting Baron and going for Scuttle Crab.
Yeah.
And when Cats walks
Like,
up, they
Artemis
do
was
go
on
for the
Baron.
Viol, but as
They
you
were
called
on
out,
Scuttle.
LeBron is there,
Tom
so they
Kinch
just
was
eat
there.
Caps up. And then with
And
teleports
then
coming in, look at that grouping. Boom. Finds the full stun
the
on 3.
stun.
And they just combo all of it.
Yeah.
Let's get the comms.
Oh, nice. Oh, huge.
Let's
big.
go, man.
Let's go for
Yeah,
Huge,
that was
large,
big.
gargantuan. Yes.
All
That was
synonyms
indeed
for the
big.
state of the play that G2 just made. The gold lead now ballooning up to 5,000, probably closer to about 3,000 now total for the team in terms of the flower value. So 8,000 effective gold lead.
I don't
and
think
you
it's
can see their damage
over.
down to champions in the last
Miracles
team.
can be made.
Because he was dead. However, 4,000 damage almost
Miracles
from Caps.
can be made.
Ooh,
It's
and another
over.
whiff on the Seraphine ulti there from Elio.
It's over.
Gam has not found a lot of
GG's.
value out of
We can
those
just
so
wrap
far
this one up.
game. It feels like most of Gam's
We gave it our
engaged attempts
everything.
have been onto the
We did.
Lavrov, Tom
We
Kench,
tried our
trying to
best.
shut down that get out
We
of
gave
jail
it
free
everything
card,
that we
but he's
had. We
just
really
so
did.
tanky.
We really did.
G2 with the Baron buff. They just get the split
Wrap
going.
it up.
They're going to get the 4-1. Claiming this gold,
like,
closing
no, like I
in.
really do feel that way,
Slowly
JT. I'm
but
like,
surely,
hey, bro.
huge gold lead for them. Gam.
Oh, nice from Skewmon. He immediately responds with a heartbreaker to get away, and Eris gonna get dove now. G2 is tired of waiting, and Broken Blade will create the space to pierce the base.
They were so close, y'all.
As G2
That's game. They gonna end it right here.
Here in the top lane.
They
They'll
gonna end
find
it.
the second in mid right thereafter. That's 2 inhibs down. 32 minutes and 45 seconds into the game.
JK, they're not gonna end it right here.
Dead,
But
well past the timer for what'll be Mountain Soul for G2.
It's actually so smart for G2 to use Skewmon as the split
should I
pusher
give up?
for
The
that
Nexus
exact reason, 'cause
hasn't
he knows
exploded, but like
he is ready for the ulti.
they haven't gotten a kill in 20 minutes.
Big pick play that Gam have. They know that they have to use that Vi. Skewmon ready for it. Answers with his own.
The Vi ulti is so telegraphed too. You see that big line from his champ to yours. As soon as he's close, you hit the heartbreaker, you're out. Levi's Vi, although he's 1-0-1, you know, he's been a part of both the kills that Gam have found.
I don't know
G2,
why
the Viego,
Levi
for what
picked
you
Vi.
just said, the Tomcat
I could
we've
not
seen the whole
explain
game,
to you
it is
in any
designed to
universe
shut down the
why that man
playmaking
picked Vi.
potential
I really
of this
can't.
player who is the driver for so much of the action for Gam. And when Levi can't
Like,
make it happen,
he has
when you
not
don't have one of those
performed
dominating
on Vi.
lane presences in the bot lane duo like Game 4, Gam have felt stuck. It feels like they haven't been able to find an avenue to make a play.
Yeah, because they tried so much in mid lane. They sent a lot
They
of
did
resources
try.
there. Levi hovering a lot. They swapped the bottom lane to run down.
Right,
They burned
Holy.
3
Because he
flashes to
performed
try
on
and
Viego,
kill Caps,
exactly.
and they couldn't do it. And G2 now, with 2 inhibitors already down, they see the game in their hands.
This might be the last stand of GAM Esports at MSI
Seraphine.
2025. They will try to
Seraphine,
hold
I
the
need
line
a 5-man
here at this tier 3 turret. They know if
ultimate.
they give over
Line
triple
it up.
inhibs,
Get the
there's
angle.
no way to even
Ori,
leave the base
I
at
need
that point.
an ultimate
G2
right
keep the pressure
after
on.
that
Center
Seraphine
route
ulti.
finds
It's going to get
Kiaya.
them all grouped
Tier
up.
3 turret. About
Aatrox, I need the
3/5
damage pumping out.
HP remaining on it.
Kalista, I need
20
the
seconds
spears.
until the Mountain Drake
Levi.
spawns. Han Sama with so much range.
I don't know, do
Easy
something.
to step up and take pot
Do
shots at
something.
this thing.
Anything. Not going to cap.
Another wave steps up to the side of Gam. Levi wants
Okay,
to go
3-man,
in.
3-man, 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 3-man.
It only finds Broken Blade and LeBron, and now Levi is going on a one-way trip. Gam trying to force the fight forward, but Kiaya has to flash back. Caps is ready for the counterattack. Elio is saved by Artemis, but the Dawning Shadow finds multiple health bars. Artemis is already down. Kiaya and Eris both about to follow. No raid boss Aatrox in this one. Eris is gone. Gam is aced, and G2, they had to work for it. They had to sweat for it. They had to bleed for it, but they won't be denied. They eliminate Gam and move on.
Why do I want to cry, bro? Like, that makes me so sad, bro. That actually makes me so sad.
Their faces, you said it, how hard they
That
have
makes me
had
so
to
freaking
work
sad.
in play-ins. Unbenched
Like, that
against
actually breaks my
Indeed.
heart, man.
They pull it out in Game 5 to move on.
What?
That actually makes me so sad. Like, I just wanted to be happy
showing
for
their caliber
a country
when
that
they
has
have
not done
to.
it before,
When
you
you've
know?
gotta stand up, when your back's against the wall, when it's win or go home, G2 are not ready to end their
That makes me
trip
so
to
sad.
MSI just yet.
And they have some scary opponents ahead of them in the main stage.
This was the first health bar on the boss. The second form, far, far tougher. Many, many scary opponents waiting for them in the next phase of the tournament. And what a battle from Gam as well.
Y'all tried.
Taking G2
Y'all tried.
all the way to
Y'all
5
gave it y'all's
games,
all.
coming this close to achieving the main stage themselves. A powerful performance.
They really
the second seed
they really
of the
fought
LCK.
till the very end,
The
and
heart
that's
on
commendable.
this team. These
It is.
players
GG's, Gam.
show no fear.
And we'll be rooting for you next year.
Pushing G2 to 5 games.
GG's,
Round
fam.
of
Y'all really
applause.
fought so
Well
hard.
fought.
Valiantly. Truly.
A valiant defeat for Gam.
I can only
Why
hope
are
we
you
see him
taking
again
my
in future
words,
international
bro?
events. Always
I swear
a pleasure
they be
to watch these
listening,
guys.
dude.
The way that they play so aggressively,
On the bright
way
side,
that they always fully
my pick'ems
commit
are looking great,
to the
bro.
call, to the play. It's just fun League of Legends to watch.
On the brighter
But now
side,
G2,
I have
we're
a
gonna have a
100%
one-day break,
accuracy
Kobe,
rate thus
and then
far.
we're on to the main
So,
stage.
you know,
and guess what?
we
this
up.
is MSI 2025.
We
It's
up.
only
The vibes are
best of
down,
fives.
but we up.
I like the sound of that.
But
what
we
a
up.
format. All best of fives all the time. Here's a look at the damage dealt there.
Gam can still try to get the worlds, right? Yeah. They can still go to
Cassante
worlds.
as well
They
with
don't
a
get
lot
the
of the
one-way
combat that
express ticket to
got to
worlds by
exchange.
winning
A
MSI.
lot of the Cassante
I'm not gonna lie to
damage
y'all
is
though.
just him and Aatrox slapping
And this
each
is not
other
to sound
back and
mean.
forth in that
This is
side
me
lane, but
being a
even though the number
realist
looks really
and keeping it
low, there with an
100%
8K,
with y'all
I have to
and
compliment
keeping it a
Skumon
buck with
on
y'all.
this Viego. He was the one
But
who got the first kill in mid lane, got the follow-up
It doesn't
kill
matter
up there
who
in
won
top
that
lane,
game.
was constantly using the harrowing
It doesn't
path to
matter.
scout throughout
G2
the
win,
and now,
Gam win.
with the dust
They both about to
settled,
get their
with
cheeks
G2
taken,
victorious,
absolutely
we're joining
obliterated
Dracos and Broken
on the
Blade
main
for
stage.
the Verizon
That's just my 2 cents. They were both struggling
Thank you very
against
much,
each other.
Flowers.
Not gonna lie.
Vancouver, please, one more time. Give it up for Skumon.
Thank you. Thank
The enter?
Brother, a heroic effort today.
Yeah.
It looked like it might be that clean 3-0, but you had to bring it back. Talk to me about that Viego pick in Game 5. The confidence to not only pull it out, to build crit, to the trust in yourself you showed. What was going through your head?
I mean, definitely it was such a long series. I don't even remember the first game, to be honest. I just know that I messed up so many early games, but I'm pretty happy that I got the confidence to just pick the Viego in the end, and I'm pretty happy with my performance in this Game 5. So, yeah, I'm just like really happy with the win, and I'm so excited for what's happening next.
Yeah, you talked with Sheep Esports early in the tournament about progress, the time kind of growing. Talk to me about what the tournament started like for you compared to how you're playing now. Have you seen that improvement already?
Yeah, definitely. I think I'm way more confident on stage right now, and I think that I'm still making some silly mistakes, but I think that as a team, when I'm seeing the evolution, when I'm watching our first best of 5 against Furia, I think that we're playing way more together, and I think that if you can keep this composure, I'm pretty confident that we can win against a lot of good teams.
Now, you're no stranger to a big stage. But this is the first time you've gone international.
Yep.
The first time you played in front of an international crowd against international opponents. How has that experience been? How has it been different from what you experienced domestically?
Yeah, I mean, so far I'm just loving it. I'm just so happy that, obviously, like since we didn't win LEC, I think the best thing that could happen to us was go to the through the play-ins. And I think that since we won, I'm pretty confident that we can bring some good performances.
Is
Yeah, I mean, like so far, I'm just like
y'all.
so happy, and I just hope that we will be able to play against the other best team in the world. Like we already played against BLG, we got stomped really hard. It's fine. I think that we took some good lessons from this best of 5. So I'm just really looking forward and hopefully play against the best teams.
Well, you are. You're playing against Gen.G. If Gam had won, there would have been a flip, but with G2, there's only one possible arrangement, so you will be playing against Gen.G. I was going to ask you about the junglers. This is an incredibly stacked tournament for junglers, but since we know your first opponent, talk to me about playing against Canyon, a tall task.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a dream for
I
me
told
to
y'all,
play
they about to
against
get their
such
cheeks
a big
obliterated.
player like Canyon, who has been consistent for like more than 5 years, world champion, MSI champion. Like, I'm just hope that I'll be able to perform good against them, against him particularly. And yeah, I mean, I just hope that I'll be able to show that I can actually compete against the best jungler in the world.
Hope you can show that as well. What's
Zen,
next?
thank you for the follow.
You have a
Hope
little
you're
bit of
having a good day today.
A lot of things to focus on. What's the next big task for G2 so you can come in ready to face Gen.G?
I mean, for now, have a bit of rest after this long series. I think we deserve it. And yeah, I mean, I just hope that we'll bring more consistency into the series, because I think that today, obviously, I don't think it should have went five games. I think we played pretty poorly in the later games, besides the Game 5. So I just hope that we'll be able to bring this consistency and also like bring some creativity in the picks. My Nunu I didn't win with the Nunu. I'm pretty sad, but maybe I can pick it into Gen.G next week.
The
so
little bro
I'm
at the
looking forward
end
for
is
this.
diabolical.
Sounds like Vancouver wants to see you pick the Nunu into Gen.G, so there might be a bit of peer pressure when we get to that series.
I'm ready.
Skumon, thank you so much. Congrats again on making out of play-ins. Vancouver, please, one more time for Skumon and G2.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. right. Let's look at this. I tried to zoom in on it. Hold on. Let me see if I can get it up better. Hold on. All right, play-ins is done. Dang, bro, they ain't updated yet. Okay. We got JINX versus G2 on July 1st. That is Tuesday at 5 p.m. PST. Make sure you are here bright and early. JK, I'll be streaming before that. But yeah, 5 o'clock, JINX versus G2. You will not be here long. You will not be here long. That's going to be a 3-0. That's going to be a 3-0, and I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. I think the average game length is going to be somewhere around 27 minutes. I do. Next, we've got AL versus Fly. Not going to lie to you, I don't know who AL
this team
is.
to be able to get the win. It really felt like that. I was given this sign yesterday by a fan about, you know, booking G2's flights home. I kept on to it just in case. We don't need 0 down.
Go to played pretty poorly.
You wore it.
Okay, be back. Who is AL? Oh, we're going up against China's #1 seed.
And all of you guys waking up right now.
Yes, I've never been so happy in my life than in this moment right now. Honestly, luckily, guys, hear me out. Luckily, what this will do is it will put us in the lower bracket from the jump. Okay, this is a double elimination tournament. So luckily, we'll already be set ahead to be playing against the losers. So we're getting our cheeks clapped on my birthday, by the way. On my birthday. Love that. Happy birthday, Reagan. Your team getting obliterated. Truly. And you know what? Thank you, universe. I appreciate that. But yeah, we're gonna watch that at 5 p.m. on July 2nd. But the real birthday gift is that we'll be in the losers bracket. So when JINX gets their or when G2 gets their cheeks clapped the day before, both teams will have had cheek clappage, and then we can duke it out from there. And I do believe FlyQuest wins that fight. Okay, so that's the real birthday gift. CFO versus T1. That's a free win. That's a free win. No shade to CFO. No shade. No shade to CFO. Oysters are def touching T1. Not with that new Doran. We got that new Doran. We don't have that old Doran. We got that new Doran. You beat me. You beat me. I don't know, but CFO's top laner got hands. I will say that. BLG versus MCoy. That's JoJo Pyun's team, y'all. That's JoJo Pyun's team. Unfortunately, we will be seeing JoJo Pyun in the losers bracket. They will be getting their cheeks clapped as well. They sure will. They sure will. The teams that I anticipate in the upper bracket are BLG, T1, AL, and JINX. Those are the ones. And when it's FlyQuest versus MCoy, you know, I'd be down for that, honestly. It'd be sad if we had to send JoJo home. Y'all, I'm not gonna lie. I think FlyQuest can win through the losers bracket. I really do. I really do. I feel like FlyQuest can win through the losers bracket. It's just that they are going to have to play an extra, 2 rounds? And that's going to be a tough one. FlyQuest may beat AL. They may be LPL's first seed, but they can be super messy. But that just means that FlyQuest has to be super duper tight, man. That just means they have to be super duper, like, no mistakes, bro. No mistakes. Are pick'ems open? They're not open yet. I just want to say, shout out to me, bro. Shout out to me. I have perfect picks thus far. Look at me in first place. Look at me in first freaking place. Okay? Top 10 and I'm not number 10. Okay. Screenshot that hoe real quick. Screenshot that hoe real quick. That is what I like to see. We are on the top. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This one's not even accurate. If you go to this one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's what I like to see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. See, they got me on place 9. I'm really in place 7. Like, bump me up, turn me up, never down type beat. I'm like that. I'm like that. All right. All right. We just gotta, y'all, hey, can y'all help me with the next set of pick'ems? Like, I just want to make sure. I feel like the next set of pick'ems is gonna be easy though. Like the first round of pick'ems might be easy. I think we might struggle here.
Tell you the good news.
We might struggle here. That's really the only one. We just got to make sure that pick on site. We're going to have to do some background scouting. We're going to have to do some background scouting for sure. And won't is crazy. If y'all haven't already, y'all can join my leaderboard for pick'ems. Where's my leaderboard? Oh, I'm not logged in. That's why. Hold on, let me log in real quick. Let me log in real quick. Debonair, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Mother Redacted Turnip Squad. I hope you're having a good day today. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, JT. Exclamation point MSI in chat. You can join my community's pick'ems. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can click that link right there. It's going to take you right here. Dang! I ain't even number 1 on my own pick'ems leaderboard. Y'all turning up for real. Okay, so there's 11 people with perfect pick'ems picks so far. Okay, we got Helly Kelly, Banansky, Phoenix, Killer Ninja, Arch Banana, a lot of bananas in here, Lalina, Vanitas, and Bubble and Coke. That's Bubble and Choke. Mossy Gecko. All right. I see y'all. Y'all putting in work. I know y'all just copied off of my sheet. I know y'all did. I'm not gonna lie. Globally, why does it have me all the way? Respectfully, why does it not have me at the top? Respectfully. Yeah, bro. I'm number 1 in all of them. Look at that. Gorgeous. Perfect. Beautiful. Let me just go ahead and continue to screenshot everything. We up. But all right, y'all. I'm gonna let that be it. I'm gonna catch y'all on the flip. I'll see y'all on my birthday. JK, I'll see y'all on July 1st, which is Tuesday. I'm taking tomorrow off. Y'all be here bright and early to watch Gen G get their cheeks clapped. Just gonna keep it a buck with y'all. After some of the performances that we have seen. I'm so sorry. I mean G2. I'm sorry, Gen G. Let me put some respect on y'all's name. Yeah, I definitely meant G2. But yeah, love y'all so much. I'll see y'all on the flip side. Until then, I wish y'all nothing but W's in your games. Battle for LP and the lowest ping that you could ever imagine. Don't forget to join up on the MSI leaderboards. Make sure y'all get y'all pick'ems in. They probably gonna be open